Welcome to the Wally Wilson Oval here at the Western Province Cricket Club. It's day 2 of the second youth test match between South Africa under-19 and England under-19. And the umpires Stacey Lakay and Mtokozizi Shezi are out in the middle. They're just being joined now by the England batters. That is Archie Vaughan and Ben Dawkins. And I'm James King. With me here today, Jeremy Fredericks. And Jeremy, yesterday, South Africa 224 all out. England at the close just one without loss after 3 overs. It was a difficult day at bat for the South Africans yesterday.
Indeed it was. I mean, they were in all sorts of trouble at 74 for 5. That's what they were at one stage. And good morning to everybody. Good morning to our viewers. And good morning to James King as well. Yeah, in all sorts of trouble. But they did very, very well, I must admit, to actually pull it back and to get to 224. I said when we had a look at the wicket yesterday morning, South Africa must at least get 250 on the board. I also said that I thought it was a good decision for South Africa to bat first. It was the right decision. I would still maintain it because I still think that this wicket, and it's how well the South African seamers and they do this morning to actually curtail or to contain England. And if they can bowl them out with a lead of about 50 to 60 runs, that would be the aim, and that should be the aim, I think, of the South Africans, and to see how quickly they can dispatch of this team would put them in a commanding position batting here, because you do not want to be batting last on this wicket. And I'm saying to you now, James King, that if the team batting last has to chase anything 150 upward, I think we're in for fun and games.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jeremy, and we will see how this unfolds today. It was 2 very good innings yesterday that really held the South African batting card together. Captain Benny Hansen with an excellent 63 off 104 balls, and then it was Paul James who really did South Africa proud yesterday with 84 off 179 deliveries, shared in a very good partnership with Hansen for 73 for the 6th wicket, 38 then with Mason for the 7th, and 31 with Yeni for the 9th wicket, before the second new ball for England brought about his wicket and the final wicket for South Africa. Just 3 overs last night for England, and we are going to see South Africa now opening the bowling this morning. Sandiswa Yeni, I think it is, away from us, or it's down the leg side, and gets away with that one. I feel just a bit of a loosener this morning. In fact, it is now signalled wide by umpire Stacey Lakay. He's going to have to bowl that one again, so not the ideal start to the day. So his first delivery in the test match and in a youth test match. Sandiswa Yeni, looking forward to seeing him bowl. One of 5 changes to the South African team from the first test match. He's away from us again to Dawkins.
That's a no ball, James.
Oh my goodness. So he started with a wide and then a no ball. So not the most auspicious start, one has to say.
Yeah, that's what you can ill afford, James, to do so early on in the morning, because it just sends out a positive message to the batting side if you're bowling wides and no balls. Because they runs.
Yeah. And that one stays a little bit on the lowish side from the ball fullish of a length. Just looking at the field, we've got 3 slips, a gully, a man at point, a man at mid wicket, and a man at fine leg. So just trying to see who I'm missing here. Oh, there's a man in at short leg that I couldn't see under the helmet.
Tucked around the corner. It will be the first run of the morning off the bat. The other 2 would come via a no ball and a wide.
Just same as the previous one.
Yeah, so England just facing the 3 overs yesterday evening, Jeremy, and bowling South Africa out just before the close. Wasn't a a quick day in terms of the number of overs England got in there. A little bit short of the overs towards the end of the day, so they did have the extra half an hour, but still couldn't get in a full portion of the 90 overs for the day.
Well, there's been quite a bit of stoppages throughout the day as well, for a couple of injuries, and guys were hit on the helmet, and then it was more of a long period when he had his calf strain, and he wobbled off the field. So there were quite a number of breaks, and these things all add up. And at the end of the day, the match referee, Mr. Cliffy Isaacs, he would be definitely making notes of all these, and making sure that there's fair play for everybody. And he'd be the man watching over proceedings with the umpires, and they've done a good job. Stacey and Sheze, as I said, both of them experienced, played for South Africa. I thought, can't get to the name of the other umpire, that he's from Zimbabwe. He was there. They were also very good at Stellenbosch. So, as players, they go through vigorous training. So it happens with the umpires. If they want to make it to international level, they put in all their hard hours. Oh, that's beautifully played.
Yes, it's going down towards the barrier. It's not going to get there, and it's chased down, and it looks like Nathan Rousseau chased that down, and it's thrown in, but they get through for 3, and it is short from Yeni. Hasn't been the best opening over from Sandiswa Yeni. He's going to want to just settle into his work. You expect, I think, that we're going to see Ngobani Mokoena bowling from the southern end of the ground, the Wynberg end, with the wind at his back. He's probably the senior bowler. He played in the first test. So that 3 was also off a no ball. It has been an expensive over so far for Yeni. Not quite got himself sorted in terms of his run up or his direction, or length in fact. So yes, hoping that he gets on song as quickly as possible. He's got those 3 slips in the gully. They're waiting for the edge from Dawkins. That's better from Yeni, and we'll bring the end of the first over this morning. 7 runs off that one, and it is 8 without loss, England. And so, 224. So not quite sure yet, Jeremy, how good that is on this surface until both sides have batted. And as you say, we're looking at the surface this morning. Looks like it's probably going to be the best day for batting today.
Yeah, I saw a bit of a sheen. I always look when I see a roller sheen, and rightfully so. Day 2, bat on, son. Should be your batting day. Day 3 is moving day. And then Ngobani Mokoena, South Africa is going to look to him. He looked threatening in his 2 overs last night, and he was probing. The big thing is just to get back to the point, South Africa, they need wickets, and the other point is that England are going to say, listen, if we can get ourselves in a position and bat once against this bowling attack, what South Africa has to offer, and get that's a full delivery,
and he's just nudged that into the offside. Bit of a stride out there to the ball. Gets through for the single. Archie Vaughan. Mokoena bowled really well in the first innings in that first youth test in Stellenbosch. He got a 5 in that first innings, 5 for 61 in his 25 overs. And we know him to be a young man who he will happily run in all day for you. So fantastic for a captain and for Benny Hansen here to have a bowler like Mokoena, and he did really well, to say, bowling in the right areas in that first test match. A bit of a different proposition here on this particular wicket. We have seen 1 or 2 that have sprung up off a length, so he'll be looking for those sort of areas.
He's also got the breeze behind him, so that will help a little bit. Yes. On a length, you got to be probing. Then you got to get that ball to nibble a little bit. That's what you got to do. Yeah, once you get your length right, you just got to nibble just off the seam. Ask the surgeon, Vernon Philander. He will tell you. Don't need to be quick. Just have to enough of the surface, kiss the surface as they normally say, and just wobble it, move it. ever so slightly. Batsmen at the coast like to drive, and if you get your length right here, the moving ball, you'll get into trouble. That's why there's 3 slips and a gully in position. There we go. And I like that.
Yeah, that's a good line and a good length from Mokoena. And he is going to get, if he is going to get any assistance, it's going to be early on this morning before the new ball loses its shine. So a bit of a proud seam. He might be able to get some kind of movement, and it's going to be the one moving away. Dawkins, very, I say, aggressive batter, but as we see there, we'll come back to that.
You wouldn't mind that. That's not bad. That's what you want. That length, get him driving and in business. He's left the gap open in the covers, so want to get that outside edge. So nothing wrong with that delivery at all whatsoever.
So we're talking about those umpires and match officials there. Stacey Lakay standing here at the north end, south end. Tokozizi Shezi, third umpire. Kawalani Ntuli, as you said. Jeremy from Zimbabwe, and the referee, match referee Clifford Isaacs. Fantastic work done by them. That's good again from Mokoena. He seems to have found his line and length early on today.
Because England will be looking, let's get 300 on the board. They get 300, we're 70 ahead, and then we pile on the pressure in South Africa today. So they're going to look to bat all day today, and maybe bat. And if they say, right, we'll bat tomorrow till between lunch and tea, let's go before. If South Africa says, right, we're going to bowl them out, because that's the challenge that will be. So nothing wrong. All 3 results, morning of day 2, still very much available. Draw, win for England, or win for South Africa.
And that's a good over from Mokoena to start off this morning, just the one. And it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, looking at that pitch, and particularly at the southern end, the Wynberg end, looking quite bare. There's a couple of patches there that may deteriorate as the match goes on. Could mean that the bounce might be a little bit more variable, and particularly the one patch we were looking at there, Jeremy, this morning, sort of just short of a length for the pacemen, and pretty much on the line of middle and off stump that South African bowlers will want to try and exploit. That's better from Yeni this time, just making Archie Vaughan play, direct it in at the body. He's got a man in at short leg, Jorik van Skalkwyk.
Yeah, just got to cut out the no balls, that's all. No balls and wide, and if you can be at that probing length, you'll definitely be a handful as far as the batsman's concerned. That's what you want early on, early doors. Be probing.
So that's his third no ball into his second over. Oh, and that is not fielded well there by Nathan Rousseau at mid-on, and they'll get back for 2. So bowler won't be happy with that from his fielder. Just seemed to dive and miss that one, unfortunately.
There's been a comedy of errors by South Africa, and we're only into the 3rd over of the morning, and it doesn't look good what I've been seeing now. Got to tidy up and quickly. Before you look at and open your eyes, the game's run away from you. You know, this no ball problem. I mean, I see Kagiso, and sometimes I wonder, did they warm up properly? Did they take their strides properly? I know they do all these warm-ups, and they run around here, and they do all sorts of things, and catching and all that thing. I mean, you've got to be mentally prepared. I don't care how young you are, when you get to a ground, and at under 19 level already, you can understand when a kid is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 learning the rope. But goodness me, at this level you've played enough cricket to have marked up your run-up, and no, don't bowl no balls.
And that it strays onto the pads. It's beautifully played by Vaughan. It goes down to the boundary and will be the first boundary of the morning to Archie Vaughan. And that was misdirected, and he just hasn't got into his work at all, Jeremy. And you say 3 no balls already. He's now conceded 7 again in this over, and he's only bowled 2 legal deliveries.
Well, just look at this balance from Archie Vaughan. That's what was so good. The balance was so good. He just stood tall in the shot. He was all over the ball. And it was leg stumpish, and he just whipped it with the greatest of ease. Any youngster watching that? Don't know what happened to our slow-mo.
No, we apologies. That replay was one from yesterday. Hopefully we can get that technical thing sorted out. He's in behind that one very nicely, and yeah, and he's just got to settle down here. He's not really had a good start in his bowling this morning. So 2 balls left in this over. His first outing in the test matches. He didn't play in that first test. 5 changes for South Africa in their team. That's where you want it to be. You want to bring those batters forward, driving loosely outside the off stump there, Archie Vaughan, and that can only mean trouble on this wicket.
Well, not been enough of those. That's the problem. And in actual fact, that was just a bad stroke. It was far too loose. It was far too wide. He could have left it outside the off stump, but he's got to get it closer to off stump, because that's where you want to, exactly what you're talking, that area of uncertainty. That's where you want to get at the batsman.
Short of a length that time, and outside the off stump. But it's really very much at this level, and they'll learn this. It's about setting the batter up, making sure that you produce a number of deliveries that are in the same channel. Just really, it's working on consistency. And as you said, you talk about the surgeon Vern Verlander. That was what he was so brilliant at, is just setting the batter up, setting him up. Ball's going away, ball's going away, ball's going away, and then the one comes in, or the other way around. He's bowling it, coming into the batter, and then suddenly you get one that goes away. You feel you have to get bat on ball, and next minute, you know, you're on your way back to the pavilion. But they're learning at this stage in their trade. Mokoena towards us again.
Well, no one said cricket's an easy game. Nobody said that. The fact of the matter is they've got to learn, and before you know, your career is halfway through. So the quicker they learn, the better, and it will help them in their young careers. Some of them have played enough, but there are just certain basics that you do right. No balls and no go.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And you talk about that warming up, and we see them warming up on the other pitches on the square, and there is no thinking about no balls when they do that.
Well, I mean, even at international cricket, I get to the ground in the morning and I watch even Kagiso and Rabada and these guys warm up. Have you seen how far over the white line they step? I mean, it's about a yard.
It is.
So it's something that's inexcusable. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You set yourself standards. The other thing is also you bowl more deliveries. The new ball gets older quickly, and once the shine is gone, it becomes a long day. So you want to keep that shiny side going. I mean, you just look at the difference. Mokoena on the other side. I mean, he's just got into his business. He's in a rhythm. He's bowling line and length. He's making the batsman play. And that's what you want.
Yeah.
It's important. And that's how you create pressure. And at times, batsmen are going to bat well. But you as the bowler, you've got to be clever enough to work that out. I mean, and nobody does it on purpose. I'm not having it. It's just a thing that you've got to work on and make sure that it doesn't happen. It can cost the team a game. Hold. Good delivery. Here we go.
Yeah, that's what you want. He's keeping it in the right areas here has Kobani Mokoena, and he did that as well in Stellenbosch. Very impressive in that first innings, and probably unlucky to go wicketless in the second innings, but he really has been a bowler that you feel of the players in this South African team. He certainly would be somebody that the provincial teams will be looking at, I'm sure, to take on board.
He's impressed me mightily. No doubt about it.
I ran.
Look at that. Batsman playing. There's a bit of uncertainty. Just look where he played that shot. Little bit away from the body. It was tentatively done. That's what you want. It's a bowler. Nothing to panic about. You just stay in that area. Ball after ball. Over after over. It will happen. Look at that. Look where he's played from. He was in no position. He wasn't behind the ball. So that just shows me that that means that the outside edge could. I like this field. I like the point. There's no one at extra cover. There's a big gap there. Drive me through that area. That's what I want you to do. And then, if you drive, I've got 3 slips, a gully in place. Bingo. And then sometimes it takes 5 overs before you get a wicket. You're not going to get a wicket with every ball. That's the nature of cricket. You got to work. And if you do that properly, success comes your way.
And what you mentioned there, Jeremy, absolutely critical is you've got to just keep working at it. Don't search for the wicket. Just keep your disciplines. Keep bowling it in the right areas, as you say there. Archie Vaughan just playing away from the body. After he had done that, I mean, he was then practicing the leave because he probably realised he actually wasn't in any place to play that delivery. McQueen has been very good this morning in his 2 overs. Just the 2 runs from him, and he's been hitting the right areas. And South Africa will be wanting the same from Yenny. He's into his 3rd over now. He hasn't settled yet.
Oh, there we go. Oh, goodness me. That is a loose stroke. Well, you see, now, and that has been created because of the previous over. That's the pressure. So, Yenny, just work out not bowling no balls. They're going to go after him. They're probably thinking, okay, we're not getting it right at McQueen. He's been on the money. This fella, not bowling no balls, getting it there. He's going to have this there. Bang! Also, no foot movement.
No.
It's just been the bat through it.
Yeah,
Foot in the toilet. Both feet.
And we've seen that from Dawkins. I mean, he has got himself out, playing outside the off stump. He likes to feel bat on ball, this young man, and hasn't had the best of tours. But he is, and there again, as you say, just flashing at it outside the off stump. And we know England like to be positive, but you don't have to be flashy, you don't have to be reckless when you're being positive. And something that these young men will also have to learn.
Yeah, absolutely. And they'll get there, no doubt about that. That's why they come on these tours.
Yeah.
That's why they play the game. That's why they've got coaching staff around them to assist and help. We're just giving a perspective from a commentary box, what we think, but don't think that these coaches, I mean, their heads are also on the line, and they know that the success of these players hinges a lot on the job they do.
I think what's really great, from what we see, the support staff here for South Africa and England, highly experienced coaches.
Question gets asked, umpire unmoved. Well, that's the thing. You want highly qualified coaches working at this level. In actual fact, the best coaches should work at this level. Because from here onwards, they go... It's almost international cricket.
Yeah.
Although they got, talking provincial and all that. And then, that's great.
Yeah.
I mean, there's experienced people around it that have done it, been there, played the game, know what they're talking about.
And just to your point, it was interesting. It was I don't know who it was that we were chatting to the other day. Just nicely in behind that one. I think it was actually one of the coaches in the SA20. It was actually one of the coaches. It was actually A.D. Birrell. We were chatting to him in the press conference after after the Sunrisers match, and he was saying at the level that the players are at, he sees his role really. It's a man management role. It's a guidance role. So, talking about techniques, how you're going to get things right. This level, you need the top coaches. You need the people who are going to be able to assist these players. It's been much better from St. Yenny, except for the no ball of the previous delivery. Yet again, he's bowled now 4 no balls in his 3 overs. But at this level, you want your coaches to be the ones that are going to be able to guide them. Look at some of the techniques. Work with the players in terms of the things that they feel they need to be improving their game on. And really very important at this level to get that in place. They're still developing their game, these youngsters.
Yeah, Adrian Burrell, had the fortune of working with him. Nothing wrong with that shot. I like it there. Got up much better over from Sandiswe Yanni and made the batsman play. That's what you want, and just got to cut out and work on those no balls. The Adrian Burrell, many much. I mean, manager at the Paul Rocks, and when we won the Mzansi League, may I add. Very much a man management style, and what worked beautifully. I mean, we had Faf du Plessis as captain, Adrian Burrell as coach. We had quite a few assistants around as well, and the physio, but it was experienced guys. Each one knew their role. That's also the important thing, that each one knows. You can sometimes bombard these young people with so much knowledge that you totally confuse them. There mustn't be a book of information passed. I mean, you got to, and the big thing is to get these kids. I'm a firm believer that you learn by trial and error. Allow them to make mistakes. No one's inhuman. They have to make mistakes. How are you going to get better if you don't make mistakes?
Yeah.
So you're never going to get the perfect norm around life. I mean, cricket is like life building.
It is.
So allow them to make mistakes. You got to be that guidance figures and say to them, listen, do this, do that. How do you help them? How do you... Yeah, and sometimes we do get a bit impatient. I think it's the nature of all of us to do that. It's in our DNA at times.
That's good once again from Mokoena. It's interesting you're talking about that, Jeremy, and it's a lot of the talk around, from a cricket point of view as well. And as you say, the same in life. You probably fail more often than you succeed in certain things, but if you don't keep trying, you're definitely not ever going to succeed. So it's very important. You've got to really enjoy the good days, because they perhaps aren't going to come along. They don't come along every day. You don't see a batter go out and hit a century every time he goes to the crease. You don't see a bowler take a fifer either. So you've got to make the most of those good days.
Yeah, that's true. Because that's also the nature of the game. You're going to have your good days and you're going to have your bad days. And if once the good days is there, you're going to make sure you cash in big time, because it's important to cash in. And also at times there's going to be the days but that's where as a team you pull together.
Yeah.
That's where as teammates you help each other. That's where you pull each other through, encourage one another, build each other. Yeah, and at times there's got to be a stern word or two. That happens. Archie Vaughan, his averages. Oh, it's a loose stroke again, outside that off stump.
Yeah, he's just... Now, this is good bowling, though, from Mokoena. You have to say, I think he's inducing the loose stroke here from Archie Vaughan. Saw him in the previous over, wafting at one outside the off stump with a straight. That one, he's tried to have a full go at that, not made contact. And the way Mokoena's bowling at the moment, you just feel he's got to maybe have a good opportunity to take this wicket. Let's look at this one again, as it's it's really also bounced on him. So didn't expect perhaps the bounce as much as that. He has been struggling a little bit in this series. Brilliant.
Well taken. Brilliant take down the leg side from Benny Hansen. That was so acrobatic.
Wow. That's what you want, isn't it? As a bowler, that's what you want. You actually let it slip. You want to make sure that your wicket keeper is alive and alert there. What a brilliant take. Just have a look at this again. Just great work from Hansen. Acrobatic, as you say. I think that one will give him, I'm not sure if it was in the Olympics, I think they'd be holding up a board 9.5, I think, out of 10.
Well, if that doesn't lift the team, nothing will.
Another
so that the wicket keeper sets the tone, sets the trend, and keeps the guys alive in the field. And that was just a brilliant bit of fielding, wasn't it?
It was. That is, as a captain, he's leading from the front, and fantastic take down the leg side, and it's very good. I mean, in the first test we did have Letabo Pahlamahloka in at wicket keeper. South Africa made the change for this test, the captain in at wicket keeper, and South Africa certainly with Benny Hansen leading from the front with the bat, and now in the field as well. Excellent from the young man, and it's going to be Yerni to continue. Previous over, Just the no ball off the over. He's starting to get into his work better now, Yenny.
No, you just got to apply the pressure. That's all you got to do. They're batting at 2 runs and over, nothing fearful. Apply the pressure, make sure they don't get runs, and then they're going to start searching. The minute they start searching, that's when you get into business. The nature of the game. Batsmen become fidgety at times. They do when they are bogged down. So, patience.
And yes, you start to see that, don't you, from the batter? They start to adjust their clothing a little bit more, or the pads, or they start to maybe take the gloves off. They undo the Velcro on the gloves, redo it up again. Have a look around to the field, see where they can score. Got 2 slips and a gully in for Yenny. Another dot ball, and so of the last 2 overs, in fact of the last 3 overs, just the 2 runs have come for England. So after that, those first couple of overs from Yenny, a little bit expensive, but since then he's been much better. And that does take the outer half of the bat. It's racing down to third man, and it goes down there for a boundary. But he's probably a little bit fortunate to get it into the gap outside the off stump. Dawkins playing in that one, gets the outer half of the bat.
Well, good thing for him that he kept it downwards and the ball didn't go in the air. Let's just have a look at this again. Yeah. It's from the moment it left the outer half of the bat, it was always going on the ground. And once it has the beating of the guys in the slips and the covers, it will roll away for 4. Outfield is quite quick here. So that's what you'll get.
A little bit of encouragement for the bowler though. It was off the outer half of the bat.
Oh, wow, Jason.
That just wide of mid-off through for the single. That sounded like a hit. They were right on the bottom of the bat. It was that real clunking noise. That's the one that jars the hands sometimes for the batter.
23 of this partnership is worth at the moment.
It's been so far in the first half an hour this morning. There's 22 runs. Got 16 of those off the first couple of Yenny overs. Oh, that is too short and into the body, and Archie Vaughan, he doesn't even have to move. He knows that's gone down to the boundary for 4. Yenny missing his line and length on that occasion, and is punished by Vaughan. He's very good playing this shot, Archie Vaughan. We've seen him a few times. Just look at the position that he gets into. Just takes him to 15. Dawkins is on 7. In behind that is the end of the over from Sandiswa Yenny, and it is 27 without loss after 10. I'm going to be stepping out. I'm going to have Eugene Molion joining Jeremy Fredericks.
Zonke Tourism and Events Services. There's your destination management specialist. And if you want to get all of them for schools, for clubs, and you want to make use of their services, kindly just get into www.sazonke.co.za, or there's their numbers, and their building is in Mowbray in Cape Town. They will take you around Africa from Zambia to Zimbabwe, and they're the kind sponsors of this broadcast. So many thanks to Sazonke for their fantastic work that they've been doing. Mokoena? No, it's Mbata now. So I suppose Mokoena would... I wonder if they'll change hands, because Mokwena's bowled well. And it is a stiff southeaster. It's not easy bowling to the southeaster. If you don't know the Cape, you've got to have a certain You're going to have a bit of finesse to bowl into the southeaster here in the Western Cape.
Well,
Morning, Mr. Molian.
good morning, Mr. Fredericks. Good morning to the viewers. Yeah, it's been a very good start for England here on day 2, one would say. I heard you guys talk.
Yeah.
That's nicely played off the hip. And I think that wasn't just maybe lacking a little bit of spice from South Africa this morning.
Yeah, it started with wides and no balls. I mean, and if you're going to venture into those areas, you do take off the pressure immediately. And that's just allowed England to safely negate things. They're batting at almost 3 and over 2.5, 29 without loss. I'm just wondering, I think against Mbata, why would it have taken? Mokoena was in a rhythm, he was bowling well. You just felt that from that end where he was bowling that things were going to happen. So maybe he's probably going to change him ends or what, but I thought that he was brilliant from the Weinberg end of the ground.
You're probably going to ask more questions if you don't see him bowl the next over, I would say. Because, yeah, I would tend to agree. Yeah, and he's been the pick, even from Stellenbosch. He's a wholehearted cricketer. He runs in quite hard.
Nicely driven. That's a top shot. It's full. It's going to be hauled in on the boundary. It's good fielding by the South Africans. Oh, I think he's injured himself, the fielder. They'll turn for a third. Ouch. I think he just got a bounce on that ropes. Chad Mason there. Picture. Who's the youngster? Yeah, he's all right. They make them tough in Africa.
In fact, it was Jason Rolls that ran there. The other spinner, Mr. Fredericks, but good shot, eh? Glorious. Poised, good stride in, good balance, good base. And just not try to overhit it, and that's the key sometimes here. I'm not going to start early with you today, Jeremy. I'm going to leave it till later.
Well, the southeaster is cold. I've got my little top. It's a thin top. But I tell you what, another one in the...
I know you do. I know you do. I mean, you don't make the same mistake twice, do you?
No. Foolish.
I was sitting nicely in my collared shirt and shorts, and I thought, well, I'm going to be sitting in the shade for the hour, so I might as well get my jacket on. So
It's purple. It's got pink and purple and nothing wrong with it. I mean, it looks nice on the dark skin.
oh, it does. It does. Brings out the colour in your eyes.
Absolutely. What eyes?
Well, South Africa need a wicket. They need something to just give them a spark. The captain needs to find someone. Mbata's not somebody with great pace. He'll bowl you good lengths all day.
.33 without loss. Now England are. They're batting at 3 and over. I'd like to see what happens at this end. If Sandiswe gets another over. Quena, to me, he's been the most probing.
Well, I tell you what, it's not going to be Mokoena. It's going to be Yeni to continue. So now your question is even more validated.
Oh, now I can't understand that. I mean, surely. Quena's been outstanding from the Weinberg end. And now they've bowling change. They brought Mbata on. Yeni hasn't been probing. He hasn't bothered batsmen this morning. He's had one or two, couple of good balls, but by and large, to me, Mokoena's been the top of the pops.
It's been a nervous start. First ball was a wide, second ball was a no ball, as you alluded to, and maybe this just trying to get rid of those nerves so that he can get into his work. Hopefully he can do that now. He's going at 6s, and that's not what you want from your opening bowler. You want him to set the tone nicely.
Cut away, it'll have the beating of the man on the offside, but he'll haul it in. He'll turn for a second, and slowly but surely, England are just starting to take the ascendancy here.
Oh, what's
Still
that?
trail by 189. Anything can happen, but England are in command.
This track looks a good one today, Jeremy.
Well, as I said to James, when I walked on there and I saw the sheen, and I see a wicket, I know. What do you expect? Day 2, batsman must cash in, bat. As of tomorrow, it'll be moving day. But day 3 is moving day.
Always moving day.
Well, that is short. It's just helped around. It'll go for 4. No doubt about that. Poor delivery. Gets the treatment.
Very indifferent here. He's bowling 2 lengths, bowling 2 sides of the wicket. That's not, you can't control that as a captain as much as you want. Vaughan, he's living a good life out there. But you can't be bowling so inconsistently, especially with a hard rock, a new rock as well. You said last night they're going to have another chance with a new ball this morning. Well, it looks like England are capitalizing on that.
They are indeed. The new ball will get old very quickly once it gets dispatched to the boundary at regular intervals. Again down the leg side. Just hasn't got any rhythm whatsoever. Maybe the wise thing would have been to have Bata bowl from this end, I would have, and let Yanni rest. He can always come back for the next spell. But to have taken McQueen out from the Wynberg end, goodness me, that I can't understand, because he was the pick of the bowlers this morning.
And then even then, after McQueen has bowled, then bring Yanni back on to bowl with the breeze a little bit as well.
That's what I'm saying. That's see, those are all the learning things that needs to happen in terms of young minds, young captaincy, all that. They'll realise. It was beautifully clipped away once again.
No! Good job.
Runs are coming easily and freely here to England. Very early here in session 1 on day 2. And now we're even talking about, not just talking about wickets now, Jeremy, we're talking about controlling the run rate here, because they're going at almost 4 runs to the over.
That's what I was talking about, the strangling tactic. If you've got to contain your opponents by not giving them runs and then force batsmen into error. But now with the runs being scored so freely, it maybe all the planning that Benny Hansen has done with the coaches and what they set out to do is not working. He's going to turn to his spinners very, very quickly because he's picked 4 of them. And you actually want, because normally in Cape Town, the first hour in the morning, that's where your seam bowlers are in business. And that's where you get 1 or 2 wickets, and then the rest of the day, the spinners get into their work. And then they start doing their job. It looks a good wicket for batting still today. Oh, that's just another poor delivery. Just helped on its way, it'll be 4 more.
Yeah, indifferent, inconsistent, both sides of the wicket. Pulls one good ball outside the off stump and then the next one down the leg. Well, I'm going to put it down to nerves, Mr. Fredericks. I'm going to put that down to nerves and I say, listen, Yenny, you can come back and try later, but we can't afford that. Yeah, Vaughan does move across his stumps a long way, and that gives you the feeling, I can just hit him on the pads here. But these men, as we've seen, are so up to hitting that ball from in front of the stumps.
Productive 40 minutes it's been for England.
No, it's
Some inept bowling from South Africa.
productive. It's been very good. It's been excellent.
Productive is excellent.
Well,
What are you on about?
not necessarily.
What are you on about?
Not necessarily. I can have a productive day on the golf course. It might not be a good day.
Well, but your productive day on the golf course is more always you're more in the bush than you're on the fairway.
But does that make that good? That's the point.
Well, if you listen to the context in what I said here, then you will understand.
That's why you're the teacher and I'm the pupil. What
Remember,
did you teach?
remember that. I taught languages, both English, Afrikaans. That's many years ago.
Very nice, boy. Very nice.
See this gentleman here says, pipes up with Genadendal. Yeah, I was at school there. Emil Weerde,
Really?
School. Attended St. Augustine's Primary in Witteboma.
Right, yeah.
We, yeah. And then went to Genadendal, matriculated there, and then went to study teaching.
So
And then left the profession.
to teach other things.
Yeah, no, spent 3 years in the Free State Cricket.
And Kimberley.
5.5 years in Kimberley.
All right.
And I've never met you and I know all of this. Don't you think it's impressive? Yet I've listened to you hundreds of times.
Come, Perez, come, lads, come, Perez, hey!
Best commentator in South Africa, this oak. The best sense of humour, the most knowledgeable about the history of SA cricket, walking the field. Ek is in de Villiers. Jou pelt.
What time do you have there, James? I mean, Jeremy Frederick's day has been made now. His day has been made. I've never seen a bigger smile on his face like I see now.
The entire year, I think, has been made.
All truth said about the Rhino. A man that's passionate about the game. But just on your teaching, English Afrikaans, was it? And then no other subjects?
Yeah. Geography, history.
Okay. What cloud's that over there?
No, man. What clouds are that over there? We'll go down there. Do you see any clouds? I don't.
That's what I see. It's in the distance there, so that gives you.
That's little, as they said in Afrikaans, flokkies.
Die ladies, my Barney de Villiers, yeah, he loved to tease him.
Well,
I call him my cousin because I'm also de Villiers.
you still have some of your teaching traits about you, Jeremy, I have to say.
South Africa needs a wicket. Bata. Dusty little cricketer. Stevie, that's a good ball.
That's his length he's going to hold
Yeah.
in. So you know you can get on the front foot. You know you're going to drive more balls. Hopefully there's one that just nip on the seam and goes away a little bit more than the batter expects and then maybe induces the edge that way. But they're going to need something here. Partnership of 46.
On his turn to spin, seems like Rousseau is going to get into the attack as predicted. Yeah. Sandiswe Iani has battled here from the Cape Town end of the ground. He hasn't been good at all. He's struggled with his line, he's struggled with his length. He's been all over the show. He's bowled no balls and wides. And that's put South Africa a little bit on the back foot.
Right now, the importance of spin, especially this man here, Nathan Rousseau, is going to be about giving Benny Hansen some control. Somewhere where he can just set the field and, as you said, put a stranglehold on matters a little bit. And more importantly, bringing the run rate down to under 3, that's first protocol, and then you say, okay, let's try and get it to 2.5, and that way you build a little bit of pressure and restrict England.
Yeah, that's the important thing now, is to try and bring down that run rate. Because there is a little bit of purchase, but the footholds aren't, or the markers where the bowlers live, aren't big enough for him to really get prodigious turn and spin.
Yeah.
And normally, as I said to you, looking at the shiny side of this wicket, it's the best for batting on day 2. Any conditions, no matter where in the world you play. Day 2 will be your batting condition day. And day 1 of a test match is always in. Batters have got to do the hard work because there will always be something in for the bowlers. Spinners come into play to do a containing job. They get a wicket, that's what you want. But their business starts in the afternoon of day 3 of a test match. Or 4 day. That's when spinners get into action. Because now there's enough roughage, the wicket starts cracking up, and they get purchased, they get turned, and that's when they must. Then the fast bowlers are tired because they've done all the bowling. Then batting becomes harder. But today, South Africa's got to make sure that they have a containing day. If they can contain them to under 3, 2.5, they'd have done a great job. Wickets will come. that you've got to contain. You can't let it get out of hand, then batting it 4 and over.
And the nature of England's batters is one that, no, we don't like that. We like
Yeah.
to go after it, and then that's how you get the wicket. So you got to be smart about it, as you rightly said there.
Yeah, wickets, then 4 batsmen get into mistakes. Not because the ball's thin, they get into mistakes because that's a good shot. But it's not going to get through the field. There we go. See, that's the pressure. Every little bit of pressure takes time, patience. And the mere fact that South Africa has picked, 3-4 spinners, they're going to do a lot of bowling. There we go. That's what I said. Shot out of anger. And just probably playing, sweeping, and getting himself out. He's not happy, but he has to go. The first wicket is down, and England lose their first via Archie Vaughan, who's looked ominous this morning.
Yeah, he's looked very good. The look back was more to Dawkins to say, listen, how do you think that was? But Nathan Rousseau has struck for South Africa. It was much needed.
Yeah, it was just with the arm and going on. That's the danger of sweeping. Yeah, that's what Hilton Eckerman hated, the sweep shot.
He always used to say, why do you want to give the umpire the chance to give a decision or to make a decision?
Yeah. Listen, when you're looking to play straight down the ground, it's always safer. I always used to say, when you're playing with a horizontal bat, you're playing with 1.5 cricket balls. You're playing with a straight bat, you're playing with 8 cricket balls. Now, spinner, it's his first over. First over. Why would you want to sweep if you don't look to play straight?
Park the sweeper, but why do it in the first over, as you say? That is the thing. If you want to sweep, by all means, but look at what turn he's getting, look at what bounce he's getting, look at what line he's going. Yeah, maybe that was swept more on line than anything. However, as you said, as a first, why not just stand up and say, right, okay, I'll just play straight. Take some time out as a batter, especially when the new ball comes on, or new bowler comes on, and you've got to identify that there as well. And yeah, going to the sweep. And I said, didn't I say they want to go after the bowling as well? They don't love dots. That was just created by 2 or 3 dots.
Kesh Fonseca, he's the next man in. Best of 39, played previous test at Stellenbosch, in at number 3. It's an average of 19, but it's just starting out his career. And this is good to see these youngsters get an opportunity to play at this level. And you know what? The nicest part of it is to see that we're playing the longer version of the game. And not this hit and giggle cricket. This is the real McCoy. Oh, nicely flighted. Nicely driven too.
I had a chat about somebody about that exact point on the way to the ground today, Jeremy. And yeah, you call it hit and giggle and bish bash, and you see the boundaries even get made smaller for balls and balls flying. What's wrong with just the nuggety old batsman working around for 2s? I mean, that's cricket. You hit a good shot, yeah, you get value for your shot. You also have to, even in the shorter format of the game, those nuggety cricketers that puts it in the gap and running too. That's what cricket is about. It's not just about the bashing the ball all over the park.
Yeah. It's been good stuff this morning. We've seen good cricket. Rousseau continues. Here we go. That's how he got Vaughan.
Yeah, maybe going on to hit Miller and leg stump there as well. Stacey Lakeshi was very much sure and positive about the decision as well. Nicely driven there by Dawkins, and he's going to try and continue here for England. Should be one for the throw, because that boundary is way out there, and Fonseca, he comes through quite easily.
Interesting morning's play. South Africa needed that wicket just to lift their spirits a little bit. It would have been disastrous had they gone to lunch, no wickets down. They just feel just got to send a bit of shivers down that dressing room. Another wicket or two would certainly put the cat amongst the pigeons. Yeah, but it's been some good players. Good morning. Got a lovely. Is it a Dalmatian?
I'm not good with dogs. I don't know.
He's having a greeting here. We're right in the open at Western Province Cricket Club.
Oh, very nice, boy.
So we've got all the elements against us. Dogs, cats, the whole works. Foxes, rhinos. Oh dear.
The other point I was going to make to you there, and this is what South Africa should remember as well, wickets have always fallen in clusters throughout this whole series as well. They've fallen in clusters.
My favourite animals is a dog.
Very nice.
He's quite enjoying just sitting here with
Yeah,
us.
he's tired. He needs a bit of walk. I think he's been on a long walk this morning.
He's feeling the heat as well.
Yeah. Yeah, 50 for 1. Mbata's done well. He's Jasper's having a ball here in the commentary box. Get our cameraman to show us a shot of Jasper here. Whoa, good delivery. There we go. Put in the block hole.
Well, he does have that in his armory as well. Mbata, he bowls good length all day. Busy with his third over.
Eugene gets a relief. Jasper's just left.
He had a good knock from second the last outing at Stellenbosch. He's a shorter man, shorter stature, and he's not scared to use his feet to the spinners.
Yeah. And there's just a gentleman behind me called Mel Thorne. He used to be involved with the Passmore, and I've known Mel way back into the 80s. We've known each other, and he's done a lot of good work in Langa with John Passmore in terms of cricket. And Mel just said, Mr. Passmore didn't like the sweep either.
No one then loved the sweep.
And Master, you remember him, Stuart Leary?
I do.
Yeah, what a man he was. Master used to. You talk about when you played it, and you played under Master,
No.
under 19.
No.
I'll ask Mark Peterson and Nigel Robertson, these guys, where they stood. Jeremy
Yeah.
Stackle. If they bowled a no ball or wide, you'd let them stand behind the rugby poles. That was Master for you, Stuart Leary.
Oh.
Successful coach of Western Province also over the years.
I know where the Passmore,
Week comes from.
yeah, but also that bus that Lavendale had, that I think that Passmore.
Yes, that Passmore on. Bus between Langa Cricket Club and Avondale. Oh! Just a little faint edge there on the leg side. Turn for a second. Dawkins. Just adding to his total.
Doesn't turn that much from leg stump.
Nah.
I mean, we're yet to find that person. Shane Warne was good at it, from turning it outside leg to hitting.
Well, ask Mark Gatting.
So I think don't get greedy. They're putting a man there, but I feel it could be best to use somewhere else, because a left arm spinner, that's not where you want to get your wicket.
I mean, that was an unbelievable. I mean, I've never seen that in my life. I've never seen a leg spinner bowl a ball almost a foot out of leg stump. It spun around his legs and took middle stump. That was Shane Warne, the Gatting.
You forget the drift.
Oh, unbelievable. Good use of the feet. Yeah. Now, who will forget what Shane Warne, what a bowler he was, what a cricketer. The world has seen its finest at artistry. short.
I know there's certain bowlers that carry their team as well, but I remember the one series, Australia and England, in England, where he practically carried the whole bowling attack. I mean, I think it was it Ricky Ponting or Michael Clark? Not sure which one it was.
Gone! There we go! Another shot out of anger. Can you believe this? England lose their second. And Cash Fonseca is all there, all but of 10 balls, and he comes, or is it Dawkins? He's been there for a while. Down the wicket he goes. And misses that, and stumping. And on that note, wow, South Africa will now feel that they're back in this. At some stage it just looked as if England was totally in control. Have a look at this again.
Well, he lured him to come down the pitch. There he goes. Oh, never anywhere near it. And I'm not sure that's a good shot. And again, I spoke about it in South Africa's innings. I'm going to talk about it here. You got to understand where you are in the game. You're coming up to drinks. You've just lost a wicket. Why not tighten your defenses? Just see out a few overs, see out a few time here. No, they still want to attack, and they've lost two very quickly here.
Well, on that note, I'm going to have a welcoming break. Players are gone for drinks. We're going to go for a commercial break. And when you get back, it will be Eugene Molian and with him, James King.
Welcome back here to the Western Province Cricket Club for day 2 of this youth test here between these two teams, South Africa under 19 and England under 19. And just when England thought that they were going swimmingly along, all of a sudden there's been a little bit of a bang bang, as they say, in the game. And before we get on to that, we just like to pay homage to our broadcast sponsors, Sasonke Tourism and Event Services, calling all schools and sports clubs. Are you ready for the ultimate sports adventure? Sasonke Tourism and Event Services brings you the unforgettable sports tours to Southern Africa. Not just cricket, but all rugby in South Africa, cricket in Zimbabwe, football in Zambia, where your team competes, connects, and explores incredible landscapes and culture. We'll handle everything from accommodation, transport, and custom itineraries to suit your everyday need. Please get in touch with us at sasonketours.co.za and glad to have them on board. And a great deal of thanks go out to Sisonke. But this was that final wicket just before the drinks break, luring Dawkins forward. And again, the Cape Fox. I have been talking about the timing of wickets, and especially when you lose a wicket as well, just trying to knuckle down, especially if you're in. Now we have 2 men yet to get off the mark, and England have to start again after a good first wicket partnership. They've lost 2 in no time.
Oh, it's beautifully played, though, by Fonseca. That just overpitched from Mbata, and he gets off the mark with a boundary, and that'll make him feel a whole lot better, I'm sure. Good bowling, though, from Nathan Rousseau in that over just before the drinks break. And as you say, Dawkins, you just have to question exactly what he was thinking. Coming down the wicket, did grip and bounce a little bit, and a slight bit of turn, not much, but he'd never got anywhere near the pitch of the ball, and just, giving it away.
Never at the races on that delivery. And the question will be, why? Why then?
Yeah.
You just lost your captain.
I certainly don't have any answer for that at all. I mean, did not make sense that he would do that. I mean, as you say, just before a break for drinks, you've just lost your opening partner. You're set. I mean, he scored 22 of 45 deliveries. He's done the hard work, and really, the shot wasn't there to be played.
Yeah, it's a timing. Forget about the shot as well. Just the timing of why you want to do that. For me, beautiful.
Yeah,
absolutely beautiful. And this is the best of Mbata here. He will just be going on, homing on that sort of foolish length. Not driving like at first ball, just a little bit shorter, but this is spot on.
Oh, absolutely. Bringing Fonseca forward, not in line with the ball. He doesn't actually have to play at that, but he does, and just missed the outside edge.
And this is what this game does. It tells you, have you got a bowler in your midst that can go in and just bowl there and thereabouts like Mbata's doing here. He's not scared to be driven. He's saying, listen, if I do overpitch here, by all means, I've got some cover here, but I've also got 2 slips and a gully.
And we've seen both Mbata and earlier on Mokoena that were bowling in really good areas. Yenny just didn't settle with 5 overs, 0 for 35, but it's been good. They brought it back, South Africa.
Yeah, it looks a better prospect, I think. Saw in the last game there, Kamalo, he was running in. He didn't get a whole host. I think this selection here, in terms of both bat and ball, I think Mbata will certainly bring a little bit more to South Africa's attack. And I think that's something that Benny Hansen can call on, especially he's also got a whole host of spinners, of which Nathan Rousseau has come in to this game, and he's bagged a couple already. And he's looking like he's itching to keep going here.
Yeah, he does. Very good action. Really impressed with it. Oh, another one beats the outside edge, and Mbata. This over, apart from that first delivery, which in fact, you say, happy to have the batter driving. It's been absolutely brilliant. And South Africa exerting pressure on Sawant and Fonseca. And Aryan Sawant, he'll be aware of the fact that he didn't do as well as he would have wanted to do in that first test. Just scores of 9 in the first innings, 11 in the second. Kesh Fonseca got a duck in the first innings, but a good second innings from him, 39. So he'll be feeling perhaps that he's happier perhaps with his game. Aryan Sawant, he's not going to want to give it away, you would feel. But so it does mean, I think, looking at Rousseau, he's got the opportunity potentially to bog him down. So it's going to be interesting to see how Sawant approaches this, particularly in his attack against the spinner. He's been excellent so far, Rousseau, bowling in the right areas.
Aaron Sawant, one of the players that have represented England at all youth age groups.
Yeah.
That is just such an accomplished
Yeah.
feat, that.
And I mean, here's a youngster who knows how to bat long. I mean, got some big innings to his name, playing second 11 cricket as well. So
Well, this is what Benny Hansen wanted. He wanted a little bit of control into his fourth over now. 2 for 3. Now England might be thinking, maybe he is the danger man. So just let us be a little bit more circumspect against him. Just watch him a little bit closely.
Ooh. Yeah, and that's, again, good delivery. He's trying to get something, isn't he? He's trying, is Sawant. He wants to feel bat on ball. He wants to get off the mark. And it's only 5 deliveries that he's faced, but still, you just get a sense that he's a bit nervy out there.
Oh, every batter in the world loves to get off the mark.
Yeah, absolutely.
They'll rather get 1 than 0.
Yeah, you don't want to be out for naught. You
No.
definitely don't.
Oh, there's a maiden over for you. And an excellent maiden bowl by Nathan Rousseau.
And so this is what you want from a South Africa point of view. You've got England now 2 down. You've got both the openers out. You've got 2 new batters in at the crease, and both Mbata and now Rousseau, in particular Rousseau. He's just keeping it tight. And your left arm spinner, bowling to the 2 right-handers, he's got them where he wants them. And South Africa are exerting the pressure. These 2, from an England point of view, they have to see it off. They have to get through this period and start to feel more comfortable at the crease, and then maybe start to actually build a partnership again. It's all about partnerships for England now.
I'd like to see this guy's pitch map over the last 3 overs, Mbata, and it's been really just homing in on that forward length, maybe even about 5. We're talking about 5 paces, 5, 6 paces from the stumps, and he's been homing in on that throughout this last 3 overs. Working vigorously on the ball, trying to get this ball to nip. There's still something there. He's beaten the bat a couple of times the previous over.
And that's very good again, getting him driving there as well. It's what you want, isn't it?
The worst thing is if you keep driving like that and you keep hitting the fielders, you get frustrated. You're like, why not just pick a gap somewhere?
And we know how the batters do get frustrated. As you say, you were talking a bit with Jeremy, I think, earlier on. I think we were talking about just how the batter, you can just see that they get a bit fidgety. They start looking around. Where's the next scoring shot coming? Where are the fielders? Is all my equipment in the right place? Oh,
He's overstepped the mark there. No ball given. Bumper, Shazy. The big fella.
yeah, the officiating's been very good, though, in these 2 test matches and the one-day international. You have to say, umpires, Shazy, Lackey and Ntuli, and well marshalled by match referee Clifford Isaacs.
Tell you what, there's some talking as well, and you got to do a review of every day. That's not the length, Bill. That's going to go all the way for a maximum. That is not the length. At your pace, Mbata, you should not be going anywhere near that. Well, that's well put away by Fonseca.
Yeah, first 6 of the innings for England. And as you said, Eugene, you cannot be bowling down there. We saw as well with Yenny, put a couple in short. Let's look at this one again from Fonseca. Just rocks back. That's beautifully played. And no danger for him at all, as that one goes well over Nathan Rousseau's head at long leg. He can't be bowling there. He's done so well so far, just keeping it in the channel. You don't want to bowl any release balls if you can afford not to.
Yeah, it's back on the money. I'm sure he wouldn't have that previous ball back if he could.
I was going to say normal service resumed. Yeah.
Well, if they can pick one or maybe even two more before lunch.
Yeah.
Definitely one more. I think that's a target South Africa would have in mind here. Just to take with them to lunch. Make it about 47, 48 minutes still to go.
Yeah.
Give or take which watch you look at. We're not looking at Rhino's watch. We understood that he's a little bit early on matters. Another good drive, again to a fielder. And if I'm Bata, I will just keep homing in there, just keep going. And his line is good. So you could also say, listen, let's just keep it tight. You can say, all right, the man at mid-wicket, you can go across, just cover extra. And I'm just going to be outside at off stump all the time. And when he drives, I know I've got some protection there. I'm not going to be anywhere near the stumps because then if he does get the inside edge or just turn around, it will be easy one. He's got that ability about him, James, that he can just bowl that type of line all day. No.
Oh, no.
You should have learnt your lesson about 3 balls ago. And that's again well played. He's a short man, he's Fonseca, and that's easily put away.
Yeah, isn't it interesting how batters that are short of stature tend to be very good on the pull shot? He just got this completely wrong again, and did Mbata. He's been so good just in that channel on or around off stump, and he just lets it slip again. Unfortunately for him, Fonseca moves to 14. So Rousseau's been very good. He's back, going to continue. I'm sure he'll have an elongated spell here, but it's just getting back to the selection of Mbata. I know you and I were talking between the tests as well, just around saying, what changes would South Africa make? I mean, they've gone in with a number of changes. We did expect they would go in with a spinner here. We did also think that Mbata would come in, certainly for Martin Khumalo from that aspect. So really I think they've made some good changes to the team, given some of the youngsters an opportunity as well. And we saw yesterday how well Paul James batted. Another one brought into the team, and he does provide another all-round option, but he batted exceptionally well coming in at number 7 for that 84 that he got.
I think the changes brought in were good ones. I said that yesterday. I think they all were good ones. They've now got a front line left arm spinner. Not that Jason Rolls isn't, because you've got him as well to turn to, and he's provided some good wickets for Benny Hansen and South Africa.
Yeah.
Then you have the likes of Mbata, and we spoke about, but I looked at his figures then. I didn't even look at his figures. I looked at how many overs he's bowled. He's bowled 5 overs now.
Yeah.
Now, we've seen this as well. Now, these youngsters are potentially not good at bowling 6, 7, 8 over spells because they're not used to that. Because there's restrictions at school, and they only bowl certain overs, and they don't play this format.
Yeah.
So that is now what I look at. And if I'm Benny Hansen, I would say, right, okay, you've done a great job. Let's just park it because maybe a little bit of fatigue is coming in. And we've got to understand that, the question might come up. They've only bowled 5 overs. I said, I understand, but they're not used to doing that on the day-in, day-out basis.
And as you say, certainly they have not had the kind of exposure to red ball cricket like this. So it's the first time for many of them, or second time for some of those involved in the first test, that they would have played on over a 4-day period, 90 overs in the day. Might be bowling 25 overs as a spinner, or even in that first innings in Stellenbosch as a pacer. You had Mokoena and Daniels that both bowled 20 overs plus. So they would only bowl potentially 10 overs maximum in a day in a 50-over game before. So, as you say, Eugene, very important. I mean, it spells that they will be bowling. Certainly you wouldn't expect in a 50-over game more than maybe a 5-6 over spell at absolute most, maybe even a 4-over spell.
Well, there we have that figures. And all the bowlers have bowled 5 overs now. 3 maidens to Mokoena. He's been the pick 2 maidens for Rousseau, the left-arm spinner. He got the wickets. So we see the Yeni, he was expensive, very different. And Mbata, and it looks like it's going to be Mokoena that's going to come back. And, dare we say that they're just looking at 5 over spells and not longer than that. And I sort of look at trends like that. So, and we know Nathan Rousseau is going to bowl a whole heap of overs.
Yeah.
That we can say. But I think this is good to bring Mokoena and just saying, listen, you're just running hard here. He's certainly be the pick for me. He's got a big heart, this fella.
And he's on the money. Straight up is Ngobani Mokoena. Just had the 3 overs this morning to finish off that 5 over spell. 3 overs before he was replaced at the Weinberg end of the ground. So 2 overs last night that he bowled, and just has been very economical again this morning. He's giving absolutely nothing away. He's been in good channels as well. He beat the bat a couple of times. So every possibility that he could get a stick here for South Africa.
Ah!
Oh. Well, that's not sure what happened there. My goodness. The ball just flying down here to the left of our commentary position.
I've got no idea what happened.
No, let's have a look at this again.
I think it was a full toss and he got an inside edge.
Yeah, it was an inside edge.
He got full toss, outside off stump, inside edge, racing away there to the commentary area. And he screams and shouts as the ball came hurtling by.
It could so easily have cannoned onto the stumps as well. He tried to play it through the offside. Maybe a little bit of movement into the right-hander.
Very early on the pull to Mbata, but not to Mokoena.
No, that's again just outside the outside edge of Kesh Fonseca's bat. And he was very harsh on Mbata. The short deliveries that were bowled to him got away with the. I think you'd probably say that the bowler got away with he didn't get away with the full toss. It was played for 4, but the batter not quite getting what he wanted onto that full toss. That's an interesting contest here.
That's on the legs that time. I'll put away. I thought it is.
South Africa still have got an attacking field, and why not? And I think they certainly feel they are in this game, back in it with those 2 wickets. England have to rebuild now. Fonseca and Sawant already put on 22 for this wicket. You sense, Eugene, perhaps, on the surface here, is it a surface, particularly with the spinners, that you feel maybe that you might feel that perhaps not always, you're never really in on the surface?
That's a nice drive through extra cover. Chase is on by Jason Rolls. Will just be a couple. I think you'll never be in. And you see 2 men already that was set got out. Maybe through their own downfall as well. But there's still something in this pitch, and everybody took a look at this pitch which suggests that now there will be spin available, and I think that will be maybe the latter part of today into day 3 as well. It's just about who can minimize the mistakes.
Yeah.
And so far we've seen maybe 2 mistakes from England's batters that gifted South Africa a couple of wickets. We saw that yesterday as well. There's a few wickets that South Africa sort of were dismissed by, were like really soft dismissals. And every so now and again, and I think that's one thing that I would like to see stop, because there's a lot of tapping on the pitch, And it's not a light tap, it's a really vigorous tap as such, and I think that needs to be looked at as well. Nicely played.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Rousseau. Looking at that, I mean, 5 overs, 2 for 5. He's done a fantastic job for his captain and his teammates here. Got 2 very important breakthroughs. He's kept it really tight.
Yeah, that he does, and that he has. I mean, what a day for him to come
Oh
up.
yeah.
The second youth test. Didn't play the first. Was watching how the boys were going on. I think it was at Cubs. I think he bagged a fifer in one of the games. I think it was the last game they played at Cubswig in Stellenbosch. A little bit quicker. A little bit quicker. So he's showing a little bit of variety here.
I was going to say, he seems to have that variety, doesn't he? He's got the ability to toss it up and got the wicket of Dawkins with it. Sort of, it's bowled very nicely outside the off stump.
Oh, there we go. Change of pace again.
Yeah.
A little bit slower through the air that time. Oh, he shows that he's got the control here, James King.
Yeah.
He can just come up and take the pace off, put the pace on. Wonder if he's bowled 20 overs in a day before.
I wonder. I mean, he may have bowled the equivalent of that in the nets at some stage. You never know.
Oh, it doesn't equate to the same. Never equates to the same. Made an over once again for Mr. Rousseau. Score remains 75 for the loss of 2.
Excellent control from Nathan Rousseau. South Africa, after what was probably quite a frustrating sort of first 45 minutes this morning, where they did concede too many runs, particularly from this end. Sandy Swayeni just not able to get into his work when it's going at 7 and over for his first 5 overs. So South Africa, they've clawed it back very well with those 2 wickets of Vaughan and Dawkins, and both of those going to Rousseau, and he has been economy personified.
Yeah, that he has. Still trail by 149 runs. Is it going to be some leg spin? Some leg spin from a certain Chad Mason. He's going to be bowling now.
Yeah, so just the 1 over from Ngubani Mokoena. That's interesting.
I don't know. We don't know.
No, we don't.
All we know is that Chad Mason has been brought into the attack.
I mean, I'm not surprised that they brought the spinner on.
I am. Should have given McQueen a little bit more time.
I mean,
maybe 20 minutes. Have a 20 minutes run in there.
Yeah,
I would have said.
A couple of overs at least for him. Anyway, I mean, thought they might have 2 spinners on before lunch, but not this early, perhaps.
Yeah, the spinning option will always be there. Quena, he has the opportunity, or had the opportunity, just for me running for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe 4 or 5 overs in total.
Yeah.
You know, in terms of working together from either side. That will be about 4 overs in the game, and then throw the ball to the spin.
Go! Very nice, very nice!
Well, Benny Hansen had other ideas, and he's the captain,
Good
isn't he?
shadow, eh?
He's just trying to see, I suppose, if there's anything on offer
Good start from you,
from
Chado.
the southern end. Weinberg end for Chad Mason.
Wonder, I need to look into this and find out who the vice captain is.
Yeah. There's a couple of under 19 or provincial captains on the field, aren't there as well? Chad Mason, one of them.
Chad Mason's one. Slip Bulbulia is another. I think Jorik van Skalkwyk might be another.
Yeah. So plenty of heads out there that can give advice as well.
Good chatty, good
And
chatty,
help
good chatty.
Benny Hansen from a captaining point of view. Hansen, very
nice,
experienced
Chad
captain, you'd have to say
Mason,
at this level, but at schools level.
He was SA Schools captain for 2
Yeah,
years.
that's right.
2 years running.
And that is in itself a fantastic achievement for him.
Down, very nice. Enough.
Hit his,
Next
hit
one.
his thigh more than he hit his hands.
Going down.
Yeah, that's a great achievement by Benny Hansen. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think the last 3
Yeah,
schools captains comes from Wynberg Boys.
they do indeed. Sean James, and then 2 years of Benny Hansen.
Well, he's managed to finally find the gap. The chase is on. It's just going to be a couple. So only the 2 so far. And that will be the 2 that shall remain at the over is completed.
And not a bad first over from Chad Mason. He'd be happy with that. And Sawan still just on that single of 17 deliveries. He'll be taking up strike against Rousseau once again. He's faced quite a lot of deliveries from Rousseau so far.
Yeah, there he has. And Fonseca has faced a lot of deliveries on this side, at this end. So he's bowled a couple of maidens in a row here. So can he bag another maiden? And that is what South Africa would want. Just control. Well, nearly a pigeon got hit there. Swiftly moving to its left.
Yeah, there was just pecking there on the grass at mid-off.
There's always something there. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's always
Always.
something. Seeds,
Yeah, it's,
grass seeds, plants, who knows?
Yeah.
A worm.
you never know. It's, the rouse is just a little bit deeper at mid-off. That is swept down to the boundary at deep backward square for 4. So well done by Fonseca. He's been by far the most the aggressor of these 2 so far. Don't think you'll mind him sweeping though, will he, Rousseau?
You know, the line sweeping on line that time.
Yeah.
That was going down the leg side. Doesn't spin from leg stump.
No.
You can try all you want.
Doesn't spin and it doesn't swing. Just a bit of byplay there from the South Africans.
Oh, they always manage to catch someone out doing that.
They do, yes. This time not as fortunately.
Down the leg side once again. Nicely put away by Fonseca. It'll just be 1, but that's good. Already 5 of this over. We've got 2 more balls left, and then we get the Rhino back after his spell of signing autographs and enjoying the company here.
Yeah.
Stories being shared.
Definitely. We'll hopefully be able to hear a couple more of those when he comes back on air. 83 for 2 England.
Good feet. Excellent feet by Sawan. Very quick. Time to play that shot, and that is been a feature.
So has been excellent so far. Just this over, just the 1 boundary. His only boundaries conceded so far. On the money yet again. And that is the end of the 24th over. England 83 for the loss of 2. And I'm going to be joined here by Jeremy as Eugene makes way.
Boy. Bit straighter.
And
Whoa, bit straighter.
Jeremy, welcome back.
Yes, James, welcome back.
Yeah.
2 wickets have fallen, and
Let's go, Chatty boy.
I'd like to get another one before the luncheon interval.
Yes, certainly they would want to. I would think if they go in 3 down, South Africa will be very happy with their morning's work. Just a little bit of consolidation
Right there.
at the moment. Chad Mason into the attack.
Oh, stay up,
Previous
stay up,
overs, his
stay up.
second over of his spell,
Stay up.
and spin from both ends at the moment. Fonseca's looked good for his 28 of 38. Sawant has been very cautious. It's for the 2 of 20.
Whoa.
Oh,
Easy.
nearly did him in with the spin, didn't it?
Easy,
Nearly,
Moxie.
that was good fielding in the end.
It was actually. It
To
was.
secure the ball not going to the boundary. Good reflexes.
Yeah, just managed to get his left hand down on that one. It's good, Jeremy. You were enjoying a conversation
I
there,
like those
and
ones.
in
Land on
the
the
background.
trees.
Always good to catch up with people.
Yeah, absolutely. Mel Thorne, who I've known way back in the 80s. Then I met a gentleman, Mr. De Villiers here as
Yeah.
well, who's now going to go home and said, he asked where it's on. And I
Oh, purchase,
said, Pitch Vision
Shadow.
must go in there, we
Purchase
must go on
Shadow.
YouTube and the South African. And he said, well,
Go
I'm going
Chad
to get
Mason,
my
let's
television
go,
set
Chad
in there and I'm gonna
Mason.
watch.
All right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, wonderful.
See, we're winning souls as well, James.
Yeah, absolutely right. And then the more people that are aware of it, Jeremy, I think the better. I mean,
Yeah.
CSA YouTube channel, not only do we have these international matches on the channel, but you can catch
what do you reckon,
any
double cover?
game that is not broadcast in South Africa on the
Oh, but there's no need for a car corner.
the regular satellite television broadcaster. You can catch those on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel. So all second division first class games, all 4-day games for the first division as well.
That's very nice, boy. Very nice,
And-
Shadow.
Then with the
Amazing.
one-day challenge coming up, it's a one-day cup, should I say, coming up in very near future. At the end of next week, the first round of games will be played. All games that aren't televised will be broadcast on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel as well, with commentary. So it's an opportunity to spread the word to your friends if you're watching this that that is available for you. So we enjoy bringing these matches to you, and really is a privilege to be here today and a privilege to be commentating here with you, Jeremy. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, good. It's a pleasure to work with you and guys as well. Have a lot of banter and
Yeah.
makes the day interesting. With all different characters.
Yeah.
We're never going to please everybody, but we try and do the best we can. And as long as there's a good camaraderie, I always say, makes the broadcasting so much more better, cumbersome. And when people are... So Rousseau continues to bowl here from them. I thought he was excellent. I like the way he got the wicket of Dawkins. On both the wickets, they lost
Yeah.
England. They were both naughty, must admit.
Yeah. Yeah, we're chatting about that with Eugene, and just saying as well, as you said, probably both those wickets, you have to feel that the batters gave those wickets to South Africa. It's a good contest this between Rousseau and Sawant, and he beats him outside the off stump. So that's the first one that we've seen Sawant beaten when he's coming forward defensively, and he hasn't had a good series. One-day internationals also didn't have a very good run there. Just 9 and 11 in the 2 innings in the first Test match. Oh, just the release there as he gets off strike. He's been struggling a little bit against Rousseau.
Yeah, he has been struggling. And as you said, he's got 3 of 23 balls, and maybe he's the guy you want to target and get Fonseca off strike as much as you can. He's got 28 or 43 balls. He's looked good. Hasn't looked at any trouble at all.
It's again played very nicely by Fonseca. Just unfortunate there for Yeni. Just catches the end of the square and bounces up, and he's not able to gather it cleanly. It's brought Sawant back onto strike. This is a very interesting contest. Let's see how Rousseau goes here.
Let's go, Yedi.
Turn for two. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just fielding not done as cleanly as Yeni would have liked, so they do get through for that brace and just straight a bit onto the legs there. He's been very disciplined in his line and his length, as Rousseau. Nearly finished his 8th over, 2 for 15. In the pick of the bowlers so far for South Africa in terms of the wickets. Pressure also though created by Andila Mbata and Ngobani Mokoena. He's on the money once again. End of the over, 87 for 2 after 26.
Little trail by 137 runs. His first innings.
Hey.
So one, that's his figures, his best of 11. He struggled, yeah, as you said, in the 2 innings he's played. He's into his 3rd. So he didn't get much runs in the first test at Stellenbosch.
And
But South Africa, I think Mason is a tad short with his leg break.
yeah, and he's going to want to try and bring the batter forward, and if there is any purchase on the surface, he'll be getting it there. So
That's you, Chad. That's you, fella.
Bowled. Here we go. Much better.
yeah.
Bit of more guile there in the
Very
flight to
good,
delivery.
Chado. Very good, Chado. Very nice
He
from
bowled a
you,
lot of
fella.
overs in that first test match, particularly in the second innings. He's really the main bowler there from a South African point of view. Oh,
Too short. Go for 4. Yeah.
that's the release ball down the leg side, and Fonseca, he is not going to miss out. He's looking in ominous form. He moves to 33, got a very good 39 in that second innings in Stellenbosch, and he's playing really positively. Kesh Fonseca just lost it completely, didn't he, on that occasion? Line and length, more really the line that was the problem for him. He's looked quite accomplished with the sweep shots and the pull shots, Fonseca. And that's played beautifully through the offside. It isn't going to go all the way though. It's balled in, and
Nice ball.
they do go through though for 2.
He erred in the previous
Yeah.
delivery of bowling it too short. He got pulled away for 4. Next delivery, he flighted it, didn't bounce. It was full. Batsman just caressing it through the covers. And runs just flowing here. And Kesh Fonseca looking very ominous at the moment.
Oh, and that's through the hands of the man at shortish extra cover, and that is going to bring a boundary. That should not have gone through. Obani Mokoena just raising his hand there to his bowler and apologising for that one. Should not have gone through for the boundary, and this has become an expensive over. The control that South Africa were able to exert potentially on England now being broken. Very good from Fonseca.
Yeah, the run's just flowing, and that's what the spinners should be doing. They should be helping and trying to get that run rate down, which they haven't been doing. And I must say that South Africa has shown a bit of sluggishness here now. This last couple of overs, me being back on air. And they certainly need to come back and fight back. But England are definitely in total command at the moment. And again, another loose delivery, and it gets the treatment. It's gone all the way.
That's his second maximum, Fonseca. It's an excellent shot, and it's a poor delivery, you have to say, as that now for England will bring up the 100.
Also the 50 partnership.
Yeah.
With that shot, it was wide outside off stump. Fonseca gave it the kitchen sink. Dispatched it for 6.
Yeah, he's looked really good at the crease. Anything that has been in his arc to hit, he has done so. And England just bringing their second 50 up.
Go!
Of 13 overs. And that is quicker and a little bit wider. Fonseca has a go at it, misses. But it's been an expensive over. 16 off of that over from Mason. And certainly the pressure that's been was created by Rousseau has pretty much been
South Africa's got their work cut out here today. They'll have to come up with a plan, some or other, to curtail these English batsmen, try to strangle them. Otherwise, I just feel that this has just been a golden period for them, and that they have really taken the game by the scruff of its neck, and they've shown their dominance at the moment.
Fonseca, he is certainly the dominant partner in this partnership. 45 of the 50 runs, or 52 runs in the partnership. And Rousseau just needs somebody from the other end to help him out here to just keep it tight. That South Africa will be looking to try and just dry up the runs if they can. Not been effective, particularly from the southern end.
I think it was worth South Africa's while just before the luncheon interval, just to say to Mokoena, you've got Rousseau, he's bowled you, he's in his 9th overs, he's got 2 for 15, he's been economical, and say to him, listen, we want you to park this into lunch, and just worthwhile to say, throw the ball to Mokoena and say, just have a burst until lunch. Give us all you got. Let us see if we can get a 3rd wicket and get rid of Fonseca or one of the other batsmen or Aaron Sawant, and we can go into lunch that period. That's what I would be doing now, because you haven't got much of assistance since McQueen has been off the bowling, out of the attacks from that Weinberg end. There hasn't much been happening for South Africa.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Jeremy. Just the one over from McQueen when he was throwing the ball before they went to Chad Mason, and that experimental with the leg spinner hasn't worked for Benny Hansen.
I'd rather let a leg spinner go into the side
Yeah.
than with a side.
Yeah, it's going to help his drift a lot more into the wind. We've seen the control that Rousseau has been very good, and he's been able to get that bit of drift and a little bit of dip as well.
We talk about Shane Warne and how good he was. He was a local guy here in Cape Town, and he was good. He was damn good. Excuse the punt. Was Dennis Hobson.
Yeah, I thought that was the name that you were going to bring out. Brilliant leg spinner.
Here we go. I just like this. Bit of kick and turn.
Yeah, and I am impressed with this youngster Nathan Rousseau. The kind of control that he's had, but as you say, South Africa, from the other end, they've not been able to exert the kind of control they want, and now they're going to turn to the other left arm orthodox spinner, Jason Rouse. So they recognise that Mason, he just not got into his work yet. Rouse will come in, see if he can also dry the runs up from the Weinberg end. But, yeah, I just feel, as you did, Jeremy, that McQueen, unless there's something wrong, I mean, he's only bowled this morning. He bowled a 3-over spell first up, came back for 1 over. They took him off with Mason on. Just give him a couple of overs before the lunch break. It's just 14 minutes to go. He's your premier bowler. He looked really good this morning. Very economical. Just need to dry up the runs. I mean, Rouse now needs to carry that mantle as well.
Yeah, bounce, Morgs, bounce. Joey, tight.
They're just setting his field. He's got, unsurprisingly,
Chad, straighter.
the field
Joey, straighter.
pretty much packed offside.
Morgsy, straighter.
He does have the A man at deep backward square on the boundary. He's got a man at mid wicket, mid off, mid on, mid off. And on the offside, he's got, to say the mid off, he's got a man at extra cover, a man at a deepish point, backward point, sort of halfway to the boundary, and then he's got a man in slip.
Short cutaway. Point a little bit deep. That's been South Africa's problem. They've all dragged the ball down, allowed the batsman to pull and cut. And when you as a spinner allow batsmen to pull and cut you at will, you're not bowling well.
Oh, very nice, boy.
You want him to go downtown. That's where you get the ball to turn, and that's how Rousseau got his 2 wickets. Both batsmen, one swept, he got out, the other one went downtown, got stumped.
Very nice, Jay. Very nice, Jay.
And he's
Very nice, Jay.
from
patient, boy.
Nathan Rousseau from this end.
Nothing
He has
changes,
also
fella.
there's the 1 or 2 deliveries that he did get so on to play at when he was going forward defensively, when it gripped a bit on the surface. He beat him outside on the outside edge. So what Rouse needs to be trying to do as well.
Oh, very nice. Very nice, Jay.
Someone 6 of 31. He is certainly the batter that they want to target here.
And the quicker you get him out, they put a bit more pressure on England, because Fonseca has really looked the part, really played nicely up to now.
So maiden over from Jason Rouse to start off with, and that will be, I'm sure, a good thing from a South African point of view, just exerting that control, bringing it back, which certainly wasn't seen from Chad Mason. But, Jeremy, what a beautiful setting it is here to play cricket. Western Province Cricket Club, such a beautiful setting, Table Mountain off to our right hand side, and we're looking down towards the Southern Peninsula.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely a lovely ground. As you said, with their lovely clubhouse, and you can sit up there, watch the game. Yeah, it is beautiful. Picturesque indeed it is. It just allows it such a nice village atmosphere, which I just love about cricket grounds. And that's what you get in the UK. Again, short delivery. It's worked on the onside. Turn for 2, it's good running.
Yeah, it did well, but he said just a little bit too short once again. Just, we haven't seen... Rousseau's been very good. He hasn't really given them anything to hit. That's, I think, just the second time they've got a 2 off his bowling. And that's better once again that time. Just stopping perhaps a little bit on Fonseca. He's a little bit early on the shot. It's no danger. Has got a man in at a short catching extra cover.
It's been tidy, very tidy indeed, Rousseau. And that's why the success. Fonseca on 47 now, of 57 deliveries. And he's looked top of the pops to me. Thinking about a run, and wisely not.
Even with that shot there, Jeremy, very confident, wasn't it? Played out into the offside. He's just hitting the middle of the bat really beautifully. Kesh Fonseca. That's really well bowled by Rousseau. And that's been the line and length that he's been plugging away at. And that's why, looking at his numbers, going at less than 2 and over, picked up 2 wickets. Accuracy has been excellent.
That's why you need another bowler at the other end to do the same, and that would pile on pressure.
We know this England team, they like to field bat on ball, they like to keep the run rate going, and if you do give them anything in their hitting zones, they will be sure to take you on. Kesh Fonseca, he's been really good from that point of view. 47 off 60, and he's
Sorry, straighter.
young man. He doesn't have any first-class experience, but he has played. He has played List A cricket, so 3 List A matches for Lancashire.
Very nice, very nice. Let's get around, please. Let's get around, please.
And he played 2 Test matches for England under 19 before this series, and he got 2 50s against Sri Lanka.
Nothing there, Moxie. Wow, nice, Moxie.
This
Nice.
Fonseca?
Yeah,
Nice.
Fonseca, yes. So he's done well so far in his 2 Test matches before he came to South Africa. 162 runs with a highest score of 86.
Oh, that's good, eh? Very
And
nice.
strike
runs in
rate's
your
not
feathers,
bad
eh?
at all in Test matches.
Come on, man.
60.
Come on, lads.
Strike rate of 60, so very good
Go!
batter
2
to have in
lines, your
at
fellas,
number
eh?
3. As Sawant still almost becalmed here.
Yeah. Well, I'll also be calm if I was him. And Fonseca and the other end going, but I mean, he's finding it much more difficult. Just shows how easy the other one is playing. Whoa, that's nearly through. It was well played at the end. Bat on it.
Here's a nod,
Now that is in the batsman's mind now. That one kept exceptionally low. He went back. Very dangerous ploy on this surface, looks like. Oh, that's
Good ball.
well played, but equally well fielded in the covers, going off to his right-hand side. Just a single. And he'll keep the strike at the end of the over. This is the one that kept low. Let's have a look. Yes, that is the one that kept low, and yeah, that one was about to cannon into that pad on the back foot had he missed that. So just a little bit of pressure perhaps from a run scoring point of view being created, but England will be happy. Just 6 minutes to go before the lunch break, and with the second 50 that came up for England off just the 13 overs, so batting at virtually 4 and over in that second 50 because of Fonseca.
So again into his business. He's been good for South Africa.
Yeah, he's into his 11th over of his spell. 11 on the trot for him. He'll be bowling a lot, I should think, today.
Wait on.
He just floated that one up a little bit more. So went on the drive, can't get it through.
Just tempted him a little bit more into that southeaster. One thing that the ball does do, it just hangs there and then it looks enticing. And sometimes you can totally miss it yourself. It was a little bit quicker. Driven straight back to Rousseau.
I just really like the way he goes about his work, Rousseau. It's like a really good prospect. He's pitching it in the right areas. He's got the variations as well.
That's driven. They'll have to hurry here. And it's a good run.
Yeah, well judged run and good fielding from the South Africans. There were a few errors in the field earlier on today. Just need to keep it tight. Back up their bowlers with the fielding. And normal service resumed. That's the dot ball to end the over, and just the one off that. So 2 for 19 off his 11 overs, Rousseau. And it'll be Rouse, no doubt, to continue from the Weinberg end. The young man from Johannesburg. And he will feel in the first innings that he missed out there. Very good innings for him in both of the innings in the first test match. It's a very good prospect with the bat as well. It does like to feel bat on ball, but can score quickly. Very good 90 in that first innings of the test.
Very nice boy, very nice boy. Very good fella.
Get the feeling here, Jeremy Sawanti, he's quite happy just to play this out. He's in for the long haul here.
Moxie straighter. I don't know if that's
A bit of a half-hearted appeal. I thought I heard two sounds there.
yeah, things happen when you bowl it fuller.
South Africa need to get the choir going if they're going to want to change umpire Sherzy's mind.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
Just having a look at this again, the appeal for LBW. Yeah, that was probably drifting down leg anyway.
Very nice, very nice. Very nice, fellas. This is us, man. This is us, man.
Just played off the inside half of the bat into the leg side. Rousseau fields there. Just slowly edging their way towards lunch. They want to make sure, England, that they don't lose another one before the break. South Africa will feel that they probably let England get a few too many runs in this second half of the session.
Yeah, and that's because of their undoing, South Africa. They've been sluggish, a little bit in the field at times, and then just the bowlers allowing. I just thought some of the tactics using their bowling attack, unless Mokoena is injured.
Yeah.
Oh, very
He's
nice,
the guy
fella.
that I would have had on before lunch, probably from that Weinberg end, because Rousseau has been outstanding.
And that is in fact lunch on day 2 of this second 4-day youth test between South Africa under 19 and England under 19. And it is England that have progressed to 109 for 2 from their overnight one without loss. And it has been really the morning belonging to Kesh Fonseca, 47 of 62. Earlier on, Archie Vaughan with the 24, Ben Dawkins with 22, the 2 wickets that have fallen both to Nathan Rousseau, Vaughan LBW, and Dawkins stumped by Hansen. So at the break, England, you feel, the happier of the two teams. 109 for 2, a trail by 115 as they go into lunch on day 2. We'll be back with you in about 40 minutes' time.
Hello and welcome back. Lunch has been something of the past now, and a bit of Cape Biryani to keep Mr. Molian going. It's a tall guy to feed.
It had a kick. It had a lovely little kick.
It had a kick, yeah. The pudding just soothed it. 224, that's what South Africa got all out yesterday. They were bowled out just before the close of play. Eddie Jack and Moore were fantastic, and so was Farhan Ahmed. He had 23 overs he bowled and 1 for 38. It was good innings from Paul James and Benjamin Hansen, who really batted superbly for South Africa. Bulbulia weighed in with the 32 before he got his wicket taken, and then England at the moment, but South Africa, they haven't been on the money, I must admit. And Nathan Rousseau has been the pick of the bowlers as far as I'm concerned with his left arm spin, 2 for 19. Kesh Fonseca looking ominous on 47, not out. Archie Vaughan and Dawkins lost their wicket early on.
Yeah, I think the first protocol, Mr. Fredericks, for South Africa, let's bring the run rate down. Let's get a bit of control. Let's starve them from runs. Even if they get 1 run to the over, that's fine. As long as it's not boundary, as long as it's not 3 or 4. Because if you compare the run rates, and the old man, the late Eddie Barley used to say, if they go at 3, we go at just slightly ahead of them, and then that will put us ahead of the game with good, smart batting. For now, South Africa have got to find a way to do that, because these two, Fonseca and Sawant, have looked really good. I like the way they use their feet. I like the way they come forward. I like the way they take it on a little bit, the batting and taking the attack to South Africa. South Africa, mind you, they've got to be patient. We've been saying this for 2 weeks now. They've got to find a way to be patient. It's a longer format of the game. It's a game of who's going to blink first.
Yeah, patience is required, and also just a bit of ingenuity and a little bit of just getting and saying, listen, let's try something different. We can't just stick here with the norm. I know they've picked 4 spinners, but especially before lunch, I'd have got Mokoena on from the Weinberg end again. He's looked the most threatening of the bowlers. He looked as if he was bowling made, and then suddenly he only bowled the 1 over, and then spin was brought on, and spin got lambasted to all parts of the ground, except for us. So South Africa will have to come. I tell you what, if they do, this is going to be a crucial session. Lunch to tea. If in this session they do not take 2 or 3 wickets, this game is going to run away from them then. And then England is going to take the ascendancy. They're going to bat. And they'll bat tomorrow, which will be a fine day. And once they get ahead by 70, 80 runs, South Africa is going to be under massive pressure. So this is the crucial session to say, right, let's take the session by the scruff of the neck. Let's dry the runs up and let's take wickets.
Well, before we get going here, let's give a special shout out to Sisonke Tourism and Event Services for all your tourism and event service needs. Calling all schools and sports clubs. Are you ready for the ultimate sporting adventure? Sisonke Tourism and Event Services will bring you an unforgettable school sports tours to all of Southern Africa. Picture rugby in South Africa, cricket in Zimbabwe, soccer in Zambia, wherever you wish to be. Your team will compete, connect, and explore incredible landscapes from all across Africa. We will handle everything from accommodation, transport, and as well custom your itinerary to suit your needs. Please have a look at Sisonke Tours on their website to find out more details and get yourself to Southern Africa.
There he is. This man holds the key for South Africa. But I'm just not sure whether he's coming from the right end. That's my only concern. But he does hold the key. I would have continued. Rousseau, I need you from this end. And I'd have bowled Mokoena from the Weinberg end. He's bowling into a stiff southeaster. That's where you need the left arm spin. I've said it earlier with James on air. The great Dennis Hobson used to bowl into that southeaster, leg spin, and he was phenomenal. Now, we all know Cape Town. We all know the conditions. That I would have had Mokoena coming from the Weinberg again. I don't know if you agree with me.
100%. I mean, first and foremost, your main bowler that has shown you anything is running up the hill here. That's the first thing for me, Jeremy. Then he's bowling into a wind. So, your main guy that you saw, You want to look after. You say, listen, which end do you want? Jeremy, if you're that man, which end? I would go, Jeremy, which end do you want? You will say, no, top end, please, every day of the week. Every day of the week.
Yeah. You will, if you were in my team, being the quickest, you would have that top end. I would be the one bowling into the wind for you, and I'd be keeping the run rate down. I'll take the southeast on, but you're going to get me wickets from the other end. Because if they're going to come after me, and then you'll be the man in possession. I really, I'm sorry. It's just the way the cricketing gods talk, and where the game lies. This Fonseca has been in scintillating form. He looks good, but this is R1 Savant, and I would have pressurized him from the other end.
The other thing is, Jeremy, he's the one that England have spoken about, McQuena now I'm talking about. So they wouldn't mind seeing him toiling into the wind here. They wouldn't mind seeing McQuena toiling into the wind. So the English have spoken about him. They've spoken about his heart. They've spoken about his one bowler that runs in all day because they saw that. I mean, I had a delightful chat with one of the coaching staff, and he was speaking to McQueen and said, listen, have you ever thought about going across to England and play club cricket or whatever? And he says, he doesn't know how to go about it. His next words were, well, speak to these lads. I'm sure one of their clubs will be happy to sign him. They must have been impressed by his work.
Eugene, just don't upset my afternoon when you tell me things like this, and then my mind just goes in another direction. Anyway, I'm going to stay calm. What are these fools doing?
Well, that's one way of putting the lunch behind you. Didn't you see cricket?
Yeah. See, that's the issue for me is we've got a lot of talent in this country, and we'll never ever not have talent. It's, to me, the important thing is how do we look after our talent. And I look at, when we talk transformation and all these things, it's almost when the one fails, we look for the next one instead of what we got. I think this boy's got a lot. The other guy I like is Mbata. I think there's something to work with too, batting wise, bowling wise. I just like the feel of those two guys. There's something, and I just think now he's got
Rolls
bowling from that end, and I would have just Rolls. Hold on, McQuena there, and I've had Rousseau from this end.
The other thing is as well, to go with that, Jeremy, we've had 40 minutes of break, so Rousseau can say, look, I'll rest up now, I can be back up again. And like I said, we're not the fly on the wall, but yeah, we come up with our little theory, how we see things as well. Coaches do theirs, and this is the way they've gone and opted.
Great start, fella. That's very
So
nice,
is it
boy.
also, maybe
Very
it's
nice, Jay.
a little bit of a ploy, because maybe Benny Hansen
thoughts
and
for us,
coaching
eh,
staff
fella?
feels that because McQuena is that guy, maybe he can do a job into the wind. I know what you say about
Oh my
spin.
word, that's on the
Look here, you got to toil, you know what conditions going to be like. Yes, I fully agree with you on that as well.
Very
I'm just
nice,
trying
Jay,
to look
very
and
nice,
understand it from
Jay.
South Africa's point of view, looking at who are the bowlers that can do a job into the wind, other than Daniel Russell. Apologies, Nathan Russell.
nice, Jay. Jay.
So
Very
then
nice,
you ask me
Jay.
that question, then I go to selection, because surely prior to this game you know what is going to happen, and then you got to pick people
Good, Jay, good,
that's going
Jay,
to do
good,
you a
Jay.
job into the wind, isn't
Very
it?
good,
So
fella, very good lad.
who else can do the job into the wind then?
Something's got to happen.
When you
yes,
look at
yes.
selection and you look at the squad of players that they are available, to me that's the first thing you look at, because you know that the wind is going to, the southeaster, this is the time of the year that it blows, and you're going to need, especially here at Western Province Cricket Club, and especially under the mountain at Newlands.
The other thing is as well, I mean, we coming up and we're just trying to make sense of it all. We haven't seen Yeni operate from the top, coming down the hill a little bit as well. You saw him bowling his first 4 or 5 overs from this end, and it was a licorice all sorts at best. For me, I just look. He's the one that they're going to try and just keep it. McQueen, you the bowler, just keep it tidy for us, and then we'll try and do the same. We'll try and do the same from the top end.
I just think because he's your premium bowler, you've got to give him all the tools. The tools that is going to be in his favour for you to create that success that you need during the day. And he's a big, strong lad. Bowls a nice line and length, and I just felt that I would have gone the other route.
He's maybe too quiet of a lad, because I tell you, there's some fast bowlers that would have looked at the captain and said, "Sorry, what do you want me to do?"
The thing is, you can't also say to him, right, yes, into the wind, do us a holding job. I would tend to think you're going to we got to get 8 wickets, because South Africa needs to bat again, and you just don't want England to get 70 or 80 runs ahead of us.
Well, any lead, no matter what the value is going to be vital here for both these teams. If South Africa can manage to create a little bit of a skittles here and get these many 8 wickets, maybe let's say 50, 60, 70 runs, they'll take a little bit of a lead with them. However, England are well poised. 110 for 2. We haven't seen any demons in this pitch. In fact, you said it all day this morning. In fact, this pitch is looking good to bat on today.
Glorious day for cricket it's been. It's been glorious throughout. Weather in Cape Town at the moment is sublime.
The weather. Can't beat it with a stick, mate. It's beautiful.
Hence we saying.
Not where we're sitting though, and right, we've got one more session to have a word with that producer of ours, because I mean really now.
He ain't doing anything about that, Mandile. I saw him walk around here now. Is he back?
I'll never know where he is.
Is he gone? He's vanished.
Really?
Yeah. Message just come, he's gone. What's his name?
Leah.
Oh, we stuck with Leah.
Well, I'm glad to see Leah awake.
Yeah, Leah's smiling. He's a happy man on the...
Look at him.
I'm sure they're catching the wind up there as well. Let's head on to that southeaster. Guys do a good job. Cameraman bringing you the pictures. Wide delivery. Yeah, it's gone wayward over his head, and a good call from Stacey.
Well, if you're in a good rhythm bowling from one end, why change it? That's the other talking point we're going to get. Not saying that he's not doing a good job here. I think that him bowling from this side is more of a defensive ploy rather than an attacking ploy.
Yeah, I think, and that's and I think that's the issue.
Over complete. That's his 8th over already for the fast bowler. scores on Nelson. You're a superstitious man, Jeremy? On the cricket field?
Nah, not anymore. Used to be.
What were your things? What were your things?
No, batting wise, I just wanted to get off the mark as quick as possible. I wasn't worried about superstition and all that. And these guys had the cricket bat signed in the toilet by the guru. He signed mine. I'll tell you what happened. That's why I'm not superstitious. He signed mine and I got 8 ducks in a row.
Maybe he signed it with his left hand, not his right.
I sandpapered that off and
Whoa.
got there the next Saturday, made a bit of runs.
Joey, 1-1.
My introduction to the Guru was at Newlands at the Willows,
Come on, Nepal.
when it used to be the Test Union days. Remember those days? And
Yeah.
what a treat.
Down there, Joey.
It was a bit uppish. Had a run or 2.
And Adrian Caper came in. It was Western Province versus the mighty Transvaal, as they were known then. Clive Rice and the boys. And in walked Adrian
Jay,
Caper.
you know what, man? We could have crossed.
And, he shot, Caper, first ball 6, please. Don't respect the bowler, respect the breeze. The ball went flying out the park.
Well, I promised our listeners yesterday when we didn't have time,
Yeah.
There's no need
there'll be a
for
few
it.
stories
Three,
about
yeah.
the guru.
There's 3
So
guys
I will
standing
tell
in
you
a
what
line
my introduction to the guru was.
here. We could have crossed.
Western Province was playing Transvaal at Newlands.
There's 3
Another
guys standing
single.
in a line.
And I never knew about the guru, who he was, what he... We were sitting, you know where the President's Pavilion is. It was the old President. Next door was the grass embankment and all that. So
Very nice, Jay.
I started
Very
working
nice,
there as a
Jay.
casual, picking up, cleaning the leaves under the oaks and the plains after game. Around about 12, 13, but during the day I sat in that area on the grass there. And the next thing is Peter Swat. From the Weinberg end was running into bowl to Graham Pollock.
Boys. Don't get too excited.
And I saw this man with the long hair just get up, and as Peter Swat walked back to his mark on the Weinberg end, oh, down the ground he goes. It's up-ish, and we'll go for 4.
Bring him across and bring him
It's a bit
straight there.
fortuitous, but Fonseca's batted well. He's gone to his 50. And he's really played a good knock for England.
Then Yenny can come square.
He's looked composed, he's looked good. And a well-deserved 50 it is indeed.
Well, he's looked very, very compact, secured, assured. And again, that one was in the air for a brief while. But he has certainly, well, the moment he came in, he was very positive. Now, can he build? Can we have somebody build on a 50?
Oh, a bolt. A bit of bounce.
Maybe a bit of turn as well. So Peter Swat.
Yes. And I just saw this man getting up with a stick and waving at Peter Swat and saying, I demand Pollock's wicket on 13. Yes, he said it. I demand Pollock's wicket on 13, he said. And Peter Swat turned around, ran in, and comprehensively castled Graham Pollock
On 13.
on 13. I'm not lying, on 13. He clean bowled Pollock on 13. He walked back to the... And I thought to myself, goodness me, this is a prophet.
He knows. He
Yeah,
knows.
he knows what he's talking about. But it was Eddie Barlow actually that made him famous, because he predicted the scores against Natal. They were playing against the great Natal team, Western Province. And it was headlines in the front page of the Cape Times in the 70s. The Guru of Newlands. Eddie Barlow gave the Guru his fame there. And since then on, the Guru used to go from club to club.
Yeah, he did. He was at Avondale for a while.
Yeah.
He was in Victoria as well when
Yeah.
we were there.
Yeah. Stoffberg was his surname. James Stoffberg. He sadly passed on many years
Many
ago.
years, yeah.
But his kids also had that hair
They
that
had
was
the same.
curly hair, and they called him little gurus. I mean, in Cape Town, you This is a place where you get nicknames quickly.
Or it just gets carried on from generation to
Generation. Yeah. Oh, your dad was footer?
Yeah.
And you footer saklong. Yeah.
What a nation.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Colourful, man. That's what we are in Cape Town. We're a colourful bunch of people.
Talking about colourfuls, I haven't seen the Cape Malays around. The old colourfulness.
Yeah, the coons?
Look, yeah.
No, they've been. Got a photo here. I'm gonna show you later of Thurlow Wakefield being at the Coons on second New Year in town. No, they're very much alive and done, and that's lovely shot there. Just getting in the gap. They're trying to look for a second, but well fielded by Mabata. But then, at the end, almost an overthrow.
Just explain to some of our English viewers that, because obviously a term probably not used that they're not used to, but here in Cape Town, all the colourfulness, especially at New Year's.
Yeah, what had happened many years ago after the advent of Van Riebeeck, they brought the slaves from Java and they kept them in bondage. And that's where the Boerkaap and all those areas, and I'm not going to go into detail with all the histories because I think it's something people need to really know, and so they were let loose on second New Year. And that's where it all develops from. And over the years, when the slaves were then freed, people were allowed to move freely, live in Cape Town, and all that. That's when the Cape Coons, the Coons started, and they march up Constitution Street and up the Boerkaap and down Adley Street. So it's a tradition, and it's who sings the best and who's the best dressed.
Oh.
They win prizes and they win, and the city of Cape Town supports it. So it's part of the heritage and the culture of people like it. Tourists, very big tourist attraction.
Correct, yeah.
To come and see that. So yeah, that's the reason behind that.
If you fashion police, don't be looking at that carnival. It's bright. There's a whole lot of mixture of colours thrown into one.
It's a whole business that goes on. I mean, there's seamstress and tailors and everybody that makes the outfit. It's got to fit to the T. People put money away already in January. They start practicing for the next year. It's massive.
He's had one ball that had a little bit of zip in this over, but for the rest, I don't feel he's overly. He's doing a job because he's been asked to do that. But is that going to bring the best out of you? Not sure. Just trailed by 104 runs.
Yes, boy.
End of the over, end of the 38th, 120 for 2. Have you been in the Coons? You look like...
No. I was in the Christmas choir.
Oh,
I was in the Christmas choir. We had our competitions on at Athlone Stadium. There was always two. One was at Athlone Stadium, and the other one was at Dal Joseph in Paul.
oh okay.
So that was my thing. Much like I was in the army. Kensington Good Hope. That was the band that I was in.
Heyo.
No, that was too much because there was what do you call him?
Interfered with your cricket?
Very nice,
Eric's
boy.
at the
Very
top.
nice, fella. Very good lad.
Well, you were just dragged up and said,
Rosie,
right,
good Rosie.
going into town at 3 o'clock in the morning just to get ready for this second New Year, as we call it. There we go, and sat on the sideline.
Yeah.
The first three was great. The first three bands that came through, they were great. But then there's always what they call nachas. Oh, you heard these drums beating, you would go in hiding because they had masks on and they would try and scare you. Oh, no, as a youngster. No. When you hear the drums, you run.
Go, my
out the
word,
devil.
Jason Rolls.
That was it.
So nice, fella.
That
So
was
nice,
it.
fella. Good Jay, good Jay, good Jay. Oh my word.
Maybe.
Probably turn for a second, yeah, and take it on the throws.
Yeah!
Oh, what a good throw! Up comes the finger gun! What a great throw! Goodness me! That's what cricket games are made of. Magic! Bata doing the job. Direct hit. They turned for the second. He had to catch this and get it in. Wow, this is going to be good to watch again in slow motion. This was absolute brilliant.
Well, looked like for all money it was going to be safe. Then he realized the throw came in. Benny Hansen didn't even need to take anything or do anything there because it was a direct hit from Bata. And just when England were trying to just get into the ascendancy, they lose a man that was well set. Fonseca, he goes for 52. And is that something? Is that the spark again that South Africa needed?
When did that second wicket fall? The score 51.
That partnership was 69 runs there.
Wow, what a run out.
The thing was just ambling along nicely for England.
Absolutely, they were cruising it on a canter. Then the direct hit saw him in trouble. And how many times haven't we seen this? That a direct hit always leads to a wicket. It was excellent stuff from the young Mbata. Great stuff. Brilliant fielding. England 122 for 3. Enter Ben Mays.
Well, this is going to put a different complexion on this matter here for England. Fonseca was the aggressor. He was looking nicely. He was scoring quickly, taking the bowlers on. And until then, he was running well between the wickets and unfortunately got undone. But if you look at the way he turned for that second run, Jeremy, it was almost like, it's okay, I'm going to get there. Unfortunately, he was short.
It's brilliant stuff. Wow. Hopefully that's ignited something with the South Africans.
Well, look at the second run, Jeremy. Is that somebody that's running hard enough for you? Now you realize the throw comes in. Oh, he's him short.
Down here, lovely stuff, Jay!
Another wicket or two would certainly turn this game on its head. The moment I was just getting nervous to see the way Fonseca was batting. Just look at, so good, so set. It caused something special to happen, which did.
And if you look at Aaron Sarant, 15 of 63. He was happy enough just to maybe soak up the dots and maybe give a one there to Fonseca. He was more the aggressor. Well, who knows what those men are thinking there now. Now it will be a case in point of 5 overs. Please, everybody sit where you're sitting now. Let's get through this nervous period. I mean, you're not that type of guy. You're not a superstitious guy.
Glorious stroke. It was full, wide, and it will go for 4. Well, Aaron Sawant now has taken that responsibility. But that was full and wide, and he caressed it beautifully through the covers.
Good
It's a
stride.
good shot.
Yeah, good stride here, Jeremy. And look at the hands go through this ball. Boom. Beautiful. Finds the gap. I'm superstitious on a few things, Jeremy. Still today, I must walk on a cricket field with my left foot.
Always you weren't all that normal.
And I try my best to walk with my left foot when I come back. 100%. But I tell you my golfing superstition. And this is for real. And it really happened to me. I was playing around a golf, as I do. And for 3 holes, the ball was going nowhere near where it's supposed to go. one of my playing partners teed the ball up, and I had a look at his trousers, and his belt missed a loop, and I stopped him right there. And I stopped him right there. I said, "Excuse me, can you please fix your belt because it's affecting my golf?" He fixed the belt, and I played beautifully after that. I found every fairway, I found every green, I found every hole. I was perfect after that. So before now, I looked at my playing partners, especially when they're wearing the belt, it must be through the hoops.
So you, Mike Hazeman the second. Because Mike Hazeman, everywhere we go, from all administrators who come into the commentary box to the commentators, always catches someone that missed the belt loop.
Yeah, no, it can't be done.
Period. You walk around and just say, Rhino, have you seen? Check Jackass's pants, he's missed the belt loop. Or go, check Ravi Shastri's missed the belt loop.
100%.
It always finds someone. It's amazing. So it cottoned onto me a little bit, but I've just got rid of that because I haven't seen a belt loop for a long time. Everybody makes sure that they have all their loops in and the belt going through the loops. But I didn't know that you're that superstitious.
I'm not that overly. Is that overly?
That's overly. It also bothered me if someone was standing teeing off in front of me with the belt loop not properly. I would say, right, do you mind?
Well,
I can tell you about some other loops I've seen already.
oh
dear. Yeah, Eugene, don't worry, we all have our fetishes.
Oh, we certainly do.
Single.
That's just bad. I've got a feeling that's all bad.
What a pretty sight.
You never get bored about that, do
Never,
you?
never. I wake up in the morning, my apartment, that's what I look at. Every single day of my life.
I can picture you coming up here on a nice sundowner, sitting on top of that balcony. That's a scorecard there. Fonseca, the man that was in here, 52. Look at the men that got starts. That's the worry, Jeremy. 320s in there. That is concern. And none of them have gone on.
Yeah, I think England will be a tad unlucky with the run out of Fonseca because he just really looked the part. Was in great nick. He was playing, hitting the ball so beautifully, and it had to cost South Africa that bit of brilliance to get rid of him. But
You good?
he was set. He was set to make a big one. That's for sure.
Nice, Jay Rolls. Very good, Jay. Very good, Jay. Nathan.
Is that you for a little break?
Oh, let me out of here.
Oh, very nice, Jay.
Jeremy, it was
Good
lovely
Jay,
to
good
see you
Jay.
for half an hour.
Was this Piran Ahmed's dad? Well, he's got a cricketer in the making. A boy with immaculate talent. And swept away again. Only be one.
Very nice.
Oh, they're not going to chance his arm, are they?
I hope I have another stint with you on this superstition story.
I'll
That I
take
forgot
it.
that James King has got to be back.
Get a
But,
bit of a fright
yeah,
there.
thank you. Sorry, James.
Very nice, fella. Very good.
Welcome back to the Cape Fox here after lunch. He's
Thank you very much.
had a lovely lunch there.
Did indeed. I mean, as
Oh, so good.
as foxes are known to enjoy a little bit to munch on. So a timely breakthrough, Eugene, for South Africa there. Took a bit of fielding brilliance. Didn't look like there was going to be any other way that they were going to get Cash Fonseca out particularly well. As we look at Ben Mays' numbers, just his second innings. And he's
Well, that was
average
after.
of 37. That's after the last test match.
That's correct, yeah.
So
Showed glimpses in that ODI. I thought
he did.
He was very positive. I think he was even higher up in the order.
He opened with so it was Mays and Dawkins that opened in those ODIs. He got a 50, didn't he, in one of those ODIs? Just trying to have a look there. Back in my book of tricks here. See. So, going to be Nathan Rousseau to replace Nkobani Mokoena.
Yeah, he's bowled tidily. Got 2 for 19 off his 11.
Yeah, it was Ben Mays 51 in that first one-day international. I don't think you'll mind Ben Mays coming down the wicket to him necessarily.
Yeah, I just would like him to work on his line. He's been very straight as Nathan Rousseau. It should just be maybe the straightest he should go. He's off stump. He's trying to search for that wicket taking delivery too often.
Yeah.
That's better.
Yeah.
That's better. That's a much better line. Because if it doesn't turn, it just goes straight on to hit off stump. So he's shown his hand here where the ball doesn't turn. Can he tweak one just to put a little bit of dart in the batter's head?
Ooh. I don't know who had that hoot of excitement there from South Africa. But they certainly will feel now, just 20 runs after the lunch break. They've got the wicket. Want to open up another end here, don't they?
Oh. Well, Ben Mays, he's on 1.
Yeah.
2 gentlemen here to my left. And I thought, why is he sweeping? He swept hard.
Yeah. He did, but he got away with that one. Let's see if certainly very interested South Africa were with this delivery. Yeah, and that's why. Off the top edge of the glove.
Just take the pace off. Give him a dangle that carrot here, youngster.
You've liked what I've seen from Nathan Rousseau. He's really managed to exert control.
That's well bowled. That's well bowled. Well, that's a very, very good over, youngster. First up, maiden again. I haven't seen much of him, although I've been at the national weeks.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just the way the games get.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I mean, he really does look like a great prospect, doesn't he? He's got the control already. It seems like he's got variation as well. He's varying his speed. He's putting it in the right areas.
You okay there, James?
Oh, there we go. Thanks, Shoaib. And waving to our cameraman there. Always good. Thank you very much. And excellent to have the team out here. They do fantastic work, our cameramen and producers from Pitch Vision. This broadcast being brought to you on the CSA YouTube channel. I just want to thank those at CSA and our sponsors as well. We'll talk about them
Down there, boys.
a bit more. Sisonke Tourism and Event Services, sisonketours.co.za. Look them up for all your sporting tours and leisure arrangements.
Very nice, boy.
Seen someone go back as well.
Good, Jay,
Take a look there at the
Jay.
details for Sisonke Tourism and Event Services, and just seems dangerous ploy on this wicket, and especially if it's fuller. It might come down. It's going to be stopped here by Bandile Mbata. He's the man that's made it happen for South Africa here after lunch. Brilliant run out of Kesh Fonseca.
Yeah, I had a chat with the South African coaching staff just about their method against the spin and how they see it. Some of them are really deep in the crease, and
Oh, lovely,
you
lovely.
won't see someone go back
Very good, Jay. Very good, Jay.
unless it's really short anytime soon, because he went back and got the inside edge there. So yeah, you got to be very good with your footwork.
Very nice, boy.
And that's what made Paul James very,
On the
very
movements,
good.
fellas.
Had a very good
On
innings.
the way
It
round,
was
yeah,
assured
fellas.
footwork. Even with Fonseca before he went, it was assured. Yeah, you gotta know where you want to go.
Yeah.
Gotta pick up the length very early.
Go, very nice, eh?
That one also squatted a little bit, and it's dangerous to be going on the back foot. And you speak about that, Eugene. Pick up that length early, and I thought that was really what impressed me the most about Paul James yesterday, is that he did seem to be able to pick up that length very early, and he was also able to cover the line very well. His 4 defensive shots were exemplary, and really he knew the situation he was in. He batted to that situation, and so really great for him to get that 84.
Yeah. Well, can he follow that maiden up now? He's going to be bowling again to Ben Mays. This is what he wanted. And that's on 1. Just give him a little bit of a working over.
Yeah, maybe once. He's varied his pace quite well as well. He does have the arm ball as well. It goes on. Just
Good shot. Tied it up by Rolls. It's a little bit too full that time.
spinner's art is something you do develop over the years, and so good to see some of these youngsters that are already into their work and producing the kind of control that we're seeing here from Nathan Rousseau. Farhan Ahmed, from England's point of view, saw his father here behind us, and just a brief hello to him.
I think though we've got world cricket to thank for a lot of these. So we're seeing a lot more leg spinners coming about. We're seeing a lot more finger spinners. We're seeing spin in general being, the numbers are improving and increasing. And I think we spoke about Shane Warne, the Tyre Marithanans, even bowlers now in the modern day game. There's so many of them, and I think they are the ones that we should thank, because the numbers are getting bigger and the guys are wanting to bowl spin. Before it was just, let's go out there and just bowl seam. Now every team plays about 2 or 3. This one here, South Africa under 19 are playing 4.
Yeah, and it's just you got a lot of players. I mean, we think in South African context, talk about it after this. You look at somebody like an Aiden Markram, for example, who gives you that great option of having the off spin. As he's developing his off spin, as he's getting more experienced, as he's sort of now, and I think he's 30 years old now, but he's now becoming somebody that you would even say, particularly in the shorter format of the game, is somebody that is almost one of the frontline bowlers. So you're playing him almost as a batting all-rounder in some instances.
Yeah, I think he's bowled and over 2 in the power play as well for Sunrisers. I think he has done that for South Africa as well in the shorter format of the game. He's a good cricketer. All these cricketers are sort of adding to their bow as well. We've seen a guy, what's his name? Donovan Ferreira, bowl spin.
Donovan Ferreira,
ball, keeps wicket.
Oh, very nice, boy, very nice.
I don't think Ben Mays is just going to pat the ball back here all the time. He's very itchy. He's looking to take things forward.
Yeah, both he and Dawkins, they like to feel bat on ball. Like to be able to be scoring at a decent rate. And we've seen with Sawant, he's prepared to play the long game. Ben Mays, let's see if he is of the same persuasion. Not been given anything necessary to hit yet from Browse and Rousseau.
You see what I mean? Oh, that's very nice there, Rolls. Very nice, Rolls.
The thing is, they're rushing him,
Very nice,
getting through his overs quickly, isn't he? Not giving him any time to contemplate anything between deliveries.
What's that sweet ball, J-Rose?
His shirt. Shirt.
Yeah,
Okay.
Oh, that's so nice. So very nice, lad.
Well, there's the over, done and dusted. Quickly through.
Yeah, another maiden over for Jason Rouse. 9 for him now, 0 for 15. So this left arm orthodox spinners at both ends are having a little bit of control over England after that Kesh Fonseca wicket. And really was a very good innings from Fonseca, 52 off 82 deliveries. And he just slowed down a bit when he got into the 40s and to his 50, but either side of the lunch break.
Well, I said they got to get the run rate under 3. It's under 3 now.
Yeah.
And they've done well to do that. They picked up a stick as well.
Yeah.
Due to some moment of brilliance from Bata.
And now they're wanting to get, at least want to get another one. If you look at Paul Adams there.
Yeah, he looks after the spinners
Yeah.
in the team.
And it's like he's doing an excellent job with this South African spin attack. Rouse, Rousseau, Chad Mason, and Bosman.
Well, his hands are busy.
They are.
I mean,
yeah, definitely.
He's got to look at 4 spinners in this team. I mean, back in the day, there was just one spinner,
Yeah,
if that.
that's right. But it's refreshing to see that South Africa got that number of tweakers.
The teams back then, provincial teams, had one spinner.
Yeah,
Western Province had Dave Rundle.
yeah,
Alan Curry was up there with Joburg.
yeah. At,
Was there
Tim
Richard
Shaw.
McLachlan?
Yes, there
Played
was.
for Natal?
Yeah, Richard McLachlan.
He was a leg spinner.
He was indeed. Yeah. And Tim Shaw for Eastern Province.
Timothy Shaw, yeah.
The
The
left
tall-
arm orthodox, very
tall left arm
effective.
spinner.
Yeah, absolutely. Had before him Robbie Armitage, the late Robbie Armitage.
Yeah.
And that quite an interesting action that he had.
I mean, teams didn't even think anything about playing 2 spinners.
No, they wouldn't.
Oh,
no.
nah, 1 spin's enough. We just
Yeah.
go with our seamers, and
Yeah.
that was it. Now these days you just see 2, 3 in the team.
Yeah. And you have, for example, I mean, looking at Kingsmead and its reputation now over the last number of years, certainly as a turning pitch, you would definitely see now in that Dolphins team, you've got Keshav Maharaj if he is playing, but you also got that Prenalan Subrian, such a good spinner, and John Smuts moved up there to the Dolphins as well.
That's Mr. Bosman enjoying the shade. Waiting to see if his boy's going to get a chance to turn his arm over.
Yeah, and well he might, depending on how these spinners go. I'd like to see maybe, although Nathan Rousseau is exerting control, I would like to see Chad Mason probably bowling into the breeze here from the northern end.
Oh, just out of the reach there of Mabulia. It's going to be 2 runs. I said,
Yeah,
Ben Mays is not somebody that's just going to pat it back here. He wants to score moving. He's a very positive character from what we can see. He's moved on to 4.
yeah, it's another positive stroke. And
Come fellas, come fellas, come fellas.
Not sure who that at mid-off
No,
was, but I think he was half asleep.
yeah,
Can't be one
Because
like
that ball was hit quite hard to him, and still he didn't make any movement towards the ball. That was a walk in the park, that single.
yeah, he should have certainly come in
Never fine for
a
one.
little bit quicker. Is that not? No, we'll just wait and see if we can pick up who that is. It's Mbata here fielding the ball amongst the Hardy-Dars off to our left-hand side.
Not one of his better throws.
No, he was He got the dead eye earlier on when he ran out. Kesh Fonseca, very important wicket for South Africa. And they're just wanting now to try and make another breakthrough.
Oh, that's very nice, Jay. Very nice, Jay.
Mays going back.
Jay. Give me one here, Jay.
And there has been some variable bounce, hasn't there, Eugene, from the northern end, I mean southern end, I say.
Yeah, but nothing too alarming for these.
No, not too alarming.
Batters.
Just the odd one.
Yeah, they've managed to cope well with it.
Yeah. $38.
Very nice, Jay.
The end of another rouse over, and South Africa, since the lunch break, Eugene, just 29 runs have come in just a shade under 50 minutes. So South Africa, as you said, have been able to exert a little bit of control. They were batting at the lunch break. 33 overs had gone and 109 in the following 14 overs now. Just to 28 runs. So South Africa, 29 runs, sorry. South Africa are exerting some kind of control with Rouse and Rousseau.
Yeah, they're looking at that economy rates and the men that's bowling. I think they've been doing a great job. Nathan Rousseau going at just 1.5 and over, and then Jason Rolls just a tick under 2 runs to the over. So these are the men that Benny Hansen has said, listen, just keep that run rate down as best you can. We'll create a few chances. Well, the breeze has decided to pick up here.
It has,
and
yes.
It's not 3 o'clock yet.
No.
I'm worried about that now.
Yeah, it might get a whole lot stronger later on in the afternoon, as is its wont here in Cape Town. The Cape Doctor, as we call it.
Well, there's no cure for wind. Not sure where that comes from.
Well, my uncle would call this, he calls it a lazy wind. This kind of wind. And he says it's, we'll explain that now. And he would say it's a lazy wind because it's too lazy to go around you, it just goes straight through you. And we do get that in the Cape. Good again here from Nathan Rousseau, Eugene. You sense that Suwant will probably be happy to sort of do this all day, but
well, looking at his runs to balls there, I mean, we can't argue with that fact.
No.
He's 26 of 92 deliveries. He's doing a great job, still there. This has been the problem. Guys that have been in, just can't kick on.
Yeah, nice bit of flight there from Rousseau. Can't tempt him into coming down the wicket. He just defends and defends well. Say 26 of 94. So his strike rate just hovering around that sort of 30 mark, maybe a little bit less.
Some of the people enjoying the balcony area.
Right.
Lovely viewing area up there. You'll see all of Table Mountain, and then behind you can get any beverage you wish.
It is indeed a wonderful clubhouse and facility here in the heart of Cape Town's southern suburbs, and a very nice place to come and play cricket. Jason Rouse in once again.
Oh, that's quite nice, Jay. That's quite nice, Jay.
Now, So a quietish period of play at the moment, but South Africa exerting some control. Dawkins just sense that it's perhaps a fuse, a long one maybe, but it has been lit, and that's a great shot played from him. He picked the length early and the line, and he does play the reverse sweep down to the boundary for 4. Good shot.
He had a few goes with the old conventional sweep. He didn't come off like he wanted. Turns out to the reverse and executed it exceptionally well. Kept his head nice and still over the ball it goes. If I'm Jason Rolls, I wouldn't be too unhappy about that.
No, not at all. You know that he's going to be trying something.
Oh, that's very nice, Jay. Very nice, Jay.
Playing it with the spin, which is probably less of a risk. We saw yesterday Benny Hansen playing the reverse sweep against the spin of Archie Vaughan, the right-hander, against the off-spinner, and just getting the top edge. And end of a very good innings it was from the South African captain. And
it's just the timing that he didn't try and execute that just didn't come off for me, that I would have questions about. If you got the shot and do back yourself to play it well, why not? It's just the timing of it.
Yeah. I saw him coming down the wicket there, dropped it in a bit short to Rouse, just the 4 off the over. South Africa will be happy. They've restricted some of the runs after the lunch break. It was Kesh Fonseca was looking particularly good before he was run out with a direct hit from Mbata down at the fine leg region off the spin of Rouse.
England just trail by 82 now, and we about 5 or 6 minutes away from the drinks break.
And they will want to bat long here, England.
Oh, 100%.
They want to just keep batting, bat the day, and get into tomorrow as well.
Not even worried about the score, just bat the day. That is priority.
Yeah.
If you're England under 19.
Yeah, run at 3 and over. They shouldn't be worried about that either. Oh, and Jason Rouse there probably just took his eye off the ball as he went through to try and pick that one up. They do get through for 2, and should have been just the single. He was trying to execute, perhaps get to that quicker and throw down the stumps. Very good work from the 2 England batters.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, the good thing about that is he kept a straight bat.
Yes.
And often you try and turn that around. That's where you get the leading edges. So, hold on to Mays there, just keeping his bat nice and straight.
Bit of turn there from Nathan Rousseau.
Oh, Mr. James is who has the best appeal from deep backward square.
He does. That was gave it the full one there. I think. I'll look at this one again. Eugene, take us through this. Ooh.
Well, maybe the turn taking it past the off stump.
Maybe. Good shout, you have to say.
Oh, that is jam.
No.
Peanut butter and everything else. I mean, that is just a freebie of note. And how often, I said it last week, say it again, how often when you see a very close appeal, the very next ball, maybe a loss in concentration from the bowler, goes for 4.
Yeah, it's just one that slipped out of his hand there. And Ben Mays is not going to miss out on that. He's been there long enough now, 13 off 33 deliveries. So 2 boundaries now of successive overs for him. And a big appeal off the sweep shot. I think that'll encourage Rousseau as well.
It should do. He should just keep going back on his line and length that he's been good at since he's come on in the spell. He's bowled a few maidens. Now conceded 5 runs with that single and 4 in this over. beats the edge. It's a beautiful delivery.
Yeah, really was excellent from Rousseau, and ends the over with a very good delivery to Mays. And South Africa just exerting a little bit of control over England in this session so far. 38 runs for the loss of 1 wicket since the lunch break, and that's come in 17 overs. Just looking at this one again from Rousseau, and it's pitched up beautifully and turns past the outside edge. Could so easily have taken it as Mays plays down the wrong line. It's going to be a change of bowling from the southern end. It's going to be Chad Mason. He was a little bit expensive in his first spell. Just a couple of overs for him. And he's going to be bowling to Aryan Sawant. So 3 overs, 0 for 18 so far. Let's say 17 overs since the lunch break. 38 runs in those 17 overs for 1 wicket.
Yeah, but they've scored a few boundaries here as well. As Mr. Mason comes in, he's been a little bit indifferent in his 3 overs, as you can see, going at 6s.
One again just gets through. That's Daniel Bosman at extra cover, but only the single down to Paul James at deep point, it looks like.
Oh, that's nice, that's nice, that's nice.
I think it's an important spell here for Mr. Mason. I say that because you want to just build on confidence.
Yeah,
Cricket is a big thing about confidence, and if you can string a few good overs together, that will certainly give him that. Because he got a 5 in that first youth test.
oh, it's well guided, more than swept down to Mbata here in front of us. Comes through for 2. That's a good throw again from the young man.
Don't think Mabulia is quite impressed there, because he's ran from slip and he hasn't touched the ball, because Mbata's a little bit quicker and getting there. And now he's got to trudge all the way back to slip.
So just the 150 coming up with that shot, and just give you those that information shortly. And so the third 50 for England coming up off 23 overs and 4 deliveries. So definitely much slower from an England point of view, either side of the lunch break as well. Reverse sweep again brought out by Ben Mays.
Oh, he's just looking to take the game forward.
He is, isn't he? And you just sense something's going to happen any time. Every time he's on strike, he's looking to play the ball square of the wicket or behind square.
Oh my word!
Yeah, that's an easy single into the leg side, and 4 off the Mason over.
Yeah, and that's going to take us to drinks here on day 2 of the second youth test between England under 19 and South Africa under 19. 151 for 3. England in a very good position with Aryan Sawant on 28, and Ben May is looking very positive there on 16. South Africa only bagging 1 wicket so far after the lunch break. They will want to get more, but for now we're going to enjoy a little bit of a drinks break, and when you come back, it will be the Cape Fox that will be continuing with the Rhino, Jeremy Fredericks.
Well, drinks are something of the past, as we always looked. We never get tired of that sight in picture there. And Sasonke Tourism and Event Services, they're the broadcaster sponsors of this event as well. And if you do need their services, they can definitely help you. Schools, clubs, they can really plan everything for you. And they've been around for a couple of years, and they do your school sports destination management specialists. And if you need to get hold of them, it's www.sasonke.co.za. James has got something more about Sasonke there.
Yes, calling all sports and all schools and sports clubs. Are you ready for the ultimate sports adventure? Sasonke Tourism and Events Services brings you unforgettable school sports tours to Southern Africa. Picture this, your rugby in South Africa, cricket in Zimbabwe, and even your soccer in Zambia. Your team can compete, connect and explore incredible landscapes and cultures. They'll handle everything from accommodation, transport to custom itineraries, so you can focus on your sport. That's www.sisonketours.co.za. Visit them now for all your destination management requirements.
Well, it'll be Rousseau to continue. Nathan Rousseau, I thought he bowled well after lunch.
Yeah.
We've already, I think, discussed it for a while about Mokoena having to bowl from the Wimber again. But there he is now. Rousseau, he was bowled admirably. In fact, very, very well. Kept up his end, got the 2 wickets. Then the run out was something special. There's still work to do. South Africa would like to get another wicket or 2 before the tea interval, which will be in an hour's time.
And you just sense, Jeremy, with Ben Mays, that he's going to give you a chance as well at some stage. It's been very, I'd say aggressive. It's been positive, let's call it that, not necessarily aggressive. But 16 off 41, he's getting into his work now.
Again, the reverse sweep, and it's been uppish for a little while, but it has the beating of the fielder and gone for 4.
Yeah, teapots, hands on heads from South Africa. That was not that far away from Mokoena at that position, sort of at a shortish, well, I'd say it was backward point really, and it wasn't far away at all. They know that he wants to play that reverse sweep. That was in the air as it went past him to the right and down to the boundary for 4. So could be an interesting session, this.
Yeah, they're trying to, and then now good use of the feet as the beating the field as well, and another 4. This is back-to-back boundaries now. Not what South Africa anticipated, not what they want at this stage. And that was good use of the feet.
Yes, they're certainly making things happen, is Mays. Let's look at this as he comes down to the ball, head very still over the ball. Beautiful shot. Plays it under his eyes. That's exactly what you would want to see when you're coming down the wicket. Get to the pitch of the ball. We didn't see that earlier on from Ben Dawkins. He just took a bit of a swing at it and lost his wicket as a result, but that was much better from Ben Mays.
Nicely flighted. The question gets answered. Umpires unmoved. To have a look at that again, James, and we can just see why that decision wasn't given.
Just looking at it with the naked eye, looked like a very good shout, and that is, I think, maybe just going down leg side.
I think the ball was just pitched outside leg stump.
Yeah, could be. Was looking at it again. Yeah, I think that was pitching outside leg stump. It's a good decision from umpire Stacey Lackey.
No, she's been good, Stacey. Done a good job.
Yeah, been impressed with the match officials in this series. Stacey Lackey, Thokozizi Shezi, as you were saying earlier on, Jeremy, both with international playing experience for South Africa in their respective disciplines, and we have got Kawalani and Tuli, who stood in the other matches, from Zimbabwe. Match referee Clifford Isaacs doing a fantastic job controlling these youth ODIs and test matches.
Yeah, Kawalani and Tuli hails from Zimbabwe. I go there from time to time to do a bit of broadcasting for Star. some lovely place to be, Harare. Some good cricketing friends there.
It's mainly at the Harare Sports Club, Jeremy.
Yes,
and,
right, the golf club, Harare Golf Club is right next door. No
nice.
cricket, it's golf time. They've got a lovely golf club at Borrowdale as well.
Okay, I've
Beautiful.
never been to Harare, but been up to the Victoria Falls a couple of times, which is also absolutely beautiful. Not sure up Elephant Hills golf course there. I never played there, but looks like a fantastic place to be.
Short. We'll get through.
Good movements there, boys.
Now I get asked, do I visit the Centurion? And do I visit the Tin Man? Or what's a tin roof? There's a place there as well in Harare. Today! And it's going to fall short of the field. Well short. It'll scamper through for a single. And that was close. Chad Mason with his leg spinners.
Yeah, that just, as you said, it's in the air for some time, just dropping short of Mokoena. So you almost feel like something's happening every ball at the moment.
Good shadow,
Went
good
on,
shadow, good shadow.
There's also one year on these Zimbabwe were playing South Africa under 23. Sometimes Justin Ontang I was manager of the team. We also went to Harare. Makai Tini was part of that team as well.
Yeah.
And it was one of the off days, and Makai is not one that indulges in alcohol at all. That's why he's still so fit, and I mean, he's just a public character, Makai Tini.
He is indeed. He is a fantastic character.
Yeah,
Yes.
the two of us went to a restaurant, had a meal, and a chat. But there were no more taxis to take us back to the hotel, and we had to walk quite a long way to get back to the Marapatapu. And halfway, and Kaya said, "Manage, you just gotta keep going." And he started singing for "We Will Walk 500 Miles." Every time that song plays, I always think back to that incident.
That's absolutely lovely. And he was probably telling you that you will walk 500 more, maybe.
Yes, that's exactly what he meant. 163 for 3.
Yeah, and these two put on now 39 for the fourth wickets. It's been a good partnership between them, just starting to grow to dangerous proportions for South Africa, you feel. As you talk about Makai and Tini, just got one of probably the strongest handshakes of a man that I know, and it's I think important to know when you shake his hand that you are going to have a very firm handshake, but wonderful character.
Yeah. Well, so the last night of that tour, I mean, always tell the players, don't change all your money to the Zimbabwean dollars.
Yes.
Because normally when teams go on tour, they get given US dollars to spend. And Kulam Bodhi changed all his money when he arrived, and the last night he came to us, I said, "You're not going to get US dollars back, forget it. Got to spend all that money." Well, anyway, the team congregated and had a few drinks before we flied out the evening. But the nicest part was that table, there must have been about 6 million Zimbabwean dollars.
That's right, yes.
To which none of us could take it back to South Africa. Everybody, that's cut away. So the hotel staff were very, very happy bunch, because that whole table was covered in dollars.
Covered in money. Yeah.
And we said, "Guys, you can share this amongst yourselves," which their eyes lit up.
That's lovely. And that is one of my memories of Zimbabwe as well, around just you saying that we booked a helicopter trip over the Victoria Falls, a sightseeing trip, and I paid with my credit card, and the slip was $42.5 million.
Which equated to in US dollars? Probably about 40, 50
it wasn't very much. I think it might have been couple of $100 maybe at the most. So it was.
I must admit, when you have all those millions, you feel like a millionaire.
You do, yeah. And so one of the other things that sticks in my my memory is that we went out to eat, and the people in front of us were paying with cash, and they had to put it into a cash counting machine to work out how much they were paying with. But that was the time, when the currency there was devalued quite significantly. But yes, work in dollars always best, US dollars.
But what a bunch of fantastic people. They are just such a lovely nation, Zimbabweans. Friendly, helpful. Let's cut away. Be a couple.
Yes, and that is the enduring memory, isn't it, of Zimbabwe for me as well. Just how friendly the people were. Nothing's too much for them to assist
and
you.
they just get on with life.
Yeah.
Despite of all that had happened there.
Wow.
Just wonderful people.
They are. It's
Greetings, Zimbabweans.
that's the end.
And Zimbabwean cricket. Always
Yes.
so friendly there and helpful when you get to the ground and you're around there. The hospitality is always top class.
Yeah. So 54 gone, so they're batting it just over that 3 runs to the over. South Africa have done well to try and peg it back a little bit. They just need a breakthrough here, though, you feel.
Yeah, they just need to try and turn on the screws a little bit more.
Very
Squeeze
nice,
them a
boy,
little bit
very
more.
nice, boy.
And then put them under that pressure. And England have done well. They're 164 for 3.
Further, say hands.
This partnership has been worth
Come
42.
on.
So it was 47 for the first wicket, then just 4 for the second, 70 for the third. So have been building some partnerships.
Again, the reverse sweep is implored to no avail.
Yeah.
Played well. Kids
Hey, Chaddy.
just
Hey,
certainly
Chaddy
like
boy.
to play the shot. And it's something that they practice day in and day out. Oh dear! Chance gone a begging for South Africa.
Oh. Yeah.
How big is this moment?
Yeah, and you can tell from the reaction from the captain that he is very disappointed there. He didn't gather it cleanly. Oh. Will South Africa root that missed chance?
It's the beast of the game, isn't it?
It
Beautiful
is.
stumping early on. He
Yeah.
took off the bowling of Rousseau. This time not gathering that cleanly. Good hands, Benny Hansen.
Yeah.
Plays hockey as well.
Yeah.
Shows you. Look at that take.
Yeah.
That was one that bounced a bit.
Yeah, Chaddy,
Took it
let's go,
beautiful.
Chaddy.
Brilliant take there, and he's such a good glove man. He really has done exceptionally well. We saw him earlier on today taking a brilliant take down the leg side off a wide delivery from Mokoena, and he'd be upset with himself that he wasn't able to affect the stumping. Could be a big moment in the game, that at 164 for 3. In fact, it was given as runs, so looks like that was
I thought
a catch.
I heard an
Yeah.
outside edge too, first of
Yeah.
all, before the stumping, and then I think that's where the disappointment came more than anything else.
So we're looking at it again, and
Yeah, there
Yeah.
was a bit of an outside edge.
and that
And just could not gather that, Benny Hansen. It's normally so good behind the stumps.
maybe was the deviation that just
Yeah.
took it away from him, and difficult when it's there. He's got the edge going down the wicket. Sometimes easier when it is much easier if it's just the thin edge and your gloves are quite close there behind the ball.
Oh dear, he's given! At that time he's gone back and trapped right in front. Well, the previous shot for LBW, the ball was just pitched outside leg stump. This one seemed to be on line. He went back, and when you're going back playing down here at the coast, you're always looking for trouble.
As we're looking at this again from Nathan Rousseau, he's been bowling excellently, and he's in to Mays. That's pitching, yeah, middle, and it's going on to hit the leg stump. Excellent decision from umpire Stacey Lackey. As you said, Jeremy, playing back, he was in no position as that one rushed him, and he wasn't playing with a straight bat, playing with a bat angled down to try and play across the line. And you play like that, that is always going to be in danger, and it did hit him on that back pad in front of the stumps. And South Africa get the breakthrough that they were looking for, and they've broken this very, very dangerous partnership. 165 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, it was looking ominous, wasn't it?
4, sorry. Yeah.
Ben Mays and Aaron Sawant was a necessary partnership to break. England are nearly at the South Africans. Well, they've got still a little way to go, but only helps them just pull it back a little bit by taking wickets. So Mays gone, LBW for 26. New batsman in. And South Africa, as I said, they've been fortunate after the luncheon break to take those 2 wickets. I'll tell you what, if they didn't get Fosenka when they did with that magical run out, I dread to think what the score would have been now. So Thomas Rule, the wicket keeper, in at number 6.
So Benny Hansen will be feeling a lot happier about that missed stump or missed catch and stumping only costing the 1 run as Nathan Rousseau gets his 3rd wicket. Thomas Rue in now. Just the 1 test match to his name in the previous match, and he did bat well in that first innings in that match. A good partnership.
Thomas Rue, 17 years of age.
Yeah.
Youngster. 2 innings he's had. Best of 71. Played well last week in Stellenbosch as well. With that knock, it's just floated wide outside the off stump and won't get off the mark.
That's good fielding from the South Africans there. Just keep him on strike. Make sure that he doesn't get off the mark too easily. Excellent spell.
Rousseau's been good. He's into his 19th over.
Yeah.
3 for 37. It's been outstanding for South Africa. It's what it was needed. He's really done his job by holding on the end.
So impressed with this youngster, really, really impressed with him. He's
Oh, I like that. That's what makes a leg spinner dangerous. The one that goes up the straight and then just leaves the batsman. It's good area. Good line.
Yeah, he's bowled, you say, Jamie, now 19 overs. Let's look at this one again, and beaten all ends up outside the off stump is Thomas Rue. He comes half forward. He's not committed to the stroke. As you see there, just plays down the wrong line and could so easily have taken the edge and through to the wicketkeeper Hansen. South Africa buoyed by that wicket.
Listen at home, you can hear when the guys are commentating. Have you heard that?
Yeah.
Oh, nothing there.
Mason continues. He's into his 7th now.
Boys, you know things happen.
Seems to have just got into a bit of a stride. I just thought earlier on, James, he was a little bit too short. He was trying to bowl the ball rather than to just get the line and length. And I just think as a leg spinner, such a valuable entity in cricket. And when you hit your stripes, you're getting the ball to pitch. And then
Yeah, exactly.
and you get into a rhythm, it does help for a leg spinner. It gives him confidence as well.
Yeah. And it's so much about rhythm, isn't it, as a spin bowler, particularly leg spin bowler. You just want to be able to land it. So often it's such a difficult art to perfect, let's put it that way. I mean, we know that all-time great Shane Warne. I mean, just was almost looked effortless as he walked in and bowled the delivery.
But it took years and years to perfect. I remember that he bowled, that's a bit too full, but it will be cut off. His first test match, 30 overs,
Yeah.
no maidens, naught for 150.
There we go.
And people went, oh, can this guy bowl? Look at him on debut. The rest is history.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, you look at many of the greats of the game and how they perhaps didn't get their careers off to the greatest of starts, and how just they have proved perhaps those naysayers wrong. Shane Warne, he did that in abundantly. It's a good delivery from Mason again. So Sawant and Roo here, important for England that they build another partnership. South Africa will be looking for another breakthrough. Nathan Rousseau has been excellent. And Chad Mason looking a lot better in this second spell, as Rhino was just saying.
Oh dear, he misread that.
No, it's gonna turn.
As Shamsi always used to say, slunk up. So there we go. I said, first test match, he bowled 30 overs, naught for 150. And everybody said, oh, this guy, can he play cricket? This Shane Warne. Look at how expensive he is. Well, it was later on, 145 test matches, 708 test wickets later. My goodness.
Absolutely incredible. And what a tragedy, in fact, that we lost him. It's nearly 3 years now since we lost Shane Warne. 3 years at the beginning of March it will be. And yeah, still remember the day that I heard that was just absolutely, it was one
Tragic.
of those days, tragic.
Yeah.
If anybody loves cricket will just admire how incredible Shane Warne was.
And not only that, I had the privilege of working with him at Supersport, because he came over here and did the Aussies tour. That one has swept around the corner. Will that run away for 4 as well? He's just a larger than life character, and what a fantastic guy. I mean, I got to know him off the field.
Yeah.
And loved life.
Yeah.
Lived it to the fullest. Lived it at about 180 k's per hour. But he loved life.
And I think that's just great. I mean, if you know that that's been the case, it's wonderful.
Yeah.
I mean, they were taken from us way too early.
Oh, nicely driven. That will run away for 4. It's a good shot. Given a bit, maybe a little bit too much air. And driven through the covers in fine style by Sawant. He now moves to 42. Don't despair, young man. He's gone in his 20th over. 3 for 44. He's bowled beautifully for South Africa. You're going to have the odd ball. Maybe he's just tiring a little bit. That was a good shot. We go again. We try again. We never know. Bowled. Beautiful. Look at that.
Stunning delivery from Nathan Rousseau. He comes back, exactly the comeback that you'd want from your spin bowler. You were saying, Jeremy, and he would probably not have bowled 20 overs in a day before in his career as a young cricketer, and that's an excellent delivery. It could so easily have taken the outside edge or even bowled Sawant.
Maybe they're trying to bowl the quicker one.
Yeah.
It's maybe dragging it down a bit too short. It's been intriguing cricket, hasn't it? 4 down England now. Stellenbosch, what a test match. Going down to the wire there. South Africa holding out. Last day, all 3 results became available. Win for England, win for South Africa, or a draw.
Yeah, it could.
Still the afternoon, there was still a chance.
There was. I mean, South Africa ending up only 21 runs short.
Yeah.
I mean, even the tie could have been in question there towards the end of the day.
Bold.
come back well, Rousseau. That's
178 for 4. The Cape Fox will depart. And got the lanky Eugene Molian, who will join me until tea with England at 178 now for 4. 58 overs being bowled. This partnership now just started with the arrival of Thomas Roux at the wicket.
Well, that was another much needed wicket, I should say, for South Africa.
Yeah, it was. Indeed it was. Hopefully they can get another wicket or 2.
Well, they need one more to go to tea, I feel. Thomas Roux is another one, positive character, as we see the coaching staff of England, Michael Yari and Stephen Croft.
Oh, catchman!
How close was that?
Well, he's fairly deep, and he's deep because of the reverse sweep there that the England batsmen have played on the very odd occasion. I must say, when Ben Mays was batting, I was on the other side and he played reverse sweep, and backward pointer anticipated it and ran to his left. If he had to stand still, that was taken chest high.
Wow.
Very nice, Shadow, very nice, Shadow.
You're always finding yourself up there with the
Meandering
with the officials and
just doing a bit of homework, doing a little bit of research, just looking to see what else I can bring.
I can tell you what you guys are chatting about. No homework whatsoever. So don't try and fib the world here.
Well, we've seen Babulia bat, and he's just bats at his own pace, own style, own mannerisms, and so one seems to be doing the same thing here for England.
Probably realises that this partnership is crucial for them. What has England got to get still in batting? Got Farhan Ahmed, yeah, he's also a very good player.
Nice boys. See, you can pick it up clean. Yeah, I know.
Still very young, 16 years old.
First time.
Been here with the
Front row.
England Lions. And came out now with the under-19 team, so he'll be around
Very nice, Joe.
for some time.
Very nice, Chad.
Next year.
Where?
Go, Chaddy. Go, Chaddy.
Next year,
Zimbabwe, isn't it?
Zimbabwe and Namibia.
Oh, next year. Hopefully we get the nod for a trip to the under-19 World Cup. Is it gone? No.
I think they got more for the court behind, but there wasn't a sound.
The under-19 World Cup will take place next year, 2025, 2026. It will be in Zimbabwe and Namibia. 2 lovely places to go to.
Very nice place. I haven't been to Namibia.
Have you
though.
never been there?
I've been to Zimbabwe. Never been to Namibia.
If you've never been to Namibia, do yourself a favor. You have to go there. You have to go. Beautiful. Windhoek. I've been to Windhoek a couple of times. Been fortunate also with the Zone 16 those years back in the 90s. Cricket South Africa. But then I also had friends in Keetmanshoop who have... and I've been to Ludwitz and been to Windhoek. The only 2 places I was supposed to go on a trip, but then I had to pull out because I had to go to Zimbabwe to go and do a series there between Zimbabwe and India. I would have gone for my first time to Swakopmund and Walvis Bay. I'd never been there.
Right.
That's beautiful. And the people, top draw. Lovely people in Namibia.
Well, I'll put that on the list. Definitely, Mr. Fredericks.
Road trip. Do a road trip, and then you go around about September and you go to Namaqualand, stay over in see the flowers. You go to Springbok, you spend a night or 2 there, you leisurely drive either to Keetmanshoop or to Mariental, sleep over there for a night or 2, and then you gather on to Windhoek, you spend 2 nights there, off to Walvis Bay. Walvis Bay, Swakopmund is about... Oh, it's a quarter ball, Ghana begging! And he drove it back quite hard. And nearly the fifth wicket was down. It was a good attempt.
Well,
Wow.
these guys are good off their own bowling. It was probably hit very firm back at him, as you said, and he got hands to it. He got both hands to it. Oh, can you believe it?
This time he gets him. Gone for all money. My word, he gets repaid. The hard work for Rousseau pays off. And the fifth wicket gone. Thomas Rule caught and bowled.
Can you believe you gifted 2 chances in a row? And this one was a little bit easier because it came a little bit higher to him. There it goes. Just about waist high, and it's a simple pouch. And look at the delight of the youngster, Nathan Rousseau. South Africa, I said if they can bag one more wicket before tea, they'll certainly feel a little bit more happier. Maybe now they can maybe be a little bit greedy and try and get a 6th.
Well, it's well deserved. He's picked up his 4th wicket, Nathan Rousseau, and well deserved. He's toiled hard. He's worked hard. And when you work hard in this game, you get rewarded eventually. And the man we've all been talking about walking in next is Farhan Ahmed. 16 years old. What a player. It's been good, this kid.
He's had a good series.
He's had a good series. I've enjoyed his attitude. He's a friendly lad. I had a chat or two with him as well. Had a chat with him, and he's a good bowler, spinner, and his brother played for England as well.
That's
didn't
correct. Leg spinner.
He? Yeah.
Then we might see a few more members doing a few laps here as we go to tea. You know me, I'm a stickler for time, Jeremy. We're heading that way.
See, Niels Momberg's also doing the lap of
And
honour.
he's walking the right way. He's walking the correct way. I've said this so many times. I think here in Cape Town, he's just got to walk the way that it's meant to be.
Yeah, and I see the England coaches have done the right thing too now. I've seen also that it was all James's fault because
Did he?
Yeah, remember yesterday you
Oh,
said,
that's
"Oh,
right,
James,
yeah.
you were on air with him."
James, what are you doing? Come on now. Surely we can apply a little bit more pressure here. And the men is putting on shin pads and getting helmets.
I think Niels is just having an exercise walk because, that's brisk. That's not an amble.
No, I think it does. Everywhere he goes, every ground, he does about three to 5 laps around. Or how many steps he takes, or I don't know how he works it out, but he gives it some licks around the oval.
And you see, when you get to our age, because we almost do something, we've got to do it a few. I spend time, got a fantastic lady, Karen, who does our aqua aerobics at Sports Science. So today, Tuesday, is normally my day, but I'm here with you toiling away. Tomorrow I'll be in the gym, and Thursday. There he goes, Niels Momberg. He's been a stalwart of cricket from youth development. Oh, what a delivery.
Grab that tin open and open that can of beans, because he opened Ahmed up. And that's a good start. Maybe the length was just a tad too short.
He's been a stalwart in cricket in South Africa. He worked at Boland Cricket as a development officer for many years. Then went to Cricket South Africa. And we both worked. Oh, that was close. Under Kaya Majola, the great Kaya Majola.
Yeah, that's why the week's named after him.
Yeah, and that's on the 19 week. And then Niels took over youth cricket at Cricket South Africa. And now with the Umpires Association. So he's given Yo-Yo Man's work for South African cricket over many, many years.
Involved with umpires now, I'm led to believe.
Yeah, that's what we were just saying, he said, why now? We've known each other for over 40 odd years. I said, yeah, Niels, where's the years gone? And we were reminiscing a bit about Hussein Ayop, another stalwart who's not with us, and Kaya Majola, who both of them, Niels was, Kaya was in charge of development. Niels was I beg your pardon, Hussein was in charge of coaching under Dr. Bacher. That's where it all started. That's where we all were. We had a very, very good and vibrant development and youth program. And glad to see that the work continues today. And this is the next generation of South African players that will come through the system.
Let's go, Charo! Come, Chatty boy!
Marvelous stuff from Benny Hansen. Mason get that is a massive wicket for South Africa. That is huge. With Farhan Ahmed now departing. Big wicket. England 180 for 6.
Well, South Africa would have been glad to get one. They got now a couple. And I said once one fall here, this series has had that tendency that wickets fall in clusters, just dragged outside the crease line there. Had to put it back. Unfortunately, Benny Hansen was swift as anything. And that is 6 gone now. And this game has taken a little bit of a different turn here. Just heading towards the tea break.
Well, I tell you what. This is good stuff from South Africa after lunch.
I think it was more this hour heading towards tea where everything seems to be happening as well. Again, I don't feel they started well after lunch, and we spoke about that in the first test. It's just how they start. These players are going to learn to switch on, switch off. Now they find themselves an hour into it and heading towards tea, and they've bagged a couple of wickets. This was a good delivery, dragging him forward, getting that back foot out of the crease, and Benny Hansen just did the rest.
He did well there, Benny Hansen, didn't he? But James and I had this discussion after lunch to say the period for lunch to tea now for South Africa is going to be crucial. They've done the job. They've taken the 3 wickets, and hopefully they can take another one before tea. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3, 3 becomes 4. Then South Africa would feel really good. I think from where they were this morning as Harry Moore gets in to where South Africa are now, they'd be very, very happy with the job done.
I'm just looking at where they were at lunch. And the game was going nicely. How do you say, marauding to a nice way for England. How cricket changes quickly.
Mother cricket. She has her moments.
Well, I think there'll be a few more people doing some laps in the England staff now, because it's just gone a little bit of an array here.
Nicely fielded.
Well, this is going to be an exciting 20 minutes, Mr. Fredericks. Who says we can't have excitement in red ball cricket? White clothing, who says?
Well, there's always excitement in red ball cricket. You just got to be patient. Patient is the virtue.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
Fast bowler Harry Moore. He comes in at 8. He has the capabilities with the bat. We know that. He's the one that went off with a little bit of touch of cramp yesterday. Well, this kid, Nathan Rousseau, left arm spin, Mr. Fredericks. How good has he been?
Very impressive. And he really, really deserves all the wickets he's taken thus far. Nathan Rousseau has been outstanding.
Well, we had a chat with the Cape Fox, and maybe you're the man, because you've seen so many games and matches played in South Africa. It's now a thing in the longer format of the game to play 2 spinners. But there was a time that it was even reluctant to play 1. As we went through all the teams then, from Western Province to Transvaal to Eastern Province to Natal, they only played 1 spinner. Dave Rundle was here, Tim Shaw was Eastern Province,
Well, they batted it 2 and over. There wasn't much runs on the board, so they didn't trust spinners. But now I think the advent of 2020 cricket, to be honest, in the beginning also there was a reluctancy to pick spinners, and you also just went with, and then suddenly the next season it was spinners. They started taking all the wickets. I know Omar Henry was always an advocate of why not more than one spinner in a team, and we've seen it nowadays. Nowadays it's just the norm that you go into a test match, no matter where you play in the world, you go. I mean, the time when the West Indies dominated cricket, didn't need a spinner.
No, they did not.
I mean, because once you were done with Robertson and Holding, then you had Garner and they just came. They just came at you. Garner, Marshall.
Yeah, and the other day, not so long ago, we would have thought in South Africa, a T20 game will just be consisting of 5 bowlers, of which all bowl spin.
Yeah. There were 5 spinners picked in the T20 and Poland Park, the 1 Paul Royals in a 2020 game. 5 spinners.
5 spinners.
There we go. Let's go. Take all the grass off and bang. Here we go. It's amazing where cricket has gone, how the game has evolved. Oh, what a catch! That is beautiful from South Africa. 7th wicket down. Told you so. One leads to another. And Rousseau bags a fifer. A little Michelle Pfeiffer there. Well done. Young man, he's bowled fantastically well.
He's bowled well, he's toyed well, he's given control back for South Africa here. But let us not forget this catch by Mr. Bosman. There he is. Silly point was hit off the middle, straight into his hands. Oh, they just stuck. If it don't stick like that, it sort of fumbles out. But again, well done, Nathan Rousseau. 5 wickets in a youth test. Now England reeling a little bit as the bowlers are coming out now. There's Eddie Jack, big man, coming to the middle.
Well, session South Africa. 4 wickets have tumbled in quick succession.
How quickly this game turns. I said it.
This game turns, and it can turn quickly. That's mother cricket for you.
Told you, I just went to go open the showers there. That's why I was away, you know. That's my superstitiousness coming back to me.
You've opened no showers. Myself and James have toiled and toiled. Now you want to come here and take all the credit. Typical of you fast bowlers.
When has the wickets fallen?
Doesn't matter. I'm telling you, the hard work's been done. It's a team effort, not a Eugene Molian effort.
Moxie!
Oh, I'm saying
That's Moxie!
it's all happening here, folks. It's all happening.
What are you pulling your leg?
Oh, no. Keep pulling. 13 minutes to tea. That's what I'm curious
Well,
about.
I'll be departing soon, so I'll just
Well, you've still got a little bit of work still to do after your tea. Are you going to enjoy a little bit of a cuppa and a scone? Hopefully we get it this time. I mean, Bandile was terrible yesterday with us.
Well, he's not even here today, so the chances of you getting it scone is 0. Let's cut away again. We'll get him off the mark.
Yeah, I think that's good. Giving him the single. Oh, looks like Jack, left-hander. Bowls right-handed, but he's a left-hander. I would like to see one just around the corner here, just behind him, Jeremy.
He's coming.
Let's just see it. Look at the field placing the slip in here. I'd like to see also a short leg in or a silly point
What do you want?
to the leg spinner.
Well, there he comes.
Going in there or yeah? Yeah, happy. I like that.
Well, pressure is a wonderful thing.
How beautiful and marvellous is this game of cricket.
About 20 minutes ago, Eddie Jack was just maybe making some jokes. Now he finds himself out in the middle. Oh, that's down the leg side. That's probably going to race away.
That's not a good delivery. First up to start off. To bowler. It's off the bat.
No, it's given as wides. It's given as wides. Well, maybe he didn't realize he's a left-hander. Still, umpire shares is still a bit of a harsh call, isn't it? Down the legs. I know it's further down, but Anyway,
Ex-cricketer. No nonsense. Now, it's not getting that line probably where he wanted it to the left-handed batsman, Mason.
well, I'm still thinking about that catch from Daniel Bosman at Silly Point. Not so long ago, we saw Tony De Zorzi take one at short leg in a test where it was clipped off the legs.
Yeah, you love these sharp. And the one thing about those sharp chances, they either stick or they don't. There's no half measures there. Reflexes, got to be quick. And that's important, to have quick reflexes. And then just make sure at that position that it sticks. Special position to feel that.
Special person to go in there.
Yeah. Well, normally you send all the youngsters. You make your debut at Test cricket, put the pot on, there you go. Short leg, Silly Point. Thanks for coming. You'll stand there for the next 15, 20 tests. Senior players won't. We'll be in the slips and in the covers. Send the newbies in there.
It's the same as being a 12th in that position, Jeremy. You don't want to show your hand at being good at. Because the minute you're a good 12th, you'll be picked as a 12th man all day long.
Yeah, yo-yo man service. Don't get rewarded though.
No.
Thanks, 12th. Great job. Love you.
It's the one, Jeremy. It's the one where in a 4-day game again, like you don't think you're batting or you feel or in the field, and you're just sitting and you have to watch every ball, and somebody's waving to you, and you just don't catch on, and you are somewhere else. You're watching, but you're not really there. You're somewhere else in the clouds.
It's in the air. It's cut away. Will it race away? Will be hauled in. Mabata's after it. He cuts off. Want to run out, didn't he have early on? I think he started it with that run out of Fosenka.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a brilliant direct hit here from the boundary.
I'm
Mabata.
not going to say that I was on air for that as well. And I know
No, you were on air for every wicket. Well done. Such a genius.
I'm not known to be a wicket taker here on comms. I'm always the one that is, things are just going by nicely. It's the Cape Fox and you. The two of you are a flipping great combo.
How many have you taken now today? You've been in the wickets.
Well, it's been a good day. Day 2 is always a good day for me.
Actually, should be batsman's day. Was up to almost before lunch. Just use the southeaster beautifully to his advantage. That's why I'm saying that I was disappointed in South Africa that after lunch he didn't come and start immediately and Mokoena from the Wynberg end, because that's what should have been the tactics. That to me is just thinking, and just look how well he's controlled. He's had good control, good figures. Look at that. I just love it. That ball is so beautifully fly, so enticing. Now you get down the track and try to hit that.
He's not going anywhere.
No,
he's not going anywhere, so on.
He's batting for scone time. That's the other thing about England that's brilliant. Teas.
Oh, strawberry.
Oh,
Cream. Oh, and actually the tea as well itself. Oh, gets served in that stainless steel kettle.
beautiful.
I mean, you can't beat it.
Have you ever been when you commentate in the media box at Lord's?
Oh, that's you.
Oh, man.
Is it a 3-course meal?
What 3 course? I'm insulting to the English. It's like being at the Mount Nelson. 5 times that. There's just snacks everywhere. You get there tea time and they're in the media box. I mean, I came back another 10 k's heavier. Just wonderful, the food at Lord's. Just eat off a menu. Players have a menu in the dressing room and certain foods. The media box. They do entertain well. Eugene, after lunch, there's a part of the room, and I'll bowl again, where there's every bit of crisps you can find, and lollipops and fizzies and chocolates and everything you get there at the media, in the media box at Lord's. And then they give you tea time. Oh, there are 14, 15 different cakes.
I take it doesn't come in a polystyrene cup either.
No. No, it's just absolutely marvelous.
The cup, the tea, saucer.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Now, I've experienced those. Not in the media stand, not to the level that you have, obviously.
Well, we're just talking about lunches and scones and all that. Those scones are beautiful, aren't they? The strawberry cream, and it's just got all the ambiance, the cucumber sandwiches. Beautiful.
Well, the man that took that unbelievable catch, Daniel Bosman, he's now coming into the attack. Now, this is something else. This is going to be an off spinner. So he's likely going to take the ball away from the left hander. Not a bad ploy before tee. Just to say to South Africa and Penny Hansen, listen, what another person in the team can do. This is spinner number 3. Or 4, I should say. Spinner number 4.
Oh, that's very nice.
The thing about Daniel Bosman is he's more a darter and maybe throwing it up there.
You don't need a dart at this stage. I think you need someone that can rip it, spin it like Rousseau's done. But you never know. The chance is probably just to...
Oh, it's in the air.
These are happening very nice.
This game has really turned around, hasn't it? From where South Africa were to where they are now.
Good, Joey.
They've been good in the field. They've been sluggish at times, South Africa, but their catching has been good. They've been thereabouts, and they've really upped the ante.
They have to come off the tee and be on the money. They can't afford any slowness into the session. It's been the Achilles heel of South Africa that they haven't started sessions well.
Nice.
Saw that again today
Very nice, boys.
after lunch. But now, once they're into their business, they're
This is
really
you,
applying
boys.
pressure. Babuli again with a chase. Well, he'll get that in. It's a ball down the leg side. And that's what I said. He's more that sort of dart, almost a defensive bowler. Just put the pace on, go get it close into the left-hander.
Running with the wind, mate.
Get it outside that off stump.
Oh, that's nice, that's nice.
England still trail by 31 runs. Probably be an over before tea.
Yeah, one more. Stacey Lakay is trying her best not to get to the stumps. But umpire Shazi says, no, there'll definitely be one more.
He's just checking where all the marks there. Passage. Total in control of things, old Shares. Character from KwaZulu-Natal. Shazi. Played for South Africa as well. One-day cricket. He's a character. Seen him swing the ball at Kingsmead.
Oh, left armour.
Yeah. Had a bit of gas in the beginning. Just decided too many injuries and probably stopped playing.
But look where he finds himself on the cricket pitch.
He loves the game. Loves the game. That's important. That's what you call the true development of people in the game. Once the love and the passion gets to you. And I'm sure if you sit down with him and do a bit of a life story, you'll probably hear his story from where he comes from, his background, and how he got opportunities. It's wonderful to see him umpiring at this level. That to me, now, when you talk development and transformation, that is that. exactly what I'm saying. That people are given opportunities because they're good enough to get the opportunities, and that they've worked hard and earned it and been involved in the game.
Yeah.
The love of the game. All have stories. All people come from different backgrounds and things, and we got to respect that.
Oh,
It's so important.
Most definitely. Jeremy, no matter where you've come from, no matter what color skin you are, no matter what your background is, it's that respect. I think that is massive.
Oh, it's upish. But, we're going to carry to Mokoena. I'd like to. Oh, you know what I want to see in after tea? I want to see this fellow continuing here. I want to see Mokoena coming from the Weinberg end and just blowing them away, get them out, and Rousseau will do the rest.
Well, either way, this game is moving forward at an alarming rate here.
It's good. It's good for cricket. It's been riveting most of the day. Beautiful. There we go. Thank you. Well negotiated. Off they go for tea. On day 2, England are 193 for 7. Savant 45, not out of 139 balls. He's worked hard, and Eddie Jack 3 of 10 balls. And South Africa getting to 224. England still trailing by 31 runs. We're going to enjoy a cuppa. And when you get back after tea, it will be 2 new commentators.
Welcome back to the Wally Wilson Oval at Western Province Cricket Club. It is session 3 on day 2 of this second youth test match between South Africa under 19 and England under 19. This broadcast brought to you by Sisonke Tourism and Events Services, and you can find them on www.sisonketours.co.za, and they will take care of all your sporting tour and leisure tour requirements, and they really are a fantastic company. They are involved in many different touring activities, and you can make sure, if you are a school or a sports club, that you get the ultimate sports adventure. Sisonke Tourism and Event Services will bring you unforgettable school tour, sports tours to Southern Africa. Picture this: rugby in South Africa, cricket in Zimbabwe, or soccer in Zambia, where your team competes, connects, and explores incredible landscapes and cultures. You can find them on www.sisonketours.co.za. Please get hold of them now for those requirements. And welcome you back. And I'm here with Jeremy Fredericks, and the breeze has certainly picked up, and it is going to be the post-tea session. South Africa getting 5 wickets in that session between lunch and tea. England going from 109 for 2 to 193 for 7, and Nathan Rousseau getting a 5 for. Jeremy, it was really a great fight back from South Africa.
It's been brilliant. It's been good work from South Africa, and they've certainly fought back well. It's spin, it's going to continue. That's the route they're taking. And I would have definitely said to Mokoena, give him the ball from the Wime again and have a burst. There's 14 overs to go to the new ball, I suppose. They're probably thinking, let's give him an extended rest, and spinners have done the job for us. So let's continue with that. Bosman now.
It's Rouse the
is it
left
Rouse?
armour, yeah.
Beg your pardon.
Left armour Jason Rouse coming in. It was Bosman we had before the break with his off breaks. Sorry. And Eddie Jack on strike. So England in that post-lunch session losing the 3rd wicket at 122. Fonseca, brilliant run out by Mbata. And then it really was from 165 when they lost their 4th number of wickets that went down. A bit of half appeal here from South Africa. It looked like Benny Hansen not interested in that catch at all.
James, there seems to be a bit of turn and bounce there.
Definitely. We're seeing now post-lunch, in fact, probably sort of halfway through that session, we started to see that there was a bit of turn and bounce, and we've seen a little bit of variable bounce as well when you're bowling from the southern end, the Weinberg end. But Nathan Rousseau has also been getting a little bit of turn, the left arm orthodox spinner bowling from the northern end of the ground, the Cape Town end. And just running through that scorecard again, it was 165 for 4. Ben Mays, a good partnership between him and Sawant of 43. He's just back, and that's dangerous on this surface. Now you want to be careful if you are playing back. And good over from Jason Rouse and Maiden to start off for South Africa after the tea interval. So that was 179 for 5. Thomas Roux, who'd been dropped the previous delivery, then popped one back again to Nathan Rousseau. Rousseau then taking his 4th wicket. It was then Farhan Ahmed, and the score was 180. And the 6th wicket went down, stumped sharply by Benny Hansen off the bowling of Mason for 1. And then Harry Moore was caught by Bosman. A very sharp catch at shortish, a silly mid-off position. Took it brilliantly, was driven hard to him, and took the catch very well. 181 for 7. Now 193 for 7. South Africa just have a lead at the moment of 31 runs, and they will want to try and wrap this up as quickly as possible after the tea break. It's going to be Nathan Rousseau to continue, and why not? 5 for 46.
Yeah, he's been exceptional for South Africa. Nathan Rousseau, the youngster, is bowled with a lot of guile. Nice flight. I've just loved his variation, and he's bowled into a stiff southeaster.
And it seems to be stiffening by the moment here. My goodness.
Yeah, it is stiffening by the moment. Not even the burly Eugene Molian can shelter us from this stiff southeaster.
No.
Yeah, he has got no answer to that one either.
No, as I was saying earlier on, it is the lazy wind. It doesn't go around you, it goes straight through you. Oh,
Nicely bowled again.
yeah.
I just love this kid. It's impressed me mightily, Nathan.
Yeah, he's just landing it, isn't he, in exactly the right areas. He's got such great control. That's what's wonderful to see from a what you expect, what you want from your sort of left armour.
Bit of drift too. Well, it's game with the arm, bit of drift. Lovely to watch.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? When you're watching a spin bowler and the art, it is such an art, spin bowling. I mean, there's science to it as well, but just the art of spin bowling is so wonderful. We were talking about the great Shane Warne before the break and how brilliant he was, but there's been so many brilliant spinners that we've had in world cricket. Oh, beats the outside edge yet again.
Yeah, you're talking about great spinners and all that type of thing, and it's amazing how younger and younger they become, learning their art. And this kid's just been sensational, to say the least. Oh, beautiful. Can't get better than that. Swept for one. And then you watch the England team and you watch Farhan Ahmed and you watch Tasneem Ali.
Yeah.
And you see there one leg spinner, one off spinner. They too are very good. So, I think as of now, and come the second innings of South Africa and England, the spinners are going to be in control here. Day 3 tomorrow. It's moving day.
Yeah.
Test moves forward. It's moved already, but tomorrow would be moving day.
Yes, as we look across there to the South African Brains Trust, sitting at the computers in that dressing room area of Western Province Cricket Club. What fantastic facilities they have here, and just wonderful hospitality from that Western Province Cricket Club. We just want to thank them for their hospitality and the facilities here. Jason Rouse to continue. South Africa searching for these last 3 wickets.
Oh, my word!
Goes back again, does Sawant, and that is dangerous. Now it's just becoming more of a challenge to go back on the wicket. Probably isn't comfortable coming forward. A bit of turn. We saw turn and bounce from Rouse in the last over. And that's 2 leg side though. And Mbatha does the fielding. They won't mind that, South Africa. They won't mind having Eddie Jack on strike. He's saying his record isn't renowned from a batting point of view. He's a top score in youth test matches. He's played a number of those, 18. He's got 53 runs in youth test matches, top score of 18, average of just over 7.5.
No. Very nice, Jay. Very nice, Jay.
And so Sen Sawant here is the key for England. South Africa will be looking to get a breakthrough. If they can just open up one end, they'll be quite happy.
Haven't been good starters after sessions.
No.
Now this has been a better start. They've nudged, and I just think this morning I should have been on the money earlier on. They came back. I said after lunch to tea was going to be an absolute crucial. They've done the job. They've done the work. They took 4 wickets. It's exactly what they needed, just to pull themselves back. And they wouldn't mind at the end of this innings if things are all at even keel.
Nice.
Because even 50 runs ahead for the opposition is a lot of runs to first negate and then to bat on.
Yeah. And as you say, Jeremy, you do feel on this surface and what we're seeing already now with the turn that both bowlers are getting, just a single off that over, that it's going to be spin it to win it in this test match over the next few days. As we see there, the 3 players from South Africa that were nominated in the team of the tournament at the ICC Under-19 Women's T20 World Cup. Gemma Botha, who ended up being the 5th highest run scorer, she's been selected as an opener. Kayla Renneker has been selected as the captain of that team of the tournament. Outstanding for her from her leadership skills point of view. Also finished the tournament as the 3rd highest wicket taker. And then Tabaseng Nini, who was absolutely brilliant opening the bowling for South Africa, took 4 for, I think it was 3 for 4 in one of the innings. And just brilliant that we have 3 South African young ladies in that 12 that was named there by the ICC as the team of the tournament. And they arrived back in South Africa this morning to what sure was a hero's welcome at OR Tambo International Airport, and then went for a press conference at the CSA headquarters in Melrose in Johannesburg. And they certainly have done us proud, as are the young men that are out there at the moment on the field here in this second test match against England. And none more so than Nathan Rousseau, 5 for 47 for him in his youth test debut.
Oh, what a debut it's been. And he'd be proud of his day's work. It's not over yet. Wouldn't mind ending up ripping through this attack, ending up with the 7 for 8 for, but 5 is a fantastic feat for a spinner. Done, and he's toiled hard, done the hard work. He's into his 26th. It's just lovely to see when guys are into their art. Nicely flighted once again. Yeah, his teammates are saying, beautiful, Nathan. Lovely. Love your work. So Wanta's toiled on.
Yeah.
He's on 47 now for 152 balls.
Oh, and he tries to paddle that one, and it doesn't grip, and was too wide down the leg side for it to present any problems yet. He misses it. So another maiden over for Nathan Rousseau, and that's been brilliant from the young man. You say 25 overs now he's bowled in the innings. 5 for 47. South Africa 70 overs in, and they have really brought that run rate down. At one stage, England, in fact, we look at the lunchtime score, Jeremy, it was 33 overs at lunch. They were 109 for 2. They were batting then at over 3.5 to the over, and South Africa have pegged that back. Just the 84 runs between lunch and tea in what was 33 overs. So really have pegged it back. It's going to be Rouse to continue. He's going to be bowling over the wicket now to the left-handed Eddie Jack.
They're going to try and get as close to the South African total as they can. South Africa really, as you said, you've said it all. They've pegged it back. Just like to see them put a bit more pressure on Jack. He is a bowler. He's a tall fella. Don't allow him to get any ascendancy. They'll look to get him out as soon as possible.
So they brought a man round to leg slip. They've still got the conventional slip. And it's a bit of a release ball down the leg side for the single. And that's Paul James doing duty down there. It was his 84 yesterday that coming down in the order at number 7 that got South Africa to that total of 224. 61 for 4 at lunch South Africa were. They went to 74 for 5 before the repair work was done by firstly James and Hansen, and then James and Mason, and finally James and I think it was McQuena.
As you said, we're into the 70th over. We'll probably continue with the spin until the second new ball, and once that's available, hopefully South Africa are thinking, well, We'd like to get England out before the second new ball.
Yeah.
And before that's available. And really just
I'm just gonna
try and bat by then.
Someone's defence has been resolute. He took quite a while to get into his work and had a bit of a flourish, and now he's been batting quite so slowly, resolutely. Sweeps a little bit in the air to begin with, down to Mbata. Mbata, who was brilliant run out from Mbata, direct hit from fine leg that brought about the wicket of Fonseca. Fonseca, by far, you have to say, from an England point of view, their best batter today. Him and Sawant really doing well for them.
Sorry, Joe. He's got a good arm, hasn't he?
He does.
He's a strong arm. You know, there's certain players you're not going to take them on. Can't take on two. You know, in South African cricket, the long arm of Rabada, you're not going to take a second to him when you know there's an opportunity of a run out, because it's just got such long levers. And he lets the ball go so quickly. That's the important thing. One thing is to pick up and feel the ball, but to let it go.
I mean, what an athlete he is. As we look at the ladies' team as they ascend the steps, the red carpet, as they go into the CSA headquarters in Johannesburg, and they deserve all the applause, all the accolades that they get for their fantastic performance at the T20 Under-19 Women's World Cup. And it was a brilliant display for them to get to the final, and they're defeated by the very powerful Indian team. That how proud we can be of our young ladies. It's a dangerous ploy to go back to Nathan Rousseau. It's Eddie Jack, and now you just fancy Rousseau against Jack here.
He's seen a spot there outside that off stump, Nathan Rousseau. I like that. I would just think he's floated them, and he's gone back and it's kept low. I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to try the quicker one and then just try and lead him into a force, and you can trap him leg before.
Oh, this is really good work from Rousseau. He's looking for that LBW, isn't he? It's just an intriguing contest. This is why we love 4-day cricket, Jeremy.
Well, exactly. Oh, that was perilously close. My goodness.
Well, I had a full go at that, did Eddie Jack, and it's played outside the line. I think it went through between bat and pad. Let's have a look at this again.
Oh, we called it, didn't we? Oh, it's just gone. It just didn't turn back enough to actually clip the off stump. Just beat him on the inside and just missed that off stump.
You almost sense that it's just a matter of time, potentially. Jack's thinking, can he get through this spell from Rousseau? Rousseau's been so good. His line and his length have been outstanding. Yeah, the quicker one to finish the over. It's another maiden for Nathan Rousseau. That's his second in a row, and they have started this session, Jeremy, a lot better than they started the session this morning and also the session after lunch. South Africa have applied the brakes on England, and we've had already 17 minutes after the tea interval, just the 5 runs, and South Africa will be feeling that there is the opportunity to get these last 3 wickets. They can just get the one, and Eddie Jack not looking that comfortable against the ball that's turning into him.
Not at all. These big guys like to have a big hee-ho.
Like some unnecessary entertainment. Oh, 100%.
Still 17 runs adrift from South Africa's first innings total. England are.
Goes back again. That one not bouncing too much, but he is reading the wicket well. So he's been there long enough. 158 is on 49. Will be an excellent half century for him should he get there. Just the one run that he needs, and he's held this innings together. Came in when the score was on 51. He's not going to get the 50 there. And he has to marshal the tail. They have to get as many runs as they can. England have to get a lead here. They're going to have to bat fourth on this particular surface. And when he and Fonseca were together, it looked like they were going to take England well past South Africa's total. But at this stage, it is looking like it's pretty much even Stevens.
Well, I was getting nervous with Fonseca going the way he was going, and I thought to myself, here's a big mountain to climb until that sheer brilliance from Upata. That was absolutely sheer brilliance from Upata. It's a pity we do not have, or we could see those wickets again, South Africa, but in time to come as the streaming gets better and better. Pitch vision will hopefully have slow-mos where we can have wicket packages just to see what had happened earlier, especially for our viewers who who probably looks in at 2 o'clock, they see 7 down, and then could give them the highlights package of wickets that have fallen during the innings, but that will come. Something we'll probably got to speak to Johan and Gavin about.
Yes, it's really is a privilege and pleasure to bring you this broadcast from the wonderful setting of the Western Province Cricket Club, as we just show you their reminders that the Hollywood Bets Pro Series, that's the Pro 50 and Pro 20, that's the Women's Professional Cricket Series, will commence again on the 15th of February 2025, the first weekend once again when the ladies will be back in action, and that is really exciting at the moment in the Pro 50 being headed by the Dolphins. They are unbeaten so far in that competition, and the Pro 20 being headed by Western Province, World Sports Betting Western Province, and Hollywood Bets Dolphins, World Sports Betting Western Province. They are unbeaten in the 20 over competition, the Pro 20. Catch all the action on the CSA YouTube channel. So continues. It's been 3 maidens in a row now from South Africa, Jeremy. Really good from Rouse and Rousseau after the tea break.
They've been magnificent, and we all knew that this wicket would take turn. We said it yesterday, and it's just proven fact. And Rousseau was really bowled nicely. He's flighted his deliveries nicely, and there's shouts of catch it.
Yeah, as that one gets played through the offside, and Eddie Jack will get the boundary just a little bit short on that occasion. But he has been outstanding, has Nathan Rousseau, and that will bring up the 200 for England with that shot through the offside. Just look at this one again. It's a little bit slow and not on the line that he has been bowling, which has caused Jack quite a lot of trouble as it runs down to the boundary for 4. So that 200 coming in in the 74th over.
Yeah, South Africa, as I said, they wouldn't want England to get too far ahead. Yeah. Try and skittle and get these last 3 wickets as soon as possible.
He goes back to that one, and it's dangerous with the ball that is angling in to the stumps, and just that fourth 50 for England, Jeremy, coming up in just 1 ball shy of 23 overs, so a lot slower, and they've lost 4 wickets. South Africa will feel they're just 1 wicket away from perhaps getting through and running through the lower order. It's quicker to misdirect it slightly, and it just tickles it around the corner, and just 1 ball to go. Just 1 run away. Aryan Sawant from a very good 50. Strike rate might not be quite what Bazball would expect, but he's done a fantastic job for his team. Sweeps and sweeps well down to the man at deep backward square, and that is a 50 for Aryan Sawant. It's come off 164 balls, and he acknowledges the applause of his teammates and staff and others in the pavilion. A well played 50, an important innings this has been for England as they moved to 204 for the loss of 7, just 20 runs behind South Africa's first innings total. And that has been very good innings in the context of the game, and him really marshalling the middle and lower order. He's held firm as Aryan Sawant.
It's been an important knock, never
Yeah.
mind a good 50. It's been important as well, because this could have set England back so much. He was in a bit of trouble earlier on when he got to the crease. He started off very, very slowly, but he's built his innings, and that is what Test cricket's about. He showed a lot of resolute, and he's now striding into his confidence. Looking for a second, but they won't get that one.
Yes, South Africa will be quite happy that they're going to have Eddie Jack on strike to Jason Riles. He's going to come, I think, over the wicket again to the left-hander. Critical period of play here in this match for both teams.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
As Riles continues to Jack, just looking for the breakthrough. South Africa, England looking to build a lead, which could prove so important in this match.
No. High ball. Come Jay, come fellas! Come lads, eh? Oh, very nice, very nice.
He's back and just playing it down to mid-on yet again. So Riles doesn't have the same control necessarily as Rousseau, but he's keeping it tight to Eddie Jack.
No,
Doesn't seem to have the same level of threat necessarily, though. The all-rounder.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, that South Africa would get to that new ball as soon as possible, take it, and then look to try and get the wicket. And I just hope they bowl McQueen from the one.
And it's just straight to Daniel Bosman at forward short leg off the pad. And there is no run. The end of another good over from Riles. And saying goodbye to Jeremy Fredericks. Thank you very much, Rhino. Lovely to have you here with us today.
Been good to be here. Other commitments call.
And wishing you all the best. And thank you very much. It's say a very goodbye to Jeremy Fredericks. Always wonderful to have Jeremy here with us on commentary on the CSA YouTube channel. And he's going off now to do duty at the SA20, the qualifier today for between My Cape Town and the Paarl Royals taking place in Oberge. Jeremy will be doing Afrikaans commentary on Supersport, and joining me for the first time, Gavin Rich. Gavin, really good to have you here on comms with us.
Thanks very much, James. Actually, I feel like an impact sub coming in off the bench.
That's very good, yeah. That's played over Daniel Bosman there, but really good, and match situation here quite intriguing at the moment.
It's been absorbing, and you guys were talking. We were talking over lunch, and we were saying that South Africa look as if they're playing a waiting game, just being patient, and we felt that maybe they were being too patient. Maybe they were waiting for the wicket to start to crack up a bit, because
maybe they were.
Because this afternoon, I mean, there's been a change in the game because there was the run out. The run out changed things. I think they put in another 30 or 40 run partnership after that. and they put in a 30 or 40
Yes, they did.
run partnership after that. But then Nathan Rousseau ran through them a bit and went down to 7. And just hope that they do make the breakthrough quickly, although obviously the new ball isn't that far away.
No, as you say, just the 4 overs and 3 balls to the new ball, and you sense they will take it. Mokoena, he probably feels that he's got a good chance to get the wicket of Eddie Jack potentially, and it's just played nicely by Sawant. He's been very good, Sawant. 51 off 169 balls now. He came in with the score on 51 for 2. Good partnership with Fonseca of 70. As you said, it was then a good partnership of 43 with Mays.
And then since then it's been very much South Africa dominating, but I think they need to get through these two. As you say though, and I hope that Mokoena gets to bowl from with the wind behind him, coming in from the Weinberg end, because he was bowling into the wind earlier, and I didn't really see the point of that.
No, certainly that spell, you just felt from a South African point of view, with how well the spinner was bowling, we always felt it was a bit of a wasted spell from Mokoena, and he's bowled 10 overs though, Mokoena, so he will still be reasonably fresh. In that first test match last week at Stellenbosch, he and Raik Daniels did most of the work in that first inning. 25 overs for Daniels and 24.1 for Mokoena, so he's not averse to having long spells. He's a strong young man, and I would find it very strange if they don't take the new ball.
Yeah, unless another wicket goes down now, and a spinner takes the wicket, and well, it would obviously have to be a spinner because nobody else is going to bowl before the new ball. No. The one thing I was going to say was it looks like we'll get a 5 o'clock a 5 o'clock finish today, because the over rate has. I mean, I was watching on YouTube yesterday. I've been here most of today. 76 overs. So I think there were 2 or 3 overs bowled last night. I think there were 3 overs bowled last night. 3 overs bowled last night, and South Africa bowled out in the 83rd over. So there's been 73 overs. We're into the 74th over of the day, 90 overs in a day. So I think we're definitely not going to be sitting here until into that last half hour.
No, there won't be overtime today, I don't think. As you say, South Africa needed to bowl 27 overs in the last 2 hours to get all their overs in for the day. It's just in the South Africa interested for a short while as that one came off the inside half of Jack's bat, but it's no danger for him. He moves on into double figures, and England, if you're just looking at that scorecard, the 250s at the moment, but starts for the other batters. Vaughan 24 off 47, Dawkins 22 off 45, and then Mays 26 off 52. And that is short, and it is hit far and long into the building, the clubhouse on our left-hand side, and it is 6 runs for Aryan Sawant. Excellent shot from him, takes him to 57, and it was short, got the treatment.
I wonder if they'll have the attitude now of, well, we got to score runs before the new ball arrives. I assume a lot of these guys do play second division county, for the second teams in the county league.
So they've a lot of them have already played county cricket. Aryan Sawant is in fact one of those that hasn't played county cricket. He has played second league cricket though, Sawant, and second. So county seconds,
So it won't be an alien concept for them to have a sort of to be batting with the second new ball coming along.
No.
And in big cricket, often the new ball does travel if you've got it in batsman.
Yes, it can, especially if you say there's somebody in at the time. Just go through some of his impressive numbers after this delivery. Just in terms of the fact that he can bat long, he's got 2 scores of over 150 for Middlesex seconds. Well, actually, for Middlesex under 18s, he got a 188 not out. And then for Middlesex second 11 last season, 173 against Yorkshire second 11. So he knows how to bat long, does Aryan Sawant.
In long games. So they've got that experience that the South Africans probably wouldn't have, because the way I understand it these days, the schoolboy cricket is played over a day and mostly limited overs.
Yes, that's right. So they don't have. They might have a little bit of a concept of timed cricket, but it's not the same at all. It is still more like limited overs cricket as we look at that scorecard. 212 for 7, trailing by 12. this partnership starting to become a little bit troublesome for South Africa. 31 it is so far. And
I was actually wondering what, I've always felt that if you're on, especially on a wicket that is going to start offering spin later on, if the teams are relatively even, it doesn't matter if the team batting second has a bit of a lead. So I wonder how much of a lead South Africa can afford to give them, because you obviously don't want to, given the way the pitch started turning in that afternoon session, you wouldn't want to be chasing too many on the final afternoon, which is 2 days away still.
Yeah.
And South Africa obviously have to bat again. But 250, I think, would almost be too much.
Yeah, you'd sense South Africa clearly wouldn't want to give away a lead, but if they do, I mean, under 50 would be what they will be targeting. Yeah. Probably feel they're going to have the better of the conditions on the pitch, batting third.
I haven't had a chance to go out and have a look at the pitch. I know that Jeremy was talking about it yesterday, and he said that he felt that it was going to start.
Yeah.
Have you looked at it this morning?
Yes, it's so the one end, in fact the end that bowling to now is a lot drier, and it does have, looks like some cracks. Whether they're going to open up, and just watching this one here, just missing the off stump as well. And so we do expect, I think from this end you're going to probably see more turn. We've seen variable bounce already, bowling from the southern end towards us here, and the northern end, the opposite end from which Rousseau is bowling. It's in the air. Oh, for a while Jason Rouse was slightly interested. He's just saying it was too much in front of him. You do sense he probably was.
Would have been a hard shot. I think a bit of a hear Jonty Rhodes' acceleration.
Yeah, yes, maybe.
I think that would have been.
If he did, he might have got there. It's so difficult.
It's obviously the first time I've seen him bowl, and Nathan Rousseau has really impressed me. I mean, his control of flight and his variation and bowling into the southeaster, and also I would assume I see he's bowled. He's actually one ball away from completing his 30th over. It must be very rare for him, if ever, that he's bowled as long.
I can say probably with a fair amount of certainty this will be the most overs he's ever bowled in a day, and hasn't he done a great job? I mean, he doesn't seem to have tired at all. He's still landing it almost exactly where he wants to, and that says 5 for 53 of his 30 overs, and he's been instrumental really in pegging this England run rate back, and meaning that South Africa with his wickets are in with a really good chance in this test match. First test was an exciting encounter in Stellenbosch. South Africa 9 down at the end, surviving on the last day. Ended up 21 runs short of the target that England set for them, but they did manage to survive, which was.
I think there's a chance we might see something similar in this game. I don't think it will be. What do they need? 300 odd to win in that
I don't think
game.
So, no.
But, it won't be like that.
No.
But even if this wicket does carry on playing like it is and continues to deteriorate, I mean, we're assuming it's deteriorate. I mean, just given the variable bounce and a bit of dust here and there. 150 could be taxing. Yeah,
that's what certainly the number I had in my head as well. And the way that the South African spinners have operated, and still haven't seen too much of Chad Mason, the leg break bowler. I think that's because Benny Hansen wanted to maintain control, and he's got the control with the two left armers as Sawant just pulls away.
Yeah, he bowled during a flat. I'm not saying the pitch was flat, but a flat period of the game before lunch. I arrived about an hour before lunch, and I watched, and there was hardly a false shot, and there was hardly a need for a false shot, and that's why I think Jeremy and Eugene were talking about South Africa almost being playing the patience game and just waiting for England to make a mistake, and they didn't look like they were going to make a mistake, and everything just looked very flat at that stage. And then, as you and Jeremy said, starting straight after lunch, South Africa started looking a little bit flat. Well, they made the wrong decision. I think we all unanimous that the fast bowler should have bowled from the other end, with the strong southeaster at his back.
Yes, so South Africa, as you said, they seemed to be going through the motions before lunch. When they came back out after lunch, with Fonseca looking very secure. I mean, he was looking really good. Batted quickly. Sawant. Oh, that one takes the outer half of the bat. It's going to come down to third man. They're going to... No, they're not going to turn for two. And so Rouse will have a couple of deliveries at Eddie Jack. He's looking more and more assured, Eddie Jack. And that is a little bit of a challenge perhaps for South Africa. 10 off 46. It has been slow. He's defended a lot.
Well, they have been. You know, I watched yesterday. They have been a lot more watchful than South Africa were. Certainly their top order were. I know they had that middle order collapse, but South Africa did give away a few wickets yesterday. Even some of the guys who batted. Ooh.
Yes, it certainly was the case. You know, it was top order from South African point of view. They will probably think that 3 of the top 4 were certainly
they shouldn't have been
gave
4
the
down
wickets
at lunch.
away. They shouldn't have been. No, certainly shouldn't have been 4 down at lunch. Didn't play the patient game. Only Mohamed Bulbulia actually left very well outside the off stump.
And then
He's got him. He's got him. Eddie Jack. He plays the ball straight to the man at short leg there, and Daniel Bosman takes his second catch. Excellent from South Africa, and Jason Rouse picks up his first wicket. South Africa get the wicket they were so desperately looking for after the tea break, and it is Eddie Jack that has to go. We'll look at this one again. Gavin, just take us through this.
I mean, he keeps playing back, as you say. Yeah, he keeps playing back. So it was always likely that I mean, earlier on, I thought Nathan Rousseau was going to get him because a couple of those balls came through quite low and they were turning quite sharply. And on that occasion, he just. I think it was the bounce that did him. Yeah,
it was. I think it was the bounce. He went back. He was just looking probably to clip it away on the leg side and just off the face of the bat. See it again, just plays it straight to Bosman, who takes another sharp catch at forward short leg. So he goes back, he's looking to clip it into the leg side, probably a lot squarer than he did, in fact probably backward of square, and just straight into the hands of Bosman. Takes his second catch of the innings and gives Rouse his first wicket, and so England lose their 8th wicket at 213. So a good partnership from the pair of Sawant and from Eddie Jack of 32 for that 8th wicket. But South Africa now, they'll be looking to wrap this up as quickly as possible.
Nathan Rousseau did bowl with the new ball yesterday. There was obviously a time thing to try and get 3 overs in before the close. So the question I would ask is now, do you take the new ball and let McKenna loose with the wind, and let Nathan Rousseau continue? Because I was a bowler when I was at school. I mean, opening bowler, and I never used to like going into the wind. I don't think there's many who do. If you're a Werner Verlander type of bowler, then maybe you need that sometimes. But so I would if I was the South African captain, I would bring McKenna in from the far end, but we'll find out in 6 balls.
Yeah, let's see what he's going to do. I think the control that the spinners have had over the England batting lineup at the moment, and the way that they've restricted the runs scored, you might be tempted to keep the spinner on, but I would still take the new ball.
Well, and I suppose the problem you have there is that if you do change the bowling now, you're obviously going to take Rouse off, and he's just taking the wicket.
Absolutely,
So that's and if you're a bowler and you don't you don't expect to be taken off in the over, although it happens often these days.
It does. I mean, I think South Africa, they've got to look at what's their best opportunity to get through this lower order without conceding that many runs, and now they're going to have a chance, or Nathan Rousseau is going to have a chance to bowl at Alexander Wade, and
it's got to, the in batsman has to make sure he takes most of the strike now. Particularly, that's what I was saying. Particularly if the new ball is taken, he's going to have to take most of the strikes. So that's going to be intriguing to watch in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out how Aaron Sawant is going to try and maybe marshal the number 10 and number 11 for England to try and get this lead, because I just feel that's going to be very important for them.
Yeah, they do need a lead.
Yeah.
It's one of those games where they go off and they've got an 8-run lead. Then I'd say it's South Africa's advantage, just because South Africa will be England will be batting last on this wicket.
So Alexander Wade plays for Yorkshire second 11, and he had one ODI prior to coming to South Africa, and scored 31 in that particular match. So may well tell us that he knows how to hold a bat. Haven't really seen him since he didn't play in the first Test match. All three of the England seamers didn't play in the first Test. So
I was impressed with his bowling yesterday.
Yes.
I think the commentary team at the time, I can't remember if it was yourself or it was Jeremy, likened him to Craig Wright, and I can see that. I can see the resemblance.
Yeah, that's Eugene has certainly made that comparison. We saw him in the warm-up game, and immediately said he thinks he looks very much like Craig White. So he was talking about that. That's.
I must say, I was impressed yesterday morning just watching the England fast bowlers. They got some. There was a bit of. There was a bit of nip in the wicket early on, in the sense that when they put their back in, I mean, there were one or two really lethal bounces.
Yes.
I remember thinking to myself, I'm glad I'm not batting in this weekend against these guys. I mean, Harry Brooks got certainly on the televised evidence looked like he's very sharp.
Yes, very sharp. He is. Yes. He's a tall man, and
Jack as well.
Jack as well, very strong. So tall, strong men. Jack particularly, he bowls what we probably call a heavy ball. Eddie Jack. Harry Moore is more. He's more makes you play a lot more.
Yeah.
He's very effective.
He was very controlled. I was very impressed with it. And for a tall guy, he was. I was quite impressed with how he puts the ball up as well. Because normally tall guys don't.
And he is one of them that he's very good at getting it, and also a little bit back of a length. We thought perhaps that the England bowlers just their length sometimes. Although Wade was very good in terms of how he actually managed to, with this more skiddy action, that he managed to pitch the ball up a little bit more, got the ball to maybe shape a bit more than the other two were able to do. And as we see now, the new ball has been given to umpire Shezi from the reserve umpire Kaolani and Tuli. And I don't know if South Africa are going to take the new ball. He's got it in his hand. He's given it to
Riles.
And is that at the moment? That's Sandiswa Yen. He's got it in his hand, looking at it. He's putting it back in his pocket, is umpire Shezi. So we'll wait and see. It is Riles who's going to continue. So you were not surprised at that, just taking a wicket in his previous over. He's going to be bowling to Sawant. And interesting. South Africa have spread the field a little bit. I think they want to give Sawant the single here. Not surprised that they would want to do that.
I suppose it's one of those situations where you give him an over now, and if there's a batsman who comes in and decides to sort of take the long handle to him, then you bring in the fast bowler with the new ball. But if they continue with this control that they've got and they're not giving the runs away, then there's no need to go to the new ball, I suppose. Unless you just want to, you do want to finish it as quickly as you can. But what I saw of McKenna yesterday, I mean, I bowled that first over he bowled with the new ball yesterday was quite wide.
Yeah.
He'd have to be on the money.
Yes. Today he was much better in that morning session. He was very economical. Was bowling well in the channels outside the off stumpy. Again, I think it's difficult because as a captain, you know that the new ball's a lot harder. It can travel a lot quicker to the boundary. So Ant is he's in. He's the guy who's going to potentially take advantage perhaps of the new ball. So it is going to be interesting to see how they play this. I still would think maybe.
I think they've got to be aggressive.
Yeah, I think so. I think I would take the new ball. I would, even if I give it to my spinner for a couple of balls first. It's going to bounce more.
Yeah.
It's going to potentially grip more on the surface. So bounce is the big thing for a spinner. Turn and bounce. Bounce is what you're going to get from the new ball. So it's going to be interesting to see.
I would definitely go with that two-pronged. When I say two-pronged attack, I'd go with the quick man from the other side. But it just worries me because earlier we were a bit confounded when McKenna was bowling from this side, and not just from this side into that wind, but also from where I'm sitting at the moment. It looks like it's not quite Lords, but it looks as if there's a bit of a hump when you get to when you get to the crease.
It's not that easy as a quick bowler from this end. You do have a few things to worry about when you're going into your gather and bound. And that's played into the offside nicely by Sawant. He gets the single. In fact, there's an appeal for a run out, but Wade is home pretty easily there. Some quick work done. By Paul James, but he's through for the single.
So he did what we were expecting him to do, which is steal the strike at the end of the over. So there's an experienced man.
Yeah, and we know that normally your sort of top order batters, they certainly can count to 6. If there's one thing they learn at school, it's how to count to 6. As we see some of the spectators here, and people do bring their dogs around. A lot of they come walk their dogs here at Western Province Cricket Club. A large precinct, you have to say, of fields around here in the heart of the beautiful suburb of Rondebosch here in Cape Town.
I see that the wind was really intensifying earlier on when Eugene and Jeremy were on, and I thought by the time I get to speak I'm going to be blown away, but it feels like it's just dropped slightly. I must say thank Eugene yesterday, because he gave Jeremy a lot of flack for the fact that he came in shorts yesterday, and that it was cold, and it obviously was cold at the end of yesterday. So I've come kitted out with a jacket.
Yeah, very important, because it does get cool under this. That's beautifully played into the leg side. They're going to want to turn for 2. They're going to come through for 2. It's good running, and he played that well in front of square. Paul James just does the fielding on the boundary. So South Africa, it's a bit of a cat and mouse game now, you feel, with Aryan Sawant.
Yeah, the deficit of what, 6 now, or was it 7?
7, yes, 7. The deficit.
The fact that we're talking in the difference of 1 run, but when you've got 2 wickets left, that 1 run or that 2 runs does become important. Although, as we've said, I think that if England get a lead of 20, it's still advantage to South Africa.
Yeah, you would feel so. South Africa batting 3rd on what looks like a surface that is going to take more and more turn and perhaps be more and more variable from a bounce point of view as the game goes on. So once on strike, South Africa has spread the field a little bit wider. I don't mind him getting the single here. And
spread in more ways than one. There was a big flock of Adidas out just beyond the square leg umpire, and they suddenly took flight for some reason.
Yeah, they did. I think maybe they were scared away there by Daniel Bosman going through to that position.
Tomorrow, it's 22 degrees and it's partly cloudy, so I'm a little bit concerned. I might have to come dressed like an Eskimo tomorrow.
I think definitely longs are definitely called for tomorrow, and a bit of a jacket, something to keep the wind out.
Not exactly wintry conditions, but it will be very different to today.
Will be. South Africa now, they've bowled 4 balls in the over. Do they bring everybody in? I would think so. They're starting to do that. Still got the 2 fielders out on the leg side, so it's a bit of an in-out type of field, but not necessarily. I'm surprised they haven't brought more fielders in. Sawant could just quite easily just drop and run on this one. He doesn't. He goes for the shot down the ground and he hits it well, and that's just slightly over pitched from Rousseau, and it goes down to the boundary for 4. It's an excellent shot from Sawant. So plays it past the man who was at long on. He's gone in, came into mid on, and played it past him for 4.
Now we've got to see if he's going to take the single off the last ball. I suppose it all depends on the other batsmen. And we spoke about Wade. He's got 30 odd before playing at a higher league of cricket, and that might be an indication that he's not exactly a rabbit.
No, he is going to be kept on strike for the start of the over. So he's got the nod in terms of him being capable. One feels from his batting partner, Aryan Sawant. England 3 runs behind now, where South Africa's total of 224. Jason Rouse will continue to Alexander Wade, and they still haven't taken the new ball, South Africa.
See, now this is maybe okay. You've got to give the guy a chance to warm up.
Yeah.
But when you know that the number 10 batsman is going to be facing 6 balls, you almost sort of say, well, you have the flexibility to throw the ball.
Yeah, you do. I think now, if he doesn't get the breakthrough, if they don't get the breakthrough within the next couple of overs, I would sense that Mokoena should be thrown the new ball.
Well, if it is a couple of overs, they're going to take a lead.
Yeah.
As I say, I'm not too concerned about the lead until it gets towards between even beyond 30.
Yeah, I think South Africa would take 30 definitely. They won't be happy with 50. They won't want these last 2 wickets to put on what will be one of those niggling last wicket partnerships. Sometimes difficult to prize out. Sometimes you're trying too hard to get a wicket.
And we've now done 79 overs in the day, so definitely when South Africa come into bat again, they might have one of those little scare sessions.
Yes.
But they're not going to have an hour and a half to bat.
No, they won't. And they're going to go through for the single. It's good running from the England pair.
But the run out earlier today did definitely change the game. I know there was a bit of a partnership afterwards, but you needed a bit of magic. There was absolutely nothing happening at the time. I think we were all talking about this being possibly a long game for South Africa in the sense that they would face a big deficit, and I even was cheeky enough to suggest that the game might be over tomorrow. I don't think that's going to happen now.
It may well not, but I mean, again, anything is possible here in this second inning. South Africa first, though, have to get these last 2 wickets, and at 4 o'clock, if they're not got them, I'll be handing over to Eugene Molion, who will be potentially in the position that he may be required from a South African point of view to assist in getting those. That one just edged, it looked like, down and just dropped short of Bulbulia at slip.
Well, Eugene has taken most of the wickets today, hasn't he?
I think he has, actually.
Eugene's been sitting here that the wickets have fallen.
Sorry. And that one just is off the edge down to the slip, but just falls short of him. And now, what's Raoul's going to do now as the wind does strengthen, and they're on double Nelson, England. So will Nelson or double Nelson strike? We'll see, 222 for 8. Last ball of the 83rd over. So one will want to get off strike, or he'll want to hit it down the ground. It's up in the air. It bounces once, twice, and they're going to come back for the second. So England are now level with the South African score, 224 for the loss of 8, and it will be Alexander Wade who's going to be facing up, I think, to Nathan Engelbrecht. Nathan Rousseau.
It was brave to hit the ball to go airborne into the wind like that. But I was wondering if maybe they should post somebody out.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were trying to probably stop him from taking the single, to go over the infield and get the 2. So it's going to be Rousseau to continue, and why not? He's looked the most likely.
How many overs in the trot has he bowled now? Because I know he's bowled, over 30 overs. Yeah. Mokoena was the only person to bowl from this end briefly after lunch.
So I think he must be probably on to his 16th or 17th over on the trot here.
I'd say so. He's bowled unchanged from this end for quite a while now.
And nicely in behind that, Alex Wade. So that South Africa will be looking now for this final wicket. Not final wicket, for these final 2 wickets. This wicket of Alex Wade. Oh, he's nicely forward, showing the bowler the maker's name on his bat.
And showing us that he's not a rabbit.
No, he certainly doesn't look like a rabbit. And that's straight to Yerni at mid-on. There's no run. 3 balls so far in the over. And at the end of this over, Eugene Molion is going to be coming on to commentary. And that's played on the bounce to Daniel Bosman. No, not Bosman. That's Jorik van Skalkwyk under the helmet at forward short leg. Bosman is in the position where he took an excellent catch earlier on
Yeah.
to get rid of Harry Moore at silly mid-off. And once again, defensively forward. One ball left in
Yeah, he looks very correct.
33rd over this is for Nathan Rousseau. 5 for 60. What an effort by this young man. And he is involved the last ball now. Just goes back, but it's slow turn. He's able to deal with that very comfortably. I'm going to be stepping out and handing over to Eugene Molion. Thank you very much, Gavin. Very good to have you on comms with us. I think you might also be stepping out now.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
My role as an impact sub is over. Tomorrow I'll come back and I'll make my first start.
There we go.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Great deal of thanks there to the Cape Fox, James King, and Mr. Rich himself, Gavin Rich, having a brief warm-up session.
See you tomorrow.
I was overhearing you there. Was the weather to be a little bit cooler tomorrow? So long trousers. Thanks for the little bit of insight. As this will be the final over that will be taking us to the drinks break. The over rate has been impeccable today. Looks like it's all about heading to 5 o'clock. And with me, I'm glad to say I have the convener of selectors from South Africa, Mr. Patrick Moroney. Pat, good to have you with us for a brief bit.
Thanks, Eugene. Hoping to bring you some wickets. I believe you've been the main wicket taker today, so may it continue.
Well, I'm led to believe I have taken the most wickets. I do apologise to all the England fans out there and supporters. But, Pat, again, we spoke briefly. A bit of confusion potentially. But we spoke briefly during the first test. And I think, again, today you could see the improvement. The boys are knuckling down. They're trying their best to stay at it. And I think it must again be very pleasing for you the way they've performed in this test match again.
Yeah, I think it's without doubt the boys have really adopted very quickly. I think different conditions to what we were used to in Stellenbosch. So yeah, I think the boys have done well. Of course, there's going to be application. But yeah, they're growing quickly and they're learning quickly.
Yeah, just the one point that we probably picked up is the start and how they started each session hasn't been particularly well. We saw this morning as well, particularly from Yeni. And then again after lunch, it wasn't a good start, but then they sort of built and found their feet as the session got on. And it's important in this format that you have to start your sessions well.
No, without doubt, they, and not only starting. Oh, it's a big shout there with Rolsey. I think about a bat there. I think the one thing though is also losing critical wickets in front of in play, just before lunch, just before tea, those kind of things, where I think the guys just need to be a little bit more alert. As we go to tea now, so England has managed to not do that, and we on the other hand has leaked a bit of runs after sessions and at critical stages. Losing those wickets or just leaking too many runs, both from a bat and a bowling point of view.
Yeah, that is the match situation at the minute. Well, tied the scores are. Just the 2 wickets still needed for South Africa under 19 as they're going to drinks here. So just going to that drinks break. We're going to have a short break and then join us when we come back for the resumption of this final session here on day 2. Yeah, that's why I got Niels on for the next one.
Oh, okay.
So Niels is more face hold. Yeah, but we're going to go through probably the selection process. Where you guys look, when do you start looking? When is the feedback? Is it the tap camps? How those are forming part of this? And obviously building towards 12 months exactly to the 12 months?
2026.
Welcome back here to Western Province Cricket Club for day 2 of this second youth test between South Africa under 19 and England under 19. Scores are tied. Those are the first inning scores there. England still have 2 wickets in the bank. My name is Eugene Molin. With me is the convener of selectors, Patrick Moroney. And Pat, we spoke briefly again just about sort of the selection process. And you guys, your selectors, they've got a mammoth task. But when does that sort of task start? It doesn't just start at the Kaya Majola or the Cubs week. It starts way before then.
Yeah, Eugene, it's a continuous flow of talent identification. And, it's like I say to people, we don't find talent, talent finds us. And we're actually now just in the process of having our area camps again. So we have players within our system. The under 15s of this year is now starting to bleed in. So we start identifying that talent. That's now happening in area camps. Early in April, we have our regional camps, which is a bit of a change to past years where we had our regional camps in the winter. We're now having them now in the summer to identify our national camp players, to also give them the time to prepare with our coaching specialists through the winter. So when the national camp happens in August, September, that we're ready for that.
Yeah, so it is a big process from maybe throughout the year potentially, where again you guys have got all the information and all that gets gathered up and obviously stored, and you guys are just probably all communicating, and especially the guys that are in the areas to go and have a look at these players.
Yeah, I think it's critical. A lot of times you talk about statistics and numbers, but also at the end of the day, once those numbers is highlighted, then we need to get eyeballs on the players to physically see what they're capable of doing.
Mr. Rousseau is going to continue. Still haven't taken the new ball. That's not a shiny red rock in hand there. It's still the old one. They're still keeping with this. I, for one, think that maybe Rousseau can even bowl with that new ball. He's bowled 33 overs. A youngster coming in, bowled 33 overs, Pat.
Yeah, I must say, seeing him at his very first tap camp, I tell you what, from ball one, he just never missed a spot. He's been working very hard with Paul Adams. So yeah, I'm really happy for the youngster. He's in that position where he's now finished with school, going to varsity. So he'll have a lot more time. He's at Pika this year.
Okay.
And his game can grow a lot. That's definitely a skill that we require.
Just a bit, you said on tap camp there. I'm just going to touch on that now. Just short of him there, just short of him. Maybe he's tiring now, and who can blame him? He's toiled long and hard. How important are the tap camps for Cricket South Africa, for you as well, and for the players as well, that they can go to these camps and maybe further develop and learn their game?
Yeah, I think it just plays a major role within the system. With the guys and the players are aware that going to area camps, regional, and of course national is a big thing. It is not the be and end all. Our national weeks and the Cubs week also plays a role and all contributes towards our acceleration program, identifying the talent and then working with them. Also adopting the philosophy and how we want to play cricket, because that plays a big role for Mali to ultimately to select the team that he feels comfortable taking to a World Cup in every 2-year cycle.
Well, I'm going to touch on the Kaya Majola week and we saw the introduction of the South African invitation signers and they performed very well. Now then, has that thrown a little bit of a span in the works for you and your boys? Because they performed very well throughout that week.
Yeah, I think the word spanner is most probably the right word. But it's always keeping people accountable, keeping them on their toes. We were very specific in skill sets that we played there. We were very specific in the kind of individual that we wanted in that side and how they played. And I think they just grasped that opportunity where they would not have been at a Kaya Majola to all of a sudden have that opportunity. They gelled as a team unbelievably well. If you look at our hub side, that of all our hub areas that played in the Michaelmas week. So there's so many opportunities being created to give the players the exposure at just that higher level of schoolboy cricket, which is critical.
Yeah, and then we could say the same for the Cubs week as well. We know United States of America came over, Namibia came over, and maybe the ones that do miss out on sort of their individual teams, like the superstars, like the champions, if they have missed out, that okay, we would like to have a look at X, Y, and Z. Maybe is that a possibility as well, that there could be an invitational side as such at those weeks as well?
Yeah, that's not for me to decide. I think the powers to be needs to apply their minds on that. What we also need to make sure is that we don't, for the right word, water it down. We need to keep it at a high level. You were at both weeks this year and the year before, and you've seen the jump at Cubs already from Kamajola is significant.
Yeah, it is. I think I love Cubs because, yes, as you said, that's all the best coming together from your region, coming together, and playing against someone else as well. And I think it was good to have USA over. I think you guys enjoyed having them, and they performed admirably. They won the tournament.
Yeah, I must say what I found very unique about them was the way they had adopted the conditions, first and foremost. They weren't here for a long time before they played, and how hungry they are for cricket. And very crafty, very clever cricketers, without doubt.
Pat, what has been the chat about this format, the 4-day format? Maybe not 4 days in particular, maybe 2 days for school cricket. Maybe reintroducing that or getting school to participate more in that, because as we found, yes, there are restrictions on bowlers. Maybe not for the Test series here that these boys have had. Seam doesn't just have to bowl 6 overs. It's getting used to that, and batters needing to bat time as well. And have those discussions taken place within your group as well, or is that something, your personal view potentially, on how that can be reintroduced in school level?
Yeah, Dave Nosworthy does a great job with the Feskin week, introducing the 2-day cricket, and it's sometimes not a concern, but you would want the better schools and the schools that play at the highest level to grab that opportunity. My biggest risk is that it's easier to just have T20 competitions rather than the 50 over. So whilst I would welcome, longer versions of the game, turning back the clock, we used to have an under-19 3-day competition.
That's right, yeah.
And I think if possible, that is something that needs to be reintroduced at some stage.
Yeah, I think Benny Hansen needs to make a decision here. Maybe tiredness is creeping in. Jason Rolls is busy with has finished his 22nd over. He's got one for 42. He's done great work as well. But I think now, as you see him in discussion, I was also going to ask you, who is officially the vice captain? Who's the right-hand man that Benny Hansen could turn to? Are you privy to that, or is it left to the coaching staff?
No, the coaching staff, we really leave we advise and we chat about the captaincy. But on the vice captaincy side, with having 15 players in the camp, and part of our philosophy is also to give opportunities. You don't necessarily want to close it out by having a person dedicated to it. I think Benny's also a very crafty guy, and he's got a senior group within the team that he will consult with. As you can see there, they're having some long, hard chats, and no doubt it is about the new ball and where the plan is. I think it's critical now with England taking a 5-run lead. You now got to step on it. This next 45 minutes can change the game either way quite dramatically.
Yeah, that it can. And that man Sawant, he's still there, and he's faced 206 balls for his 72. He's batted well. Might have given a chance, maybe. But so far, so good for him, and England would love him to be out there for a little bit longer. And South Africa just spreading the field here, just so they can give him the single. So, 11 months to go to the World Cup. Surely that's in the mind of every select, including yourself, to see, listen, what our best options are going to be in terms of players.
Yeah, no doubt. We've got the 11 months and counting. We've got a focus group that we've kind of identified. We've also been fortunate enough in the last couple of years to play in the 50 over competition in Division 2 and in the T20s. So, that's starting in 2 weeks' time. We will definitely also be using some of these players to see how they perform there. So while we have a fairly good core group, we, by a long shot, the final World Cup squad is not nearly picked. So there's still a lot of opportunities for players.
Yeah, by no means am I saying that is big, because who knows who can, shine a light for themselves as well as they find their way to that World Cup potentially, and that coming off the back of our South African women's under-19s team making it to the final. I'm sure you and everybody else, like myself, are very proud of that achievement.
No, without doubt. Just today, them arriving at the airport in Johannesburg and the big welcome they got, and the schools buying into their welcome, it's just amazing.
They should try and fly into Cape Town Airport now and again. We can give them a little bit of a royal treatment as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they flew Emirates. I think Emirates stops up there in the north, so there's no doubt about it. But yeah, the girls did fantastically. The girls' game is just growing, and there's no doubt that we're going to see some of these girls in our senior team in the not too distant future with a little edge there.
But you alluded to that there. Now you're going to go into the Division 2 of the 50 over competition as well, and that's important. But if you look at how the women have progressed, the under-19 girls, they were involved with a few tours, a few teams that came over as well, and they were together as a unit. And that certainly grows sort of the team as well, the morale. Everybody knows each other, you know each other's games, and lifts their performances as well.
Yeah, I think we'll all agree that time on the field, and the higher that competition is and the more competitive it is, it's so much better, and of course you're going to grow. And that's why when selecting these kind of World Cup teams, talent plays of course a very big role, and the ability, but character also starts playing a significant role in that space.
Well, there's the team of the tournament, and 3 were selected: Gemma Botha, Kala Reyneke and Inini. They performed admirably, didn't they? I think Reyneke led her troops very well, and congratulations to all of them for making it to the team of the year. Well, it's not going to be Mokoena. It's going to be Mr. Yeni to bowl, and he's switching ends. We saw him this morning bowl from this end into the wind. Now, looking at your face, Mr. Convener, I think you're a little bit surprised by that. I am, because I thought it would be Mr. Mokoena to bowl from the top end.
Yeah, to be quite honest, I thought that, with the southeaster picking up here quite nicely, I think with that wind behind you, you have got all the opportunity to strike here. But yeah, I'm rather surprised. I thought Mokoena would have had the nod there to bowl with the breeze in the back.
It's one of those things. I know he started this and he bowled into the breeze earlier this morning. I thought maybe there was opportunity that he could just maybe switch ends, or after Mokoena was done, just give him a few overs just to see how he goes with the wind as well. I always think you're coming down the hill, that also plays a part. I don't know, maybe it's just the way it looks to me, but everything looks downhill or uphill to me.
Sitting in your position, there's no doubt that this is, with this wind and the uphill, it's definitely 2 clubs more, without doubt.
Well, he started with a wide this morning. Now he started with a no ball. And umpire Shazi, he's had a good game once again. He doesn't miss a trick. He's bowled a few no balls himself, so you should know where the line is. But just another one, just at tap camps or when the boys do get together, do you involve the Proteas, or do you would like to get them involved, or just to sort of share their experiences as well?
I think it would be ideal, keeping in mind the guys have quite a busy schedule, so it's not always possible. What we do try and do is tap on that past expertise, where guys come in as consultants, You look at part of our coaching staff, ex-players. So yeah, I think we'd like to transfer that knowledge from current Proteas to potential future Proteas, but it is not always possible to get that right.
Yeah, it's always difficult with all the tours happening at the same time. Then you have, like it's going to happen here in a month or two's time, you got the IPL coming up as well, and then they're going to other tournaments. You got the Champions Trophy, not so coming up soon.
Well, you got a little trip to Pakistan in between now and the Champions Trophy, which I think the SA20 is the outcome today and tomorrow might have an effect on who travels to Pakistan to go play in that very quick Tri-Nation series over there, and then of course off to the Champions Trophy, which is going to be critical for us.
I know there's talks about these boys still having a couple of tours as well, leading from now maybe up until June and July as well. Without giving any sort of insight into that, how important are those tours in the progression as well from these players developing and learning the game? We keep talking about the learnings and the development of the game because that's what they're doing, but it will help you guys knowing that these boys are going on tour and they can play and they can certainly do a job, and you're going to places where potentially the World Cup is going to be as well.
Yeah, I think it makes it a lot easier with the World Cup being in Namibia and Zimbabwe. So we already toured Zimbabwe last year. We've got a series coming up with Namibia this year, which is absolutely fundamental for the guys in a tournament condition to show what they're worth. And their character and their ability. So yeah, the more you play, the better. I mean, you look at this England side. I mean, they were here for what, a month?
They were here 3 weeks before.
3 weeks before.
Yeah.
I mean, so yeah, it just makes a very, very big difference.
It also makes it. Also, you have to have the budget for that. England were here for 3 weeks in December, and then went home, and then they came out for a month, as I alluded to, speaking to one of the staff earlier today, and obviously all those things are very much applicable. So much you want to give to the players as well, but there's always budget constraints that even at tours and being involved with the weeks that we've been together for all the time, it's a big ask as well.
Yes, it is, and we've got to really use our money wisely and create as much opportunity as possible. Tours are also reciprocal, so this tour, of course, will, in 26, we'll be going back to England on this reciprocal tour. So, of course, those boys that's in that space, again, unfortunately, most of these boys not, but some of them, yes, will then experience touring England, which is also a great experience.
Well, that's the upcoming Tri-Series, as was spoken about. We have New Zealand versus South Africa. That's happening on the 10th of February. And then on the 12th of February, they'll be playing Pakistan.
And if I'm not mistaken, that final's on the 14th. And I think on the evening of the 14th, the guys depart for the Champions Trophy of those that will be involved in that Tri-Nation series.
Yeah, so maybe some that are involved with the SA20 might just fly up and join up with the team then. I mean, that SA20 is reaching its exciting week this week. Cape Town and the Paarl Royals playing today in the qualifier.
Yeah, in Kabeja, so I believe the weather is quite good over there. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. MI Cape Town finishing strong. Paarl Royals taking the foot off the gas there in the last two games. So yeah, how do you gain that momentum? But no doubt that it's been good for cricket. It's been good for the spectators. And it's getting people back into stadiums, and that's what cricket needs.
Tell the other thing that's been good, whenever you're in Cape Town, it doesn't seem to rain. I think there was one day at Kaya Majola, I think we had a little bit of a late start. I think Cubs, there was nothing wrong with the weather.
Well, there's two things that's been in Gauteng. The one is potholes and the other one is rain. I was back for a swift 3 days, and I can tell you that I did not miss the potholes, but I did definitely notice them. So yeah, Cape Town has been a pleasure. The Western Cape's been a pleasure, and it's really been fantastic. And the hosting and the facilities has been top notch.
Well, Pat, just before you let you go, give us a little bit of your thoughts as to this game. We've got 2 days left. Obviously, South Africa's point of view, you want to bag the 2 wickets very early on here. You want to get it as quickly as possible and then build a lead. How do you see this going? How would you like South Africa to approach the next couple of days?
Yeah, well, I mean, like we said just now, what you really need to do is you need to break this partnership, get these 2 wickets as quickly as possible. You don't want to give away too big a lead. And then, of course, it's going to be extremely hard application tomorrow. We've seen the wicket a little bit of inconsistent bounce, which is expected of a wicket of this nature. You can expect that there's going to be a lot of spin bowling tomorrow, a lot of guys around the pad. So yeah, I think I do believe our boys have the ability to apply themselves, and in a 4th innings, yeah, chasing 150, 160 might be a fairly big task if you look at how the nature of the wicket has changed, especially in the latter part of the day.
Just got another question for you, Pat. We've seen a whole host of changes in this team from the first youth test as well. For me, this is my view. I thought it was justified, and I think it sort of evens the balance out as well. And you guys obviously have to be sort of privy of that as well, as to the makeup of the team and the balance as well.
Yeah, I mean, the coach Malibongo and I also always have a chat. You know, the final 11 is his decision. But yeah, we like to give opportunities. You know, a lot of people gave us no chance after the first ODI, and we came back and we won that series. You know, the one thing we can't take away of South African cricket is we are gritty. We don't like giving up. We're hard, and we always give more than 100%. And the same in this game. You know, conditions in Stellenbosch was very different to what we're experiencing here. Very few people gave us a chance in that test, and we managed to get that draw there. So yeah, I'll always keep believing in the boys. You know, prior to this, you talked Nathan Rousseau, very few people knew about him. Not in one of the more famous cricket schools, but from a skill point of view, definitely has what it takes. And he's proven in this test to perform at this level.
Yeah, just we need to work on his shyness. We need to take him down to your place, have a Brian, and just get him out of his shell a little bit. You know, I think that's what he needs. But Pat, really great to have your insight as the convener of selectors here with us as well, giving your insight, and it's always good hearing from you. I'll always be a bouncer, no problem. And besides that, yes, you have beaten me on the golf course a few times, so I'm happy to say that on air so that we can get that out before you can say it.
No, but if ever I lack confidence, I'll always invite you for golf, Eugene. So no, thank you very much for the opportunity, and yeah, once again, thank you, you know, for companies like Pitch Vision that broadcast these games, that shows it to the world of the talent that we've got. A lot of times people are under the misunderstanding that cricket and the talent that we have in our country might not be good enough to compete with the world, but I can safely tell them that cricket is a growing sport, and it's strong, and we have a very good youth and school system that produces those cricketers.
Well, Pat, I for one can really concur with what you're saying, being involved with your youth national weeks over the last 2 to 3 years, and it's really been on the up, and kudos must go to you and your team, as well as Cricket South Africa, for allowing these youngsters, giving them the platform as well to perform and really give your boys as selectors a big headache as to who to select. But again, thanks very much, Pat.
Thanks, Gene.
233 for 8.
Bring us a wicket, Nelson.
Just about 30 minutes to go, and the new ball has been taken, and all of a sudden it's zipping through, and as quickly as Pat Maroney has left his seat, vacated his seat in swifts, the man that's in charge of the umpires, I'm sure he'll give me his full title himself, Mr. Niels Momberg. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Molian, Eugene, man of many talents. many names. Nice to be commentating with you again. It's been a while.
It was at Makanda over there. It was lovely for Kai Majola, and I enjoyed every minute of it. Although sometimes Mr. Momberg, he does not hold back. He just says it like it is, and why not? As the ball is zipping around here now from Yeni. Niels, it's been good seeing our boys, South Africa under 19s, playing this format, and I just spoke about that as well. And I mean, you've been involved with the youth structure in South Africa for many a year, and it must be good to see the boys competing on the field with England 19s.
I want to talk about that because it's a very important point. But I want to get something on my chest first.
No. Not sure what that appeal was because he ducked. The hands were low.
I was sitting there with the two, Mr. Kasim Adams and Mr. Paul Adams there next to the side screen on the other side. And Mr. Adams, Paul that is, couldn't say much. And I was wondering, why are we not taking the new ball? Look at it now. So I feel a lot better because I was preparing myself. I was going to climb into them. We're not taking the new ball, you know. Love Benny, you know, I've been watching him a bit the last couple of months. He's a good player, captain. I said, what are you doing? But they've taken it now, so it's off my chest. Happy days. The next 2 wickets will fall quickly.
That's one of the things that sort of I alluded to as well during that first youth test, and why the reluctance of players not taking the new ball, especially when you're 7 or 8 down. Just take it. Give yourself a chance. Yeah, our boys, South Africa under 19, competing out there in a format they're not used to.
Yeah, that's the point. I think it's easy to criticise from here, but they don't play a lot of cricket. You know, they might play time cricket one days, but how many games has he actually played where you have to take the new ball? So it was, I think that they delayed it by a couple of overs. But the England side is also playing. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I would have said, guys, have a go here. You know, if they can get 30, 40 ahead, but they're not going to get it by just blocking it away because the pitch is starting to play a little bit more difficult. So I think there's a ball with your name on it. So I think they should play a little bit more positive.
That's the words that I was going to use, in a ball with your name on it, because if you start defending, you might just get an edge, and then that's that. Sometimes if you swing hard, you get an edge, the ball flies over the slips, and that way you get runs, and those runs come quickly, especially with this brand spanking new ball. Yeah, and he in again. He's really steaming in here. He's got a little bit of a round arm action there. But Mr. Mormack, just a little bit, we spoke about players, but your sort of lookout point is on umpires as well, and just on the couple of tournaments that we have had, the Kai Majola and the Cubs Week, that's not so far apart. I think overall, you must be very thrilled with how the umpires are improving and the amount of umpires coming through as well.
Hi, Eugene. We obviously got our systems in place, you know, and you're placing your ladders you get up to, and we're very proud of Karen Claster, who did the semi-final at this current last under 19 World Cup. Lauren Achenbach, who's just been selected to be part of the ICC's first women's panel. A lot of no balls here.
Yeah, I think that's his third one this over.
No, it's interesting now. I think it's a bit of a patience game as well. You know, I wouldn't really over attack you right now. I have my slips in place, but you know, stop their scoring areas, because that's what I love about this format of the game. Because it's a chess game at play here. Don't be over aggressive. Know how to attack and defend at the same time. It's actually very delicately poised right here. Because both sides know if they get 50 ahead, South Africa's under pressure. But they bowl them out right now. I think South Africa's right on top here.
Well, South Africa still would need to bat well in their second innings.
Yeah, you asked me earlier, Gene, about South Africa, and you know, and I'm sure you've discussed it, you know, like the last test and here as well. But you know, this England team, a lot of them play first-class cricket. The ones that don't play for their county B sides, you know, in the second tier. So on their development phase is ahead of ours.
Yeah.
And I'm just so chuffed and proud and happy that our boys are competing with them. I mean, people might say you lose games. They lose games or what?
100%.
It's like, but this team of ours, Jason Rolls getting 90 and 50 his whole career goes forward like that. That's put things in place for the next World Cup, which he's eligible for. I'm using him as an example. But the fact that we're actually trading punches with these guys that are definitely older on their cricket IQ, the ages might be the same. It's just fantastic. And you had Patrick Maroney earlier. They've done a great job to get close to the best players out here. There'll always be people out there who thinks somebody else would have played.
100%, that's always out there.
But that's part of the game, and it's nothing wrong with that. But this is a good group of players. But I'll leave it at that. But the fact that they're trading punches, with Rickers coming up on Saturday again. Got to talk about the punches and whatever else. But it's great to see, and you can see the growth in the players on a weekly basis.
Well, this man that's ball in hand here, Mokoena, he's certainly been a rising star for me. He's bowled well. He bowled with heart in Stellenbosch. He ran in all day, and he has done again. He's bowled, 10 overs for 17. He's going to go into the wind. Well, maybe he's got the short straw. He's the man that I would have said, listen, you come run down with the breeze. Let's see if he's going to be bowling now too, the man that's in Sawant. But you mentioned these boys, especially after that ODI, the first one where South Africa lost very, very badly and very convincing win for England. Some might have thought, they might just listen, our heads down, whatever. But they came back in the second, won that, and then the third one won that convincingly as well. And that must be pleasing on the eye as well. Not just, we're going to talk about the 4-day stuff in a minute, but the 1-day stuff, how they came back. Pat Maroney's talked about, listen, we South Africans, we don't give up. And I like to see that grit and determination from these boys to turn that series around as well.
Yeah, but I think, he's right. We don't give up, but it's also growth. They improved a lot. There's something happening here. I think there's probably a little issue with the pitch, Eugene.
I think there is. So there's one of the men just, the old mallet is back.
Hy sê in Afrikaans, hy gaan hom nou in sy plek in moker. And hy hit it into place there. It's look, the pitch, to be honest, didn't look great when I got here yesterday morning, but it's been okay. We often tend to criticize and say the pitch must play in a certain way because that's your perception. Now people from Johannesburg would think, how can you play anything like this? But both sides has gone past 200 comfortably. The ball's been turning. There's been good carry. Some balls kept a bit low. Some took off. But that's the beauty of cricket, isn't it? Is the fact that the changing nature of the playing surface. That's always interesting, and it makes it so much more interesting than other sports that gets played on cement and tarmac, and which doesn't change. Yes.
Well, yesterday, yes, you're right. It didn't look like it was a pitch that could hold up. But today we rocked up, and after the roller went over it for 7 minutes, that's what England asked. It certainly looked a better pitch, and sometimes it does get better. And it just showed in the way the England players were in a very good position early on, but then back came South Africa. This series has ebbed and flowed one way to the others. South Africa could easily have won that first test, but they could easily have lost it as well. Yeah. So it just shows how these two teams are still finding themselves. But the point that you make there about England potentially having more experience playing the longer format, whether it is the county first or second sides or sometime games, and the boys from South Africa not having that, I think that for me stands out massively, and they should take that with them for whatever years they still got left playing.
Yeah, look, I think that's a discussion that I like engaging, is that, your Indian sides, when they're under 19, but then we lose games and people despair and what's happening to our cricket. I say, people just relax. You will catch up. And what makes this exciting is that they're trading punches with experienced guys here. So it means in 5 years' time, they'll go boss these guys.
Oh, that's in the air. Oh, was that potentially a chance here to find leg? Ball went down to Yenny. Not sure if Mokoena's happy bowling from this end here. Might have a wry smile on his face. Our man Ashley, it's been a very long day for him. He's sitting here trying to capture every moment on the camera.
Yeah, no, I think South Africa, I think they should devise a plan and how they stick to it. And the plan should be both not to leak too many runs and also not to, but also to attack, I beg your pardon. It's important. Is that now Wade facing, and he's a number 10.
Yeah.
So it's important now for him to just try and survive, I suppose.
Well, I'm not sure. He's coming around the wicket here, Mokoena. Maybe his foot is definitely not great in that footholds there. Let's talk a little bit on the venues as well. I mean, no disrespect to any of the venues that we have used here. We've got a great deal of thanks to Western Province Cricket Club. They hosted the ODI and they're hosting this one here as well. Marty's had the 4-dayer, Paul Russ as well. They were good grounds as well. In future tours, I know it's very tight with all these tournaments happening and the domestic structure as well. The potential of this game being played at like a Newlands, I know it wasn't possible now with SA20 on, but is there a leeway where these boys can experience those as well? It's not just the playing surface, it's a dressing room where they can come in and say, listen, I'm sitting here with the greats of the province or South Africa that played, not just here in Cape Town, I'm talking about all across South Africa.
Yeah, I think you got to mix it up. You know, when you play, watching Kamalo Mokoena running in, as you said, he's coming around the wicket. It's interesting. You know, he's got to make him play. He's got to get the number 10 in the game. You know, if you allow him to leave it alone, you know, every ball here is a real event. Yeah, Eugene, I hear you. But when you play like I live in Johannesburg at the moment in the Wanderers, which I love, it's a great stadium. But when it's empty, you know, you play at a venue like, you know, Wits or even Soweto, people come out and watch, and there's an atmosphere. Yeah, at Western Province Cricket Club. So yes, I hear you, and I believe it's important maybe to give the players the. But you're in Cape Town, eh? The mountain is everywhere.
Mountains everywhere. Well, I mean, that's a good point you make as well. Like we here at Western Province Cricket Club, and there's probably more people who want to come here. We see people passing by a lot more. You're not hidden by the buildings as such, so they can't see in. Yeah, everybody's constantly watching it, and there's constantly people watching the players, and that sort of brings out the best in players as well.
Yeah, I think it's a 50-50 one, and maybe you have two tests, or maybe if you have more games, play a game there. But I like the smaller, you know, club grounds. I mean, played at Paul Roos Gymnasium last week. Played University of Stellenbosch. I mean, great venues.
Yeah.
I mean the wicket. You know, it was windy at Marty's.
Windy.
University of Stellenbosch.
Windy. That wasn't wind. That was gale force, I tell you.
So that might have. But the test match went right down to the wire, the last ball. So it was a good wicket.
Yeah. Oh, that's pulled away quite comfortably there by Sawant, and he's continuing. He moves to 79 now, and Yenny is still struggling. And maybe, just give the ball to Rousseau here from this end, and then tell Mokoena, listen, you're going to come from the top end. Yeah, the venues were great. That test match there, the first one was brilliant. It was a good bit. The only thing I will say about it, maybe lacked a little bit of pace on the surface, but as a whole, I think no one can complain about it as such. And also 4 days with no rain. Again, hammered out there to the man on the point boundary. It's been again tough for you boys up there in Joburg, with the rain and everything else. It's always tough.
No, we need the rain. We need the rain. It's nice. Joburg is. We don't have the wind that Cape has. We have great weather in between the necessary rain that the farmers need.
Yeah, okay.
And that we need. The rivers need to fill up. Nice leafy suburbs. So Johannesburg has its benefits and its pluses as well.
Yeah, the only benefit for you is the altitude when you hit your golf ball. That's about it.
Hello. Yeah, look, whilst we sit here 241 for 8, I think it's getting concerning. They're going to be 20 ahead soon, and South Africa needs to make a play here. You're right. I would go back to the spinner. Anyway, he reminds me of a bowler back in the day, but we'll have a chat about that later when he comes back on, because I'm sure he'll come back on again. But if I can talk about the umpires, the two umpires here today is Stacey Lakay and Ntokozisi Shezi, and they're both former Proteas.
That's correct, yeah.
Which is great, I think, for two former players getting involved in umpiring, trying to make that part of their careers in life going forward. They're part of our system. They're both on the Cricket South Africa's emerging panel, which is our second panel. You have a first class panel where your top umpires are. South Africa's number one umpire right now is Adrian Holstock, who is on the ICC's elite panel. Maria Erasmus has come back after he's retired from international cricket, and he's umpiring in South Africa.
Which is good to see.
Yeah, it's great because he gives back and he teaches the young ones.
Oh, there's a hand, and that stops a certain boundary. I was about to say, I think Adrian Holstock is in Sri Lanka, isn't he?
He's in Sri Lanka. I actually had a chat to him because he's part of our appointments committee. And he said it's a tough place to umpire because he says it's the spin, 3-4 appeals per over. So he says, and there's no let up. It's just, But yeah, he's in good spirits, in good health after he had a bit of a health scare last. He had a burst appendix in Pakistan, but he's back to his full fitness.
It's another no ball from Yeni. I think that's his fourth one so far. Adrian Holstock was my coach at Marty's. He was there with Omar Henry as well. He's a very, very nice guy. Spoke to him. I always have time for him, Adrian Holstock.
Yeah, Adrian and we played together at University of Stellenbosch, but I think that's probably before you were born, Eugene. That's not that long ago, but that was in the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah.
So he's done very, very well. He's South African. He's on the ICC's elite panel. And then if you go to our first class panel, Alahuddin Palika.
Yes.
Who comes from a well-known umpiring family.
Played with him.
Captain. Yeah, Pally's played a bit for Western Province, Colts, even the Super Juice Academy.
He was in the academy and then played it straight up in Titans.
Played for the Titans, and he's doing, I think, very well. And I would not be surprised if he makes it onto that first elite panel in the next year, 2 or 3 years, because he's now on the emerging panel, and he does very well. So I think our umpiring is in a good place. Our numbers are growing, although like many other things in life, did take a knock. COVID, when things stop.
Yeah.
People stop and they don't start again, but we're making it up again. And but I think we've got two very good umpires here, in Stacey and in Shezi.
Just a word on Palika. His dad was an umpire as well, and I played when his dad was standing. So taking after the father. I wonder if he got a few stories about in Palika. He hasn't changed. That's the way he was when he played. That stature of a man. He's not the big man, he's Palika. That's around the wicket. You are clutching at straws around the wicket. As Stacey Lakay gives the old flamingo.
I think that probably pitched outside leg stump.
Yeah.
It was a bit high, probably missing off stump. But apart from that, it had a lot going for it.
As you tell your umpires, where did it pitch? Outside, you don't have to say any further.
Let's have a look.
Maybe not that far outside, but it did outside.
No. It's Probably closer than we thought from first glance, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, we're heading into 2 days. Still coming up, and this game is finally poised. And as we said, countless times, South Africa would love to finish this off very quickly. And when All Whites do this, there's still about 11 minutes to go till the close of play. So they know they're guaranteed. If they do bag the next couple of wickets very, very quickly, they won't bat. Then it's just a case of coming in and get your head on. It's coming back over the wicket. That's a better idea. Just a tad bit too short.
I see. It's just, I think, as patience is now, you got to bowl to, you bowl into the tail end, yes. I've always been taught you bowl to the tail end like you would have bowled to any. If the plan is to bowl 4 stump, top of off stump with the odd bouncer, maybe the odd yorker, stick to the plan. Don't do funny things. Just make sure that you don't lose your shape and give them easy scoring opportunities. Cricket is a very funny game.
Well, I keep hearing people say that. I heard that throughout the Kai Majola. I heard that at Cubs. I mean, it's not that funny. Just do the proper job, as you say. Just bowl up there, bowl it on the length, drive him forward. Bring the batsman forward. That's what we've been taught all day long, isn't it? You standing there
exactly.
behind,
No,
shouting at...
Stick to your plan. What I'm saying is a funny game. If you veer from your plan and you start do funny things and you suddenly bowl slow balls and half volleys and whatever, and suddenly the second last wicket puts on 60, and then you're in big trouble.
It's a bit of a waste for me. The other day, I was going to ask you this as well. Boland Park in Paarl was opened in 1996. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So then, when we had that Super Juice game there, that must have been one of the first games there.
Yes. So am I allowed to delve into my personal history?
Yes.
I started at Boland Cricket, my first real job. I did coaching and bartending and all kinds of things like we did as kids. After I studied, 1st of May 1994, the new South Africa was 3 days old. I started there, and there was a racing track. A goat cart people there, and that pavilion that said was there then. And our offices were up there, where the dressing rooms are now, it was there. And I remember I was there when they turned the first sods, and that was in 1994. Did I say it opened 96? No, it was earlier than that. Because you remember the infamous tour when New Zealand came over, it was 94.
Yeah.
And one of the first games they played against Boland in a game. And Marie Erasmus, the umpire we just spoke about, he had his best bowling figures. He got 5 for 19. But what's famous about that game, the game got called off because of the pitch not playing very well.
Right.
And then after that, there was a big scandal. The New Zealand team, and they had 3 days off. And then they tasted the delights of the Western Cape and a few other things.
Yeah.
And it was a big scandal, and that was because the game got called off. So yeah, I look back fondly on those days when, and it's now a cricket field with a 30-year history. And they've had everything there except for test matches, and hopefully I have a view that Boland should become a day-night test venue. It would be great to play with a pink ball with the mountains in the back and the sun going down and some briar fires there. I think that's the way to go.
I reckon there'll be a few people setting up camp there as well.
Absolutely. I will stay there for 5 days. I won't go home.
Well, there you heard it straight from Niels. Again, driven nicely to the man at point. And that lead is forever growing.
Yeah,
Goes now to 22.
So that leaves 4 balls where you're bowling to Alexander Wade, who's, to be fair, he's looked quite competent, but I'm of the view now, look at the South African team, not to be overcritical. What's your plan here? You've got 4 balls to get him out. So number 1, you must face the 4 balls. Are you going to bowl him a bouncer, Have you worked out where his weaknesses are? But now you got to have a plan. But sometimes you have to make things happen as well.
Well, there's your other plan that you said. Why don't England have a go there? Wade just hits hard and gets a top edge. That flies over the slips. The length is wrong for me. They've got 3 slips. They've got a gully. They do have a man on the deep backward square boundary as well on the onside. That is for the short ball. I think you just need to bring him forward here. Go back to the first plan. First plan is bringing the batter forward, getting your slips involved. That's what you should do.
If you want a ball short, it must go straight at his nose, to put it bluntly. But that length for me was just wrong.
Hip height.
Yeah.
Now this is a worry for me, Niels. They've taken away 2 other slips. So they got 1 slip to the number 10 Wade. Looks like they got 2 gullies and they got a third.
I'll get back after this ball. I'll get back because this is one of my bugbears. How, and you see it all the time at all levels of cricket, from mini cricket, KFC mini cricket to test cricket. The bowler runs up and he bowls a poor delivery, or a long hop, or a long half volley. Then he wants to change the field because he bowled that ball. I'm thinking, no. If you bowl the ball in the right area, the field is fine.
Yeah.
You know, but you know you're a bowler.
I've been told several times. And yeah, you certainly learn very, very quickly. You got a brand new ball. You bowl into the number 10. That's what you want. You bowl the ball back of a length that came up at hip height. You got a top edge, flew over the slips, went for 4 because your length is wrong. Now all of a sudden we got 1 slip, 2 gullies, and I'm sure the third man is there as well.
So what's the odds he's going to nick the next one between first slip and the first gully? Ooh.
If he does that, I think Mr. Momberg, you would just
give up.
You would just give it. Oh, I said to Mr. Francis that day in Makando, brilliant. Never seen Niels lose it like that. Just to give you a little bit of insight, folks, that this guy came in, he needed to score quick runs at the back end of a 50 over, and he hit this ball dead straight for 6. The very next ball he tried, off the seamer that is, the very next ball he tried to reverse hit the seamer, missed it.
Into the wind, towards a long boundary. It's like...
Oh dear, I've never seen you angry, I have to say that, but that was close to it, man, Niels. That was close.
I wasn't angry, I was just like...
No, you were.
Is there a word? Flabbergasted. Yes.
Well, here we go.
Mr. Rousseau.
He's back. He's back.
So Nathan Rousseau has bowled beautifully. He's got 5 for 61. Standing there with Paul Adams, he called him Little Claude.
Oh, right.
He says he reminds him so much of Claude Henderson, who
just bowls.
And Paul used to play obviously with him and against him. You know, former Protea. I think Claude, is a man who you knew very well when he was a kid.
Your region?
He's from Worcester.
Yeah.
From a cricketing family. Dad was Mossy Henderson. He had a younger brother called James.
Blockies Henderson.
Blockies, yes. Also played first class cricket. And he had an older brother called Kiffy, bowled left arm seam. Wonderful people, wonderful family. Claude is a wonderful host. You know what he likes making? It's a poikie.
Oh, lovely.
Now for international listeners, as he runs up to bowl, a poikie is a stew you make on the fire. Now Claude loves, I'm sure he still loves a poikie.
He loved the fire.
But Nathan Rousseau, he looks the part. He reminds me a lot of Claude as well.
Well, Claude heads up Leicestershire out there. So Claude, hopefully it goes well. Hopefully you can still make some fire, because you certainly do like making fires. So I found out when you came and joined us there at the Highveld Lions for the seasons. Umpire Shazy turned around to Paul James and listen, just pipe it down. This could be the last over for the day. That's another thing, the art of slowing things down, Niels. They'll soon learn that. Paul James comes into the circle now, or circle, it comes into square leg. They're bringing up Murdon. So they're really trying to entice Savant. I don't think they will. 250 for 8, England. Probably going to get another. Oh, it's just the one. Looks like Chad Mason that done well there. So we're heading to 2 balls at ease. So another fascinating day awaits us, Niels.
Fascinating. And now tomorrow's day 3, so it's going to be under covers overnight. Maybe a bit of moisture, maybe a bit of sweat. Is that going to make the ball move around when South Africa comes to bat? Is it going to make it better for batting in the first session? That's what makes it fascinating about this sport, cricket, which is played over several days with a changing playing surface. And that's what I'm looking forward to see tomorrow.
Like that was a full toss, but going down. Yeah, the first things first, I don't want to get this lead any bigger.
Yes.
That is priority number 1. And then it is trying to bat and score a good total. Oh, just getting an inside edge there. Well, folks, that's going to be that here on day 2 of the second youth test here between England under 19 and South Africa under 19. It's been another enthralling day here at Western Province Cricket Club. The overhead has been excellent. I think they bowled more overs today. Niels, just your thoughts on where you potentially would like to see South Africa do tomorrow in that first session?
No, they gotta get them out for. If they get another 30 or 40, South Africa's under pressure. So the score, they lead by 27. I reckon they got to get a wicket first up, have a lead no more than 40. Get rid of that, and get I think 150 ahead here. So, but then you're going to score 200 if there's a lead of 40. So, yeah, spare a thought. Savant has played really well, and once again he got 83 of 228 balls. There's a man standing to my right here while I'm commentating, if he doesn't mind. Okay, thank you very much. But Savant has done very well, and I think he's of the innings together, 83, and I think in the end he could be the difference between 2 sides. Depends what happens tomorrow.
He is the difference at the minute. I'm looking forward to day 3 here. Please join us again tomorrow morning, bright and early, for day 3 of the second youth test. The series is still in the balance here as we go into day 3. 2 more days left from myself here, and also, before we go, we want to pay homage to our broadcast sponsor, Sisonke, for your tourism and event services as well. Please have a look at their website, and they can certainly help with you with all your sporting tours and certainly put a package together on and off the field for you. But for now, from myself, Eugene Mola and Niels Momberg, we want to wish you a good night and God bless.
Good afternoon.